Section 34 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 34. All the people they met were to Lady Caroline like people in a dream, silent priests, velvet-footed nuns, who were much to her taste, quiet peasant women in black cloaks and hoods, driving bullock carts or carts drawn by dogs, 6 or 8 of these inextricably harnessed together and panting for dear life. Blue-bloused men in French caps, but bigger and blonder than Frenchmen, and less given to epigrammatic repartee, with mild blue beery eyes, a fleur de tête, and a look of health and stolid amiability. Sturdy green-coated little soldiers with cock-feathered brigand hats of shiny black, the brim turned up over the right eye and ear that they might the more conveniently take a good aim at the foe before he skedaddled at the mere sight of them. Fat, comfortable burgesses and their wives, so like their ancestors who drink beer out of long glasses and smoke long clay pipes on the walls of the Louvre and the National Gallery, that they seem like old friends, and quaint old heavy children who didn't make much noise. And whenever they spoke French to you, these good people, they said "Savez-vous?" every other second, and whenever they spoke Flemish to each other, it sounded so much like your own tongue as it is spoken in the north of England that you wondered why on earth you couldn't understand a single word. Now and then, from under a hood, a handsome young face with Spanish eyes would peer out, eloquent of the past history of the Low Countries, which Barty knew much better than I. But I believe there was once a Spanish invasion or occupation of some kind, and I dare say the fair Belgians are none the worse for it today. It might even have been good for some of us, perhaps, if that ill-starred armada hadn't come so entirely to grief. I'm fond of big, tawny black eyes. All this, so novel and so strange, was a perpetual feast for Lady Caroline, and they bought nice, cheap, savory things on the way home to eke out the lunch from La Cigogne. In the afternoon, Barty would take a solitary walk in the open country, or along one of those endless straight chaussées, paved in the middle, and bordered by equidistant poplars on either side, and leading from town to town, and the monotonous perspective of which is so desolating to heart and eye. Backwards or forwards, it is always the same, with a flat sameness of outlook to right and left. And every 450 seconds the chime would boom and flounder heavily by, with a dozen sharp railway whistles after it, like swordfish after a whale, piercing it through and through. Barty evidently had all this in his mind when he wrote the Song of the Seminarist, in gleams, beginning, "'Twas April, and the sky was clear, an east wind blowing keenly, the sun gave out but little cheer, for all it shone serenely. The wayside poplars, all a row, for many a weary mile did throw down on the dusty flags below their shadows picked out cleanly," etc., etc., etc. Isn't it just like Barty to begin a lyric that will probably last as long as the English language with an innocent jingle worthy of a schoolboy? After dinner in the evening, it was Lady Caroline's delight to read aloud, while Barty smoked his cigarettes and inexpensive cigars, a concession on her part to make him happy, and keep him as much with her as she could. And she grew even to like the smell so much that once or twice, when he went to Antwerp for a couple of days to stay with Techel, she actually had to burn some of his tobacco on a red-hot shovel, for the scent of it seemed to spell his name for her and make his absence less complete. Thus she read to him Esmond, Hypatia, Never Too Late to Mend, Les Maîtres Sonneurs, La Mère au Diable, and other delightful books, English and French, which were sent once a week from a circulating library in Brussels, How they bless thy name, good Baron Tochnitz! Oh, Aunt Caroline, if I could only illustrate Esmond, and draw a passable Beatrix coming down the old staircase at Castlewood with her candle, said Barti one night. That was not to be. Another was to illustrate Esmond, a poor devil who, oddly enough, was then living in the next street and suffering from a like disorder. As a return, Barti would sing to her all he knew, in 5 languages, 3 of which neither of them quite understood, accompanying himself on the piano or guitar. Sometimes she would play for him accompaniments that were beyond his reach, for she was a decently taught musician who could read fairly well at sight, whereas Barti didn't know a single note and picked up everything by ear. She practiced these accompaniments every afternoon as assiduously as any schoolgirl. Then they would sit up very late, as they always had so much to talk about. What had just been read or played or sung, and many other things, the present, the past, and the future. All their old affection for each other had come back, trebled and quadrupled by pity on one side, gratitude on the other, and a little remorse on both. And there were long arrears to make up, and life was short and uncertain. Sometimes l'Abbé Lefebvre, one of the professors at the Séminaire, and an old friend of Lady Caroline's, would come to drink tea and talk politics, which ran high in Mechlin. He was a most accomplished and delightful Frenchman, who wrote poetry and adored Balzac, and even owned to a fondness for good old Paul de Kock, of whom it is said that, when the news of his death reached Pius IX, His Holiness dropped a tear and exclaimed, "Mio caro Paolo de Cocco!" Now and then the abbé would bring with him a distinguished young priest, a Dominican, also a professor, Father Louis, of the princely house of Arenberg, who died a cardinal 3 years ago. Un malheureux vêtu de noir, qui me ressemblait comme un frère. Editor. Father Louis had an admirable and highly cultivated musical gift, and played to them Beethoven and Mozart, Schubert, Chopin, and Schumann. And this music, as long as it lasted, and for some time after, was to Barti as great a source of consolation as of unspeakable delight, and therefore to his aunt also, though I'm afraid she preferred any little French song of Barti's to all the Schumanns in the world. First of all, the priest would play the Moonlight Sonata, let us say, and Barti would lean back and listen with his eyes shut, and almost believe that Beethoven was talking to him like a father, and pointing out to him how small was the difference really between the greatest earthly joy and the greatest earthly sorrow. These were not like black and white, but merely different shades of gray, as on moonlit things a long way off. And time, what a reconciler it was, like distance and death! What a perfect resolution of all possible discords, and how certain! And our own little life, how short and without importance! What matters whether it's today, this small individual flutter of hours, or was 100 years ago, or will be 100 years hence? It has or had to be got through, and it's better past than to come. It all leads to the same divine issue, my poor friend, said Beethoven. Why, just see here, I'm stone deaf, and can't hear a note of what I'm singing to you. But it's not about that I weep when I am weeping. It was terrible when it first came on, my deafness, and I could no longer hear the shepherd's pipe or the song of the lark. But it's well worth going deaf to hear all that I do. I have to write everything down and read it to myself, and my tears fall on the ruled paper and blister the lines, and make the notes run into each other. And when I try to blot it all out, there's that still left on the page, which, turned into sound by good Father Louis the Dominican, will tell you, if you could only hear it aright, what is not to be told in any human speech, not even that of Plato, or Marcus Aurelius, or Erasmus, or Shakespeare, not even that of Christ himself, who speaks through me from his unknown grave, because I am deaf and cannot hear the distracting words of men. Poor, paltry words at their best, which mean so many things at once that they mean just nothing at all. It's a Tower of Babel. Just stop your ears and listen with your heart, and you will hear all that you can see when you shut your eyes or have lost them. And those are the only realities, mein armer Barti. Then the good Mozart would say, Lieber Barti, I'm so stupid about earthly things that I could never even say "Buh" to a goose, so I can't give any good advice. All my heart overflowed into my brain when I was quite a little boy, and made music for grown-up people to hear. From the day of my birth to my 5th birthday I had gone on remembering everything, but learning nothing new, remembering all that music. And I went on remembering more and more till I was 35, and even then there was such a lot more of it where that came from that it tired me to try and remember so much. And I went back thither, and thither back shall you go too, Barti, when you are some 30 years older. And you already know from me how pleasant life is there, how sunny and genial and gay, and how graceful and innocent and amiable and well bred the natives, and what beautiful prayers we sing, and what lovely gavotte and minuets we dance, and how tenderly we make love, and what funny tricks we play, and how handsome and well dressed and kind we all are. And the likes of you, how welcome! 30 years is soon over, Barti, Barti, bel mazzetto, ha ha, good. Then says the good Schubert, I'm a loud, rollicking, beer-drinking curl, I am. Ich bin ein lustiger Student, mein Pardi, and full of droll practical jokes, worse than even you when you were a young scapegrace in the Guards, and wrenched off knockers and ran away with a poor policeman's hat. But I don't put my practical jokes into my music. If I did, I shouldn't be the poor devil I am. I'm very hungry when I go to bed, and when I wake up in the morning I have Katzenjammer from an empty stomach, and a headache, and a heartache, and penitence and shame and remorse, and know there is nothing in this world or beyond it worth a moment's care but love, 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 lieb, lieb, the good love that knows neither concealment nor shame, from the love of the brave man for the pure maiden whom he weds, to the young nun's love of the Lord, and all the other good loves lie between these two, and are inside them or come out of them, and that's the love I put into my music. Indeed, my music is the only love I know, since I am not beautiful to the eye, and can only care for tunes. But you, Pardi, are handsome and gallant and gay, and have always been well beloved by man and woman and child, and always will be, and know how to love back again, even a dog. However blind you go, you will always have that, the loving heart, and as long as you can hear and sing, you will always have my tunes to fall back upon. And mine, says Chopin. If there's one thing sweeter than love, it's the sadness that it can't last. She loved me once, and now she loves tout le monde, and that's a little sweet melodic sadness of mine that will never fail you, as long as there's a piano within your reach, and a friend who knows how to play me on it for you to hear. You shall revel in my sadness till you forget your own. Oh, the sorrow of my sweet pipings! Whatever becomes of your eyes, keep your 2 ears for my sake, and for your sake too. You don't know what exquisite ears you've got. You are like me. You and I are made of silk, Barti, as other men are made of sackcloth, and their love of ashes and their joys of dust. Even the good priest who plays me to you so glibly doesn't understand what I am talking about half so well as you do, who can't read a word I write. He had to learn my language note by note from the best music master in Brussels. It's your mother tongue. You learned it as you sucked at your sweet young mother's breast, my poor love child. And all through her, your ears, like your remaining eye, are worth a hatful of the common kind. And some day it will be the same with your heart and brain. Yes, continues Schumann, but you'll have to suffer first, like me, who will have to kill myself very soon, because I am going mad. And that's worse than any blindness. And like Beethoven, who went deaf, poor demigod, and like all the rest of us who've been singing to you tonight. That's why our songs never pall, because we are acquainted with grief, and have good memories, and are quite sincere. The older you get, the more you will love us and our songs. Other songs may come and go in the ear, but ours go ringing in the heart forever. End of section 34. Section 35 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 35. In some such fashion did the great masters of tune and tone discourse to Barty through Father Louis's well-trained fingertips. They always discourse to you a little about yourself, these great masters, always, and always in a manner pleasing to your self-love. The fingertips, whosoever's fingertips they be, have only to be intelligent and well-trained, and play just what's put before them in a true reverent spirit. Anything beyond may be unpardonable impertinence, both to the great masters and yourself. Musicians will tell you that all this is nonsense from beginning to end. You mustn't believe musicians about music, nor wine merchants about wine, but vice versa. When Father Louis got up from the music stool, the Abbé would say to Barty in his delightful pure French, "And now, mon ami, just for me, you know, a little song of autrefois. All right, Monsieur l'Abbé, I will sing you the Adelaide of Beethoven, if Father Louis will play for me." "Oh no, mon ami, do not throw away such a beautiful organ as yours on such really beautiful music, which doesn't want it. It would be sinful waste. It's not so much the tune that I want to hear as the fresh young voice. Sing me something French, something light, something amiable and droll, that I may forget the song and only remember the singer." "All right, Monsieur l'Abbé." And Barty sings a delightful little song by Gustave Naudot, called Petit Bonhomme vit encore. And the good Abbé is in the seventh heaven, and quite forgets to forget the song. And so cakes and wine, and good night, and Monsieur l'Abbé goes humming all the way home. Et quoi porte des peccadilles, grandet ces pauvres amours? Les femmes sont si gentilles, et l'on n'aime pas toujours. Ces bonhommes, comme mes noms, m'a gâté, c'est mon trésor. Et bonhomme vit encore, et bonhomme vit encore. An extraordinary susceptibility to musical sound was growing in Barty since his trouble had overtaken him, and with it an extraordinary sensitiveness to the troubles of other people, their partings and bereavements and wants, and aches and pains, even those of people he didn't know, and especially the woes of children, and dogs and cats and horses, and aged folk, and all the live things that have to be driven to market and killed for our eating, or shot at for our fun. All his old loathing of sport had come back, and he was getting his old dislike of meat once more, and to sicken at the sight of a butcher's shop, and the sight of a blind man stirred him to the depths, even when he learnt how happy a blind man can be. These unhappy things that can't be helped preoccupied him as if he had been 20, 30, 50 years older, and the world seemed to him a shocking place, a gray, bleak, melancholy hell, where there was nothing but sadness and badness and madness. And bit by bit, but very soon, all his old trust in an all-merciful, all-powerful ruler of the universe fell from him. He shed it like an old skin. It sloughed itself away, and with it all his old conceit of himself as a very fine fellow, taller, handsomer, cleverer than anybody else, bar 2 or 3. Such darling beliefs are the best stays we can have, and he found life hard to face without them. And he got as careful of his Aunt Caroline, and as anxious about her little fads and fancies and ailments, as if he'd been an old woman himself. Imagine how she grew to dote on him. And he quite lost his old liability to sudden freaks and fits of noisy fractiousness about trifles, when he would stamp and rave and curse and swear, and be quite pacified in a moment, soupe au lait, as he was nicknamed in Troplong's studio. Besides his seton and his cuppings, dry and wet, and his blisters on his arms and back, and his mustard poultices on his feet and legs, and his doses of mercury and alternatives, he had also to deplete himself of blood 3 times a week by a dozen or 20 leeches behind his left ear and on his temple. All this softens and relaxes the heart towards others, as a good tonic will harden it, so that he looked a mere shadow of his former self when I went over to spend my Christmas with him. And his eye was getting worse instead of better. At night he couldn't sleep for the fireworks it let off in the dark. By day the trouble was even worse, as it so interfered with the sight of the other eye, even if he wore a patch, which he hated. He never knew peace but when his aunt was reading to him in the dimly lighted room, and he forgot himself in listening. Yet he was as lively and droll as ever, with a wan face as eloquent of grief as any face I ever saw. He had it in his head that the right eye would go the same way as the left. He could no longer see the satellites of Jupiter with it. Hardly Jupiter itself, except as a luminous blur. Indeed, it was getting quite near-sighted, and full of spots and specks, and little movable clouds, mosche voletantes, as I believe they are called by the faculty. He was always on the lookout for new symptoms, and never in vain, and his burden was as much as he could bear. He would half sincerely long for death, of which he yet had such a horror that he was often tempted to kill himself to get the bother of it well over at once. The idea of death in the dark, however remote, an idea that constantly haunted him as his own most probable end, so appalled him that it would stir the roots of his hair. Lady Caroline confided to me her terrible anxiety, which she managed to hide from him. She herself had been to see Monsieur Maurier, who was no longer so confident and cocksure about recovery. I went to see him too, without letting Barty know. I did not like the man. He was stealthy in look and manner, and priestly and feline and sleek. But he seemed very intelligent, and managed to persuade me that no other treatment was even to be thought of. I inquired about him in Brussels, and found his reputation was of the highest. What could I do? I knew nothing of such things, and what a responsibility for me to volunteer advice! I could see that my deep affection for Barty was a source of immense comfort to Lady Caroline, for whom I conceived a great and warm regard, besides being very much charmed with her. She was one of those gentle, genial, kindly, intelligent women of the world, absolutely natural and sincere, in whom it is impossible not to confide and trust. When I left off talking about Barty, because there was really nothing more to say, I fell into talking about myself. It was irresistible. She made one. I even showed her Leah's last photograph, and told her of my secret aspirations. and she was so warmly sympathetic, and said such beautiful things to me about Leah's face and aspect, and all they promised of good, that I have never forgotten them, and never shall. They showed such a prophetic insight. They fanned a flame that needed no fanning, good heavens, and rang in my ears and my heart all the way to Barge Yard, Bucklesbury, while my eyes were full of Barty's figure as he again watched me depart by the Baronnossie from the Quai de la Place Verte in Antwerp, a sight that wrung me, when I remembered what a magnificent figure of a youth he looked as he left the wharf at London Bridge on the Boulogne steamer hardly more than 2 short years ago. When I got back to London, after spending my Christmas holiday with Barty, I found the beginning of a little trouble of my own. My father was abroad. My mother and sister were staying with some friends in Chislehurst, and after having settled all business matters in Barge Yard, I called at the Gibsons in Tavistock Square just after dusk. Mrs. Gibson and Leah were at home, and 3 or 4 young men were there, also calling. There had been a party on Christmas Eve. I'm afraid I did not think much, as a rule, of the young men I met at the Gibsons. They were mostly in business, like myself, and why I should have felt at all supercilious I can't quite see, but I did. Was it because I was very tall, and dressed by Barty's tailor in Jermyn Street? Was it because I knew French? Was it because I was a friend of Barty the guardsman, who had never been supercilious towards anybody in his life? Or was it those maternally ancestral Irish Blakes of Derrydown stirring within me? The simplest excuse I can make for myself is that I was a young snob and couldn't help it. Many fellows are at that age. Some grow out of it and some don't. And the Gibsons were by way of spoiling me, because I was Leah's bosom friend's brother, and I gave myself airs in consequence. As I sat perfectly content, telling Leah all about poor Barty, another visitor was announced, a Mr. Scatcherd, whom I didn't know, but I saw at a glance that it would not do to be supercilious with Mr. Scatcherd. He was quite as tall as I, for one thing, if not taller. His tailor might have been Poole himself, and he was extremely good-looking, and had all the appearance and manners of a man of the world. He might have been a guardsman. He was not that, it seemed, only a barrister. He had been at Eton, had taken his degree at Cambridge, and ignored me just as frankly as I ignored Tom, Dick, and Harry, whoever they were, and I didn't like it at all. He ignored everybody but Leah and her mamma. Her papa was not there. It turned out that he was the only son of the great wholesale furrier in Ludgate Hill, the largest house of the kind in the world, with a branch in New York and another in Quebec or Montreal. He had been called to the bar to please a whim of his father's. He had been at the Gibson party on Christmas Eve, and had paid Leah much attention there, and came to tell them that his mother hoped to call on Mrs. Gibson on the following day. I was savagely glad that he did not succeed in monopolizing Leah. Not even I could do that. She was kind to us all round, and never made any differences in her own house. Mr. Scatcherd soon took his departure, and it was then that I heard all about him. There was no doubt that Mr. and Mrs. Gibson were immensely flattered by the civilities of this very important and somewhat consequential young man, and those of his mother, which were to follow, for within a week the Gibsons and Leah dined with Mr. and Mrs. Scatcherd in Portland Place. On this occasion Mr. Gibson was, as usual, very funny, it seems. Whether his fun was appreciated, I doubt, for he confided to me that Mr. Scatcherd, senior, was a pompous and stuck-up old ass. People have such different notions of what is funny. Nobody roared at Mr. Gibson's funniments more than I did, but he was Leah's papa. Let him joke his bellyful, I'll bear it all for Sally. Young Scatcherd was fond of his joke, too, a kind of super-subtly satirical Cambridgey banter that was not to my taste at all, for I am no Cantab, and the wit of the London Stock Exchange is subtle enough for me. His father did not joke. Indeed, he was full of useful information, and only too fond of imparting it, and he always made use of the choicest language in doing so, and Mrs. Scatcherd was immensely genteel. Young Scatcherd became the plague of my life. The worst of it is that he grew quite civil, seemed to take a liking. His hobby was to become a good French scholar, and he practiced his French, which was uncommonly good of its English kind, on me. And I am bound to say that his manners were so agreeable when he wasn't joking, and he was such a thoroughly good fellow, that it was impossible to snub him. Besides, he wouldn't have cared if I had. Once or twice he actually asked me to dine with him at his club, and I actually did, and actually he with me at mine. And we spoke French all through dinner, and I taught him a lot of French schoolboy slang, with which he was delighted. Then he came to see me in Bard Yard, and I even introduced him to my mother and sister, who couldn't help being charmed with him. He was fond of the best music only, he had no ear whatever, and didn't know a note, and only cared for old pictures, the National Gallery, and all that, and read no novels but French, Balzac and George Sand, and that only for practice, for he was a singularly pure young man, the purest in all Cambridge, and in those days I thought him a quite unforgivable prig. So Scatcherd was in my thoughts all day, and in my dreams at night, a kind of incubus, and my mother made herself very unhappy about him, on Leah's account and mine, except that now and then she would fancy it was Ida he was thinking of, and that would have pleased my mother very much, and me too. His mother called on mine, who returned the call, but there was no invitation for us to dine in Portland Place. Nothing of all this interrupted for a moment the bosom friendship between my sister and Leah. Nothing ever altered the genial sweetness of Leah's manners to me, nor indeed the cordiality of her parents. Mr. Gibson could not get on without that big guffaw of mine, at whatever he looked or said or did. No Scatcherd could laugh as loudly and as readily as I. But I was very wretched indeed, and poured out my woes to Barty in long letters of poetical blaze, and he would bid me hope and be of good cheer in his droll way, and a blaze letter from him would hearten me up wonderfully, till I was told of Leah's going to the theatre with Mrs. Scatcherd and her son, or saw his horses and groom parading up and down Tavistock Square while he was at the Gibsons, or heard of his dining there without Ida or me. Then one fine day in April, the first I verily believe, young Scatcherd proposed to Leah, and was refused, unconditionally refused, to the deep distress and dismay of her father and mother, who had thoroughly set their hearts on this match, and no wonder. But Leah was an obstinate young woman, it seems, and thoroughly knew her own mind, though she was so young, not 17. Was I a happy man? Ah, wasn't I? I was sent to Bordeaux by my father that very week on business, and promised myself I would soon be quite as good a catch or match as Scatcherd himself. I found Bordeaux the sunniest, sweetest town I had ever been in, and the Bordelais the jolliest men on earth, and as for the beautiful Bordelaises, ma foi, they might have been monkeys for me. There was but one woman among women, one lily among flowers, everything else was a weed. Poor Scatcherd, when I met him a few days later, he must have been struck by the sudden warmth of my friendship, the quick idiomatic cordiality of my French to him. This mutual friendship of ours lasted till his death in '88, and so did our mutual French. Except Barty, I never loved a man better. 2 years after his refusal by Leah, he married my sister, a happy marriage, though a childless one. And except myself, Barti never had a more devoted friend. And now to Barti I will return. End of section 35. Section 36 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 36, Part 6th. From the east to western Ind, no jewel is like Rosalind. Her worth, being mounted on the wind, through all the world bears Rosalind. All the pictures fairest lined are but black to Rosalind. Let no fair be kept in mind but the fair of Rosalind. Thus Rosalind of many parts by heavenly synod was devised, of many faces, eyes, and hearts, to have the touches dearest prized. As you like it. For many months Barti and his aunt lived their usual life in the Rue des Ursulines Blanches. He always looked back on those dreary months as on a long nightmare. Spring, summer, autumn, and another Christmas. His eye got worse and worse, and so interfered with the sight of the other that he had no peace till it was darkened wholly. He tried another doctor, Monsieur Goyer, professor at the Liberal University of Ghent, who consulted with Dr. Noiré about him one day in Brussels, and afterwards told him that Noiré of Louvain, whom he described as a miserable Jesuit, was blinding him, and that he, this Goyer of Ghent, would cure him in 6 weeks. Mettez-vous au régime des viandes saignantes, had said Noiré, and Barti had put himself on a diet of underdone beef and mutton. Mettez-vous au lait, said Goyer. So he meted himself at the milk, as he called it, and put himself in Goyer's hands, and in 6 weeks got so much worse that he went back to Noiré and the regimen of the bleeding meats, which he loathed. Then, in his long and wretched désœuvrement, his melancholia, he drifted into an indiscreet flirtation with a beautiful lady, he, as had happened before, being more the pursued than the pursuer. And so ardent was the pursuit that one fine morning the beautiful lady found herself gravely compromised, and there was a bother and a row. Amour, amour, quand tu nous tiens, on peut bien dire adieu, prudence. All this gave Lady Caroline great distress, and ended, most unhappily, in a duel with the lady's husband, who was a colonel of artillery and meant business. They fought with swords in a little wood near Laeken. Barti, who could have run his fat antagonist through a dozen times during the 5 minutes they fought, allowed himself to be badly wounded in the side, just above the hip, and spent a month in bed. He had hoped to manage for himself a slighter wound and catch his adversary's point on his elbow. Afterwards, Lady Caroline, who had so disapproved of the flirtation, did not, strange to say, so disapprove of this bloody encounter, and thoroughly approved of the way Barti had let himself be pinked, and nursed him devotedly. No mother could have nursed him better, no sister, no wife, not even the wife of that Belgian colonel of artillery. Il s'est conduit en homme de corps, said the good abbé. Il s'est conduit en bon gentilhomme, said the aristocratic Father Louis of the princely house of Arenberg. On the other hand, young de Clèves the dragoon, and Monsieur Jean the Viscount, who had served as Barti's seconds, I was in America, were very angry with him for giving himself away in this idiotically quixotic manner. Besides which, Colonel Lecornu was a notorious bully, it seems, and a fool into the bargain, and belonged to a branch of the service they detested. The only other thing worth mentioning is that Barti and Father Louis became great friends, almost inseparable during such hours as the Dominican could spare from the duties of his professorate. It speaks volumes for all that was good in each of them that this should have been so, since they were wide apart as the poles in questions of immense moment, questions on which I will not enlarge, strongly as I feel about them myself, for this is not a novel, but a biography, and therefore no fit place for the airing of one's own opinion on matters so grave and important. When they parted, they constantly wrote to each other an intimate correspondence that was only ended by the father's death. Barti also made one or two other friends in Malines, and was often in Antwerp and Brussels, but seldom for more than a few hours, as he did not like to leave his aunt alone. One day came in April on which she had to leave him. A message arrived that her father, the old Marquis, Barti's grandfather, was at the point of death. He was 96. He had expressed a wish to see her once more, although he had long been childish. So Barti saw her off with her maid by the Baronnesy. She promised to be back soon as all was over. Even this short parting was a pain, they had grown so indispensable to each other. Téchel was away from Antwerp, and the disconsolate Barti went back to Malines and dined by himself, and little Frau waited on him with extra care. It turned out that her mother had cooked for him a special dish of consolation, sausage meat stewed inside a red cabbage, with apples and cloves, till it all gets mixed up. It is a dish not to be eaten when you are young and Flemish, and hungry and happy and well. Even then you mustn't take more than one helping. When you are not all this, it is good to wash it down with half a bottle of the best Burgundy, and this Barti did, from Vougeot-Conti and Company. Then he went out and wandered about in the dark, and lost himself in a dreamy Daedalus of little streets and bridges and canals and ditches. A huge comet, Encke, I believe, was flaring all over the sky. He suddenly came across a lighted window of a small estaminet and went in. It was a little beer shop of the humblest kind, and just started. At a little deal table, brand new, a middle-aged burgher of prosperous appearance was sitting next to the barmaid, who had deserted her post at the bar, and to whom he seemed somewhat attentive, for their chairs were close together, and their arms round each other's waists, and they drank out of the same glass. There was no one else in the room, and Barti was about to make himself scarce, but they pressed him to come in, so he sat at another little new deal table on a little new straw-bottomed chair, and she brought him a glass of beer. She was a very handsome girl, with a tall, graceful figure and Spanish eyes. He lit a cigar, and she went back to her bow quite simply, and they all three fell into conversation about an operetta by Victor Massé, which had been performed in Malines the previous night, called Les Noches de Jeannette. The barmaid and her monsieur were trying to remember the beautiful air Jeannette sings as she mends her angry husband's breeches. Que mon aiguille dans la laine ne te casse pas dans ma main. Avec de bons baisers de main, Jean nous paiera de notre peine. So Barti sang it to them, and so beautifully that they were all but melted to tears, especially the monsieur, who was evidently very sentimental and very much in love. Besides, there was that ineffable charm of the pure French intonation, so caressing to the Belgian ear, so dear to the Belgian soul, so unattainable by Flemish lips. It was one of Barti's most successful ditties, and if I were a middle-aged burgher of Mechlin, I shouldn't much like to have a young French Barti singing Coeur mon aiguille to the girl of my heart. Then, at their desire, he went on singing things till it was time to leave, and he found he had spent quite a happy evening. Nothing gave him greater pleasure than singing to people who liked it, and he went singing on his way home, dreamily staring at the rare gas lamps and the huge comet, and thinking of his old grandfather who lay dying or dead. Cor mon aigul, it is good to live, it is good to die. Suddenly he discovered that when he looked at one lamp, another lamp close to it on the right was completely eclipsed, and he soon found that a portion of his right eye, not far from the center, was totally sightless. The shock was so great that he had to lean against a buttress of Saint-Rombaut for support. When he got home he tested the sight of his eye with a 2-franc piece on the green tablecloth, and found there was no mistake. A portion of his remaining eye was stone blind. He spent a miserable night, and went next day to Louvain to see the oculist. Monsieur Noiré heard his story, arranged the dark room and the lamp, dilated the right pupil with atropine, and made a minute examination with the ophthalmoscope. Then he became very thoughtful, and led the way to his library, and begged Barti to sit down, and began to talk to him very seriously indeed, like a father, patting the while a small Italian greyhound that lay and shivered and whined in a little round cot by the fire. Monsieur Noiré began by inquiring into his circumstances, which were not nourishing, as we know, and Barti made no secret of them. Then he asked him if he were fond of music, and was pleased to hear that he was, since it is such an immense resource. Then he asked him if he belonged to the Roman Catholic faith, and again was pleased. "For," said he, "you will need all your courage and all your religion to hear and bear what it is my misfortune to have to tell you. I hope you will have more fortitude than another young patient of mine, also an artist, to whom I was obliged to make a similar communication. He blew out his brains on my doorstep. I promise you I will not do that. I suppose I am going blind? Et là, mon jeune ami, I grieve to say that the fatal disease, congestion and detachment of the retina, which has so obstinately and irrevocably destroyed your left eye, has begun its terrible work on the right. We will fight for every inch of the way, but I fear I must not give you any hope after the careful examination I have just made. It is my duty to be frank with you." Then he said much about the will of God, and where true comfort was to be found at the foot of the cross. In fact, he said all he ought to have said according to his lights, as he fondled his little greyhound, and finally took Barti to the door, which he opened for him, most politely bowing with his black velvet skull-cap, and pocketed his full fee, 10 francs, with his usual grace of careless indifference, and gently shut the door on him. There was nothing else to do. End of section 36. Section 37 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 37. Barti stood there for some time, quite dazed, partly because his pupil was so dilated he could hardly see, partly, he thinks, because he in some way became unconscious, although when he woke from this little seeming trance, which may have lasted for more than a minute, he found himself still standing upright on his legs. What woke him was the sudden consciousness of the north, which he hadn't felt for many years, and this gave him extraordinary confidence in himself, and such a wholesome sense of power and courage that he quickly recovered his wits. And when the glad surprise of this had worn itself away, he was able to think and realize the terrible thing that had happened. He was almost pleased that his Aunt Caroline was away. He felt he could not have faced her with such news. It was a thing easier to write and prepare her for than to tell by word of mouth. He walked about Louvain for several hours to tire himself. Then he went to Brussels and dined, and again walked about the lamplit streets and up and down the station, and finally went back to Malines by a late train, very nervous, expecting that the retina of his right eye would suddenly go pop, yet hugging himself all the while in his renewed old comfortable feeling of companionship with the North Pole that made him feel like a boy again, that inexplicable sensation so intimately associated with all the best reminiscences of his innocent and happy childhood. He had been talking to himself like a father all day, though not in the same strain as Monsieur Noirlet, and had almost arrived at framing the programme of a possible existence, singing at cafes with his guitar, singing anywhere. He felt sure of a living for himself, and for the little boy who would have to lead him about, if the worst came to the worst. If but the feeling of self-orientation, which was so necessary to him, could only be depended upon. He felt that in time he would have pluck enough to bear anything. Indeed, total eclipse was less appalling in its finality than that miserable sword of Damocles which had been hanging over him for months, robbing him of his manhood, poisoning all the springs of life. Why not make lifelong endurance of evil a study, a hobby, and a pride, and be patient as bronze or marble, and ever wear an invincible smile at grief, even when in darkness and alone? Why not, indeed? And he set himself then and there to smile invincibly, meaning to keep on smiling for 50 years at least. The blind live long. So he chatted to himself, saying sursum corda, all the way home, and walking down the Grande Brule. He had a little adventure which absolutely gave him a hearty guffaw, and sent him almost laughing to bed. There was a noisy squabble between some soldiers and civilians on the opposite side of the way, and a group of men in blouses were looking on. Barty stood leaning against a lamp-post and looked on too. Suddenly a small soldier rushed at the blouses, brandishing his short straight sword, or couchou, as it is called in civilian slang, and saying, "Ça ne vous regarde pas, savez-vous? Allez-vous bien vite, ou je vous—" The blouses fled like sheep. Then, as he caught sight of Barty, he reached at him. "Ça ne vous regarde pas, savez-vous? It doesn't concern you." "Non, c'est moi qui regarde, savez-vous?" said Barty. "Qu'est-ce que vous regardez?" "Je regarde la lune et les étoiles. Je regarde la comète." "Voulez-vous bien vous en aller bien vite?" "Une autre fois," says Barty. "Allez-vous-en, je vous dis. Après-demain." "Vous ne voulez pas vous en aller?" says the soldier on tiptoe, his chest against Barty's stomach, his nose almost up to Barty's chin, glaring up like a fiend, and poising his couchou for a death stroke. "Non, sacre petit pouscaillot du diable!" roars Barty. "Eh bien, restez où vous êtes!" And the little man plunged back into the fray on the opposite side, and no blood was shed after all. Barty dreamt of this adventure, and woke up laughing at it in the small hours of that night. Then suddenly in the dark he remembered the horror of what had happened. It overwhelmed him. He realized, as in a sudden illuminating flash, what life meant for him henceforward, life that might last for so many years. Vitality is at its lowest ebb at that time of night, though the brain is quick to perceive, and so clear that its logic seems inexorable. It was hell. It was not to be borne a moment longer. It must be put an end to at once. He tried to feel the north, but could not. He would kill himself then and there, while his aunt was away, so that the horror of the sight of him after should at least be spared her. He jumped out of bed and struck a light. Thank heaven he wasn't blind yet, though he saw all the bogies, as he called them, that had made his life a burden to him for the last 2 years, the retina floating loose about his left eye, tumbling and deforming every lighted thing it reflected, and also the new dark spot in his right. He partially dressed and stole upstairs to old Torf's photographic studio. He knew where he could find a bottle full of cyanide of potassium, used for removing finger stains left by silver nitrate. There was enough of it to poison a whole regiment. That was better than taking a header off the roof. He seized a handful of the stuff and came down and put it into a tumbler by his bedside and poured some water over it. Then he got his writing case and a pen and ink, and jumped into bed, and there he wrote 4 letters, one to Lady Caroline, one to Father Louis, one to Lord Archibald, and one to me in blaze. The cyanide was slow in melting. He crushed it angrily in the glass with his penholder, and the scent of bitter almonds filled the room. Just then the sense of the North came back to him in full, but it only strengthened his resolve and made him all the calmer. He lay staring at the tumbler, watching little bubbles, reveling in what remained of his exquisite faculty of minute sight, with a feeling of great peace, and thought prayerfully, lost himself in a kind of formless prayer without words, lost himself completely. It was as if the wished-for dissolution were coming of its own accord. Nirvana, an ecstasy of conscious annihilation, the blessed end, the end of all, as though he were passing du sommeil au songe, du songe à la mort. It was not so. He was aroused by a knock at the door, which was locked. It was broad daylight. "Il est 10 heures, savez-vous?" said little Frau outside. "Voulez-vous votre café dans votre chambre?" "Oh, Christ!" said Barty, and jumped out of bed. "It's all got to be done now." But something very strange had happened. The tumbler was still there, but the cyanide had disappeared. So had the 4 letters he had written. His pen and ink were on the table, and on his open writing case lay a letter in blaze in his own handwriting. The North was strong in him. He called out to Finch Torfs to leave his coffee in the drawing-room, and read his blaze letter, and this is what he read: "My dear Barty, don't be in the least alarmed on reading this hasty scrawl, after waking from the sleep you meant to sleep forever. There is no sleep without a live body to sleep in, no such thing as everlasting sleep. Self-destruction seems a very simple thing, more often a duty than not, but it's not to be done. It is quite impossible not to be, when once you have been. If I were to let you destroy your body, as you were so bent on doing, the strongest interest I have on earth would cease to exist. I love you, Barty, with a love passing the love of woman, and have done so from the day you were born. I loved your father and mother before you, and theirs. Ça date de loin, ma pauvre amie. And especially I love your splendid body, and all that belongs to it, brain, stomach, heart, and the rest, even your poor remaining eye, which is worth all the eyes of Argus. So I have used your own pen and ink and paper, your own right hand and brain, your own cipher, and the words that are yours, to write you this, in English. I like English better than French. Listen, Monsieur Maurier is a fool, and you are a poor self-deluded hypochondriac. I am convinced your right eye is safe for many years to come, probably for the rest of your life. You have quite deceived yourself in fancying that the symptom you perceived in your right eye threatens the disease which has destroyed your left, for the sight of that, alas, is irretrievably gone, so don't trouble about it any more. It will always be charming to look at, but it will never see again. Some day I will tell you how you came to lose the use of it. I think I know. Monsieur Noiré is new to the ophthalmoscope. The old humbug never saw your right retina at all, nor your left one either, for that matter. He only pretended, and judged entirely by what you told him, and you didn't tell him very clearly. He's a Belgian, you know, and a priest, and doesn't think very quick. I saw your retina, although but with his eye. There is no sign of congestion or coming detachment whatever. That blind portion you discovered is in every eye. It is called the punctum coecum. It is where the optic nerve enters the retina and spreads out. It is only with one eye shut that an ordinary person can find it, for each eye supplements this defect of the other. Tomorrow morning try the experiment on little Finchtorfs. On anyone you meet, you will find it in everybody. So don't trouble about either eye any more. I'm not infallible, of course. It's only your brain I'm using now. But your brain is infinitely better than that of poor Monsieur Noiré, who doesn't know what his eye really perceives, and takes it for something else. Your brain is the best brain I know, although you are not aware of this, and have never even used it, except for trash and nonsense. But you shall some day. I'll take care of that, and the world shall wonder. Trust me, live on, and I will never desert you again, unless you again force me to by your conduct. I have come back to you in the hour of your need. I have managed to make you, in your sleep, throw away your poison, where it will injure nobody but the rats, and no one will be a bit the wiser. I have made you burn your touching letters of farewell. You will find the ashes inside the stove. Yours is a good heart. Now take a cold bath, and have a good breakfast, and go to Antwerp or Brussels, and see people, and amuse yourself. Never see Monsieur Noiré again. But when your aunt comes back, you must both clear out of this depressing priestly hole. It doesn't suit either of you, body or mind. Go to Düsseldorf, in Prussia. Close by, at a village called Riffrath, lives an old doctor, Dr. Hasenclever, who understands a deal about the human heart, and something about the human body, and even a little about the human eye, for he is a famous oculist. He can't cure, but he'll give you things that at least will do you no harm. He won't rid you of the eye, that remains. You will meet some pleasant English people whom I particularly wish you to meet, and make friends, and have a holiday from trouble, and begin the world anew. As to who I am, you shall know in time. My power to help you is very limited, but my devotion to you, for very good reasons, has no limits at all. Take it that my name is Martia. When you have finished reading this letter, look at yourself in your looking-glass, and say, loud enough for your own ears to hear you, I trust you, Martia. Then I will leave you for a while, and come back at night, as in the old days. Whenever the north is in you, there am I, seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, feeling with your 5 splendid wits by day, sleeping your lovely sleep at night, but only able to think with your brain, it seems, and then only when you are fast asleep. I only found it out just now, and saved your earthly life, mon beau somnambule. It was a great surprise to me. Don't mention this to any living soul till I give you leave. You will only hear from me on great occasions. Martia. P.S. Always leave something to write with by your bedside at night, in case the great occasion should arise. On ne sait pas ce qui peut arriver. Bewildered, beside himself, Barty ran to his looking-glass and stared himself out of countenance, and almost shouted, "I trust you, Martia," and ceased suddenly to feel the north. End of section 37. Section 38 of The Martian by George de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 38. Then he dressed and went to breakfast. Little Frau thought he had gone mad, for he put a 5-franc piece upon the carpet, and made her stand a few feet off from it, and cover her left eye with her hand. "Now follow the point of my stick with your right eye," says he, "and tell me if the 5-franc piece disappears." And he slowly drew with the point of his stick an imaginary line from that 5-franc piece to the left of her, at right angles to where she stood. When the point of the stick was about 2 feet from the coin, she said, "Tiens, tiens, I no longer see the piece." When the point of the stick had got a foot farther on, she said, "Now I can see the piece again quite plain." Then he tried the same experiment on her left eye, rightwards, with the same result. Then he experimented with equal success on her father and mother, and found that every eye at number 36 Rue des Ursulines Blanches had exactly the same blind spot as his own. Then off he went to Antwerp to see his friends with a light heart, the first light heart he had known for many months. But when he got there he was so preoccupied with what had happened that he did not care to see anybody. He walked about the ramparts and along the Scheldt and read and reread that extraordinary letter. Who and what could Martia be? The reminiscence of some antenatal incarnation of his own soul? The soul of some ancestor or ancestress, of his mother perhaps? Or perhaps some occult portion of himself, of his own brain in unconscious cerebration during sleep? As a child and a small boy, and even as a very young man, he had often dreamt at night of a strange dim land by the sea, a land unlike any land he had ever beheld with the waking eye, where beautiful aquatic people, mermen and mermaids, and charming little mer-children, of which he was one, lived an amphibious life by day, diving and sporting in the waves. Splendid caverns decorated with precious stones and hung with soft moss and shining with a strange light. Heavenly music, sweet affectionate caresses, and then total darkness. And yet one knew who and what and where everything and everybody was by some keener sense than that of sight. It all seemed strange and delightful, but so vague and shadowy it was impossible to remember anything clearly. But ever pervading all things was that feeling of the North which had always been such a comfort to him. Was this extraordinary letter the result of some such forgotten dream he may have had during the previous night, and which may have prompted him to write it in his sleep? Some internal knowledge of the anatomy of his own eye, which was denied to him when awake? Anyhow, it was evidently true about that blind spot in the retina, the punctum coecum, and that he had been frightening himself out of his wits for nothing, and that his right eye was really sound. And all through this wondrous yet simple revelation it was time this old hysterical mock disease should die. Once more life was full of hopes and possibilities, and with such inarticulate and mysterious promptings as he often felt within his soul, and such a hidden gift to guide them, what might he not one day develop into? Then he went and found Téchelle, and they dined together with a famous pianist, Louis Bassin, and afterwards there was music, and Barti felt the north, and his bliss was transcendent as he went back to Malines by the last train, talking to Martia, as he expressed it to himself, in a confidential whisper, which he made audible to his own ear, that she, if it was a she, might hear too, almost praying, in a fervor of hope and gratitude, and begging for further guidance. And he went warmly to sleep, hugging close within himself, somewhere about the region of the diaphragm, an ineffable imaginary something which he felt to be more precious than any possession that had ever yet been his, more precious even than the apple of his remaining eye. And when he awoke next morning, he felt he had been most blissfully dreaming all night long, but could not remember anything of his dreams. And on a piece of paper he had left by his bedside was written in pencil, in his own blaze, "You must depend upon yourself, Barti, not on me. Follow your own instincts when you feel you can do so without self-reproach, and all will be well with you. M." His instincts led him to spend the day in Brussels, and he followed them. He still wanted to walk about and muse and ponder, and Brussels is a very nice, gay, and civilized city for such a purpose, a little Paris, with charming streets and shops, and a charming arcade, and very good places to eat and drink in, and hear pretty music. He did all this, and spent a happy day. He came to the conclusion that the only way to keenly appreciate and thoroughly enjoy the priceless gift of sight in one eye was to lose that of the other. In the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed is king, and he fully reveled in the royalty that was now his, he hoped, forevermore, but wished for himself as limited a kingdom and as few subjects as possible. Then back to Malines by the last train, and the sensation of the north, and a good night. But no message in the morning, no message from Martia for many mornings to come. He received, however, a long letter from Lady Caroline. The old Marquis had died without pain, and with nearly all his family round him, but perfectly childish, as he had been for 2 or 3 years. He was to be buried on the following Monday. Barti wrote a long letter in reply, telling his aunt how much better he had suddenly become in health and spirits, how he had thought of things and quite reconciled himself at last to the loss of his left eye, and meant to keep the other and make the best of it he could. How he had heard of a certain Dr. Hassenclever, a famous oculist near Dusseldorf, and would like to consult him. How Dusseldorf was such a healthy town, charming and gay, full of painters and soldiers, the best and nicest people in the world, and also very cheap. Mightn't they try it? He was very anxious indeed to go back to his painting, and Dusseldorf was as good a school as any, etc., etc., etc. He wrote pages of the kind he knew she would like, for it was of the kind he liked writing to her. They understood each other thoroughly, he and Lady Caroline, and well he knew that she could only be quite happy in doing whatever he had most at heart. How he longed to tell her everything, but that must not be. I can imagine all the deep discomfort to poor Barti of having to be discreet for the first time in his life, of having to keep a secret, and from his beloved Aunt Caroline of all people in the world. That was a happy week he spent, mostly in Antwerp among the painters. He got no more letters from Martia, not for many days to come, but he felt the north every night as he sank into healthy sleep, and woke in the morning full of hope and confidence in himself. At last, sans peur et sans reproche. One day in Brussels he met Monsieur Maurier, who naturally put on a very grave face. They shook hands, and Barti inquired affectionately about the little Italian greyhound, and asked what was the French for punctum coacem. said Maurier. Ça s'appelle le point caché. C'est une portion de la rétine avec laquelle on ne peut pas voir. Barty laughed and shook hands again, and left the professor staring. Then he was a great deal with Father Louis. They went to Ghent together, and other places of interest, and to concerts in Brussels. The good Dominican was very sorrowful at the prospect of soon losing his friend. Poor Barty! The trial it was to him not to reveal his secret to this singularly kind and sympathetic comrade, not even under the seal of confession. So he did not confess at all, although he would have confessed anything to Father Louis, even if Father Louis had not been a priest. There are the high Catholics who understand the souls of others and all the difficulties of the conscience, and do not proselytize in a hurry, and the low Catholics, the converts of the day before yesterday, who will not let a body be. Father Louis was a very high Catholic indeed. The Lady Caroline Gray, 12A, Scammore Place, London, to Monsieur Josselin, 36 Rue des Ursulines Blanches, Malines. My dear little Barty, your nice long letter made me very happy, happy beyond description. It makes me almost jealous to think that you should have suddenly got so much better in your health and spirits while I was away. You won't want me any more. That doesn't prevent my longing to get back to you. You must put up with your poor old auntie for a little while yet. And now for my news. I couldn't write before. Poor Papa was buried on Monday, and we all came back here next day. He has left you £200. C'est toujours ça. Everything seems in a great mess. Your Uncle Runswick, the new Marquis of Whitby, is going to be very poor indeed. He is going to let Castle Rohan and live here all the year round. Poor fellow, he looks as old as his father did 10 years ago, and he's only 63. If Algy could only make a good marriage. At 40, that's easier said than done. Archibald and his wife are at a place called Monte Carlo, where there are gaming tables. She gambles fearfully, it seems, and they lead a cat and dog life. She is plus que coquette, and extravagant to a degree, and he is quite shrunk and prematurely old, and almost shabby, and drinks more brandy than he ought. Daphne is charming, and is to come out next spring. She will have £3,000 a year, lucky child, all out of chocolate. What nonsense we've all talked about trade! We shall all have to take to it in time. The Lonlay-Savignac people were wise in their generation. And what do you think? Young Digby Dobbs wants to marry her out of the schoolroom. He'll be Lord Frognell, you know, and very soon, for his father is drinking himself to death. He's in your old regiment, and a great favourite, not yet 20. He only left Eton last Christmas twelvemonth. She says she won't have him at any price, because he stammers. She declares you haven't written to her for 3 months, and that you owe her an illustrated letter in French, with priests and nuns and dogs harnessed to a cart. And now for news that will delight you. She is to come abroad with me for a 12-month, and wishes to go with you and me to Dusseldorf first. Isn't that a happy coincidence? We would all spend the summer there, and then Italy for the winter. You too, if you can, so you must be economical with that £200. I have already heard wonders about Dr. Hasenclever, even before your letter came. He cured General Baines, who was given up by everybody here. Lady Palmerston told me. She was here yesterday, by the by, and the Duchess of Bermondsey, and both inquired most kindly after you. The Duchess looked as handsome as ever, and as proud as a peacock, for last year she presented her niece, Julia Royce, the divine Julia, the greatest beauty ever seen, I am told, with many thousands a year, if you please. Lady Jane Royce's daughter, an only child, and her father's dead. She's 6 feet high, so you would go mad about her. She's already refused 60 offers, good ones. Among them little Lord Orrisroot, the hunchback, who'll have £1,000 a day, including Sundays, when he comes into the title, and that can't be very far off, for the wicked old Duke of Deptford has got creeping paralysis, like his father and grandfather before him, and is now quite mad, and thinks himself a postman, and rat-tats all day long on the furniture. Lady Jane is furious with her for not accepting, and when Julia told her, she slapped her face before the maid. There's another gigantic beauty that people have gone mad about, a Polish pianist who's just married young Harcourt, who's a grandson of that old scamp, the Duke of Towers. Talking of beauties, whom do you think I met yesterday in the park? Whom but your stalwart friend, Mr. Maurice? He wasn't the beauty. With his sister, your old Paris playfellow, and the lovely Miss Gibson. He introduced them both, and I was delighted with them, and we walked together by the Serpentine. And after 5 minutes I came to the conclusion that Miss Gibson is as beautiful as it is possible for a dark beauty to be, and as nice as she looks. She isn't dark really, only her eyes and hair. Her complexion is like cream. She's a freak of nature. Lucky young Maurice if she is to be his fate, and both well off, I suppose. Upon my word, if you were King Cophetua and she the beggar maid, I would give you both my blessing. But how is it you never fell in love with the fair Ida? You never told me how handsome she is. She, too, complained of you as a correspondent, and declares that she gets 1 letter in return for 3 she writes you. I have bought you some pretty new songs, among others one by Charles Kingsley, which is lovely, about 3 fishermen and their wives. It reminds one of our dear Whitby. I can play the accompaniment in perfection, and all by heart. Give my kindest remembrances to Father Louis and the dear Abbé Lefebvre, and say kind things from me to the Torses. Martha sends her love to little Frau, and so do I. We hope to be in Antwerp in a fortnight, and shall put up at the Grand Laboureur. I shall go to Malines, of course, to say good-bye to people. Tell the Torses to get my things ready for moving. There will be 5 of us. I and Martha, and Daphne and 2 servants of her own, for Daphne's got to take old Mrs. Richards, who won't be parted from her. Good-bye for the present. My dear boy, I thank God on my knees, night and morning, for having given you back to me in my old age. Your ever affectionate aunt, Caroline. P.S. You remember pretty little Kitty Hardwick you used to flirt with, who married young St. Clair, who's now Lord Kidderminster. She's just had 3 at a birth. She had twins only last year. The Queen's delighted. Pray be careful about never getting wet feet. End of section 38. Section 39 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 39. One stormy evening in May, Mrs. Gibson drove Ida and Leah and me and Mr. Babbage, a middle-aged but very dapper War Office clerk, who was a friend of the Gibson family, to Chelsea, that we might explore Cheyne Walk and its classic neighborhood. I rode on the box by the coachman. We alighted by the steamboat pier and explored, I walking with Leah. We came to a very narrow street, quite straight, the narrowest street that could call itself a street at all, and rather long. We were the only people in it. It has since disappeared, with all that particular part of Chelsea. Suddenly we saw a runaway horse without a rider coming along it at full gallop, straight at us, with a most demoralizing sharp clatter of its iron hoofs on the stone pavement. "Your backs to the wall!" cried Mr. Babbage, and we flattened ourselves to let the maddened brute go by, bridle and stirrups flying, poor Mrs. Gibson almost faint with terror. Leah, instead of flattening herself against the wall, put her arms round her mother, making of her own body a shield for her, and looked round at the horse as it came tearing up the street, striking sparks from the flagstones. Nobody was hurt, for a wonder, but Mrs. Gibson was quite overcome. Mr. Babbage was very angry with Leah, whose back the horse actually grazed, as he all but caught his hoofs in her crinoline and hit her with a stirrup on the shoulder. I could only think of Leah's face as she looked round at the approaching horse, with her protecting arms round her mother. It was such a sudden revelation to me of what she really was, and its expression was so hauntingly impressive that I could think of nothing else. Its mild, calm courage, its utter carelessness of self, its immense tenderness, all blazed out in such beautiful lines, in such beautiful white and black, that I lost all self-control. And when we walked back to the pier, following the rest of the party, I asked her to be my wife. She turned very pale again, and the flesh of her chin quivered as she told me that was quite impossible and could never be. I asked her if there was anybody else, and she said there was nobody, but that she did not wish ever to marry, that beyond her parents and Ida, she loved and respected me more than anybody else in the whole world, but that she could never marry me. She was much agitated, and said the sweetest, kindest things, but put all hope out of the question at once. It was the greatest blow I have ever had in my life. 3 days after, I went to America, and before I came back I had started in New York the American branch of the house of Vougeot-Conti, and laid the real foundation of the largest fortune that has ever yet been made by selling wine, and of the long political career about which I will say nothing in these pages. On my voyage out, I wrote a long blaze letter to Barty, and poured out all my grief, and my resignation to the decree, which I felt to be irrevocable. I reminded him of that playful toss-up in Southampton Row, and told him that, having surrendered all claims myself, the best thing that could happen to me was that she should some day marry him, which I certainly did not think at all likely. So, henceforward, reader, you will not be troubled by your obedient servant with the loves of a prosperous merchant of wines. Had those loves been more successful, and the wines less so, you would never have heard of either. Whether or not I should have been a happier man in the long run, I really can't say. Mine has been, on the whole, a very happy life, as men's lives go. But I am bound to admit, in all due modesty, that the universe would probably have been the poorer by some very splendid people, and perhaps by some very splendid things it could ill have spared, and one great and beautifully born sorrow the less would have been ushered into this world of many sorrows. It was a bright May morning, a year after this, when Barty and his Aunt Caroline, and his cousin Daphne and their servants, left Antwerp for Dusseldorf on the Rhine. At Malines they had to change trains, and spent half an hour at the station, waiting for the express from Brussels, and bidding farewell to their Mechlin friends, who had come there to wish them God-speed, the Abbé Lefebvre, Father Louis, and others, and the Torfses, Père et Mère, and little Frau, who wept freely as Lady Caroline kissed her, and gave her a pretty little diamond brooch. Barty gave her a gold cross, and a hearty shake of the hand, and she seemed quite heartbroken. Then up came the long full train, and their luggage was swallowed, and they got in. And the 2 guards blew their horns, and they left Malines behind them, with a mixed feeling of elation and regret. They had not been very happy there, but many people had been very kind, and the place, with all its dreariness, had a strange, still charm, and was full of historic beauty and romantic associations. Passing Louvain, Barty shook his fist at the Catholic University and its scientific priestly professors, who condemned one so lightly to a living death. He hated the aspect of the place, the very smell of it. At Verviers they left the Belgian train. They had reached the limits of King Leopold's dominions. There was half an hour for lunch in the big refreshment room, over which His Majesty and the Queen of the Belgians presided from the wall, nearly 7 feet high each of them, and in their regal robes. Just as the Rohans ordered their repast, another English party came to their table and ordered theirs, a distinguished old gentleman of naval bearing and aspect, a still young middle-aged lady, very handsome, with blue spectacles, and an immensely tall, fair girl, very fully developed, and so astonishingly beautiful that it almost took one's breath away merely to catch sight of her. And people were distracted from ordering their midday meal merely to stare at this magnificent goddess, who was evidently born to be a mother of heroes. These British travelers had a valet, a courier, and 2 maids, and were evidently people of consequence. Suddenly the lady with the blue spectacles, who had seated herself close to the Rohan party, got up and came round the table to Barty's aunt and said, "You don't remember me, Lady Caroline, Lady Jane Royce." And an old acquaintance was renewed in this informal manner, possibly some old feud patched up. Then everybody was introduced to everybody else, and they all lunched together, a scramble. It turned out that Lady Jane Royce was in some alarm about her eyes, and was going to consult the famous Dr. Hasenclever, and had brought her daughter with her, just as the London season had begun. Her daughter was the divine Julia, who had refused so many splendid offers, among them the little hunchback lord who was to have 1,000 a day, including Sundays, a most unreasonable young woman, and a thorn in her mother's flesh. The elderly gentleman, Admiral Royce, was Lady Jane's uncle-in-law, whose eyes were also giving him a little anxiety. He was a charming old stoic, by no means pompous or formal, or a martinet, and declared he remembered hearing of Barty as the naughtiest boy in the Guards, and took an immediate fancy to him in consequence. They had come from Brussels in the same train that had brought the Rohans from Malines, and they all journeyed together from Verviers to Dusseldorf in the same first-class carriage, as became English swells of the first water, for in those days no one ever thought of going first class in Germany except the British aristocracy and a few native royalties. The divine Julia turned out as fascinating as she was fair, being possessed of those high spirits that result from youth and health and fancy freedom, and no cares to speak of. She was evidently also a very clever and accomplished young lady, absolutely without affectation of any kind, and amiable and frolicsome to the highest degree, a kind of younger Barty Josselin in petticoats. Oddly enough, so like him in the face, she might have been his sister. Indeed, it was a lively party that journeyed to Dusseldorf that afternoon in that gorgeously gilded compartment, though 3 out of the 6 were in deep mourning, the only person not quite happy being Lady Jane, who, in addition to her trouble about her eyes, which was really nothing to speak of, began to fidget herself miserably about Barty Josselin, for that wretched young detrimental was evidently beginning to ingratiate himself with the divine Julia, as no young man had ever been known to do before, keeping her in fits of laughter, and also laughing at everything she said herself. Alas for Lady Jane! It was to escape the attentions of a far less dangerous detrimental, and a far less ineligible one, that she had brought her daughter with her all the way to Riffrath. From Charybdis to Scylla, as we used to say at Brossard's, putting the cart before the horse, more Latino. I ought also to mention that a young Captain Graham Rees was a patient of Dr. Hasenclever's just then, and Captain Graham Rees was heir to the octogenarian Earl of Ironsides, who was one of the 4 wealthiest peers in the United Kingdom, and had no direct descendants. When they reached Dusseldorf, they all went to the Breidenbacher Hotel, where rooms had been retained for them, all but Barty, who, as became his humbler means, chose the cheaper Hotel Domhart, which overlooks the market-place, adorned by the statue of the Elector that Heine has made so famous. He took a long evening walk through the vernal Hofgardens and by the Rhine, and thought of the beauty and splendor of the divine Julia, and sighed, and remembered that he was Mr. Nobody of nowhere, Pictor ignotus, with only one eye he could see with, and possessed of a fortune which, invested in the 3 per cents, would bring him in just £6 a year, and made up his mind he would stick to his painting, and keep as much away from her divinity as possible. "Oh, Martia, Martia," he said aloud, as he suddenly felt the north at the right of him. "I hope you are some loving female soul, and that you know my weakness, namely, that one woman in every 10,000 has a face that drives me mad, and that I can see just as well with one eye as with 2, in spite of my punctum coisum, and that when that face is all but on a level with mine, good Lord, then am I lost indeed. I am but a poor penniless devil, without a name. Oh, keep me from that 10,000th face, and cover my retreat." Next morning Lady Jane and Julia and the Admiral left for Riffrath, and Barty and his aunt and cousin went in search of lodgings. Sweet it was, and bright and sunny, as they strolled down the broad Allée Strasse. A regiment of Uhlans came along on horseback, splendid fellows, the band playing the Lorelei. In the fullness of their hearts, Daphne and Barty squeezed each other's hands to express the joy and elation they felt at the pleasantness of everything. She was his little sister once more, from whom he had so long been parted, and they loved each other very dearly. "Que me voilà donc bien contente, mon petit Barty, et toi, la jolie vieille? C'est le ciel tout bonnement. Et tu vas m'apprendre l'allemand, n'est-ce pas, maman? Oui, et nous lirons Heine ensemble. Tiens, à propos, regarde le nom de la rue qui fait le coin, Bolkestrasse. C'est là qu'il est né, le pauvre Heine, au ton chapeau." Barty nearly always spoke French with Daphne, as he did with my sister and me, and said thee and thou. They found a furnished house that suited them in the Schadowstrasse, opposite Geisler's, where for 2 hours every Thursday and Sunday afternoon you might sit for 6 in a pretty garden and drink coffee, beer, or Maitrank, and listen to lovely music, and dance in the evening under cover to strains of Strauss, Lanner, and Gungel, and other heavenly waltz makers. With all their faults, they know how to make the best of their lives, these good Vaterlanders, and how to dance, and especially how to make music, and also how to fight. So we won't quarrel with them after all. Barty found for himself a cheap bedroom, high up in an immense house tenanted by many painters, some of them English and some American. He never forgot the delight with which he awoke next morning, and opened his window and saw the silver Rhine among the trees, and the fir-clad hills of Grafenberg, and heard the gay painter fellows singing as they dressed, and he called out to the good-humored Slavey in the garden below, "Johanna, mein Frühstück, bitte," a phrase he had carefully rehearsed with Daphne the evening before. and to his delight and surprise Johanna understood the mysterious jargon quite easily, and brought him what he wanted with the most good-humored grin he had ever seen on a female face: coffee and a roll and a pat of butter. First of all he went to see Dr. Hasenclever at Riffrath, which was about half an hour by train, and then half an hour's walk, an immensely prosperous village, which owed its prosperity to the famous doctor, who attracted patients from all parts of the globe, even from America. The train that took Barty thither was full of them, for some chose to live in Dusseldorf. The great man saw his patients on the ground floor of the Königshotel, the principal hotel in Riffrath, the hall of which was always crowded with these afflicted ones, patiently waiting each his turn or hers. And there Barty took his place at 4 in the afternoon. He had sent in his name at 10 o'clock, and been told that he would be seen after 4 o'clock. Then he walked about the village, which was charming, with its gabled white houses, ornamented like the cottages in the Richter albums by black beams, and full of English, many of them with green shades or blue spectacles, or a black patch over one eye, some of them being led, or picking their way by means of a stick, alas! Barty met the three Royces walking with an old gentleman of aristocratic appearance and a very nice-looking young one, who was Captain Graham Rees. The Admiral gave him a friendly nod, Lady Jane a nod that almost amounted to a cut direct. But the divine Julia gave him a look and a smile that were warm enough to make up for much maternal frigidity. Later on, in a tobacconist's shop, he again met the Admiral, who introduced him to the aristocratic old gentleman, Mr. Beresford Duff, secretary to the Admiralty, who evidently knew all about him, and inquired quite affectionately after Lady Caroline, and invited him to come and drink tea at 5 o'clock, a new form of hospitality of his own invention. It has caught on. Barty lunched at the Königshotel table d'hôte, which was crowded, principally with English people, none of whom he had ever met or heard of. But from these he heard a good deal of the Royces, and Captain Graham Rees, and Mr. Beresford Duff, and other smart people who lived in furnished houses or expensive apartments away from the rest of the world, and were objects of general interest and curiosity among the smaller British fry. Riffrath was a microcosm of English society, from the lower middle class upwards, with all its respectabilities and incompatibilities and disabilities, its narrownesses and meannesses and snobbishnesses, its gossipings and backbitings and toadyings and snubbings, delicate little social things of England that foreigners don't understand. The sensation of the hour was the advent of Julia, the divine Julia. Gossip was already rife about her and Captain Rees. They had taken a long walk in the woods together the day before, with Lady Jane and the Admiral far behind, out of earshot, almost out of sight. In the afternoon, between 4 and 5, Barty had his interview with the doctor, a splendid white-haired old man, of benign and intelligent aspect, almost mesmeric, with his assistant sitting by him. He used no newfangled ophthalmoscope, but asked many questions in fairly good French, and felt with his fingers, and had many German asides with the assistant. He told Barty that he had lost the sight of his left eye forever, but that with care he would keep that of the right one for the rest of his life, barring accidents, of course; that he must never eat cheese, nor drink beer; that he, the doctor, would like to see him once a week or fortnight or so for a few months yet, and gave him a prescription for an eye lotion, and dismissed him happy. Half a loaf is so much better than no bread, if you can only count upon it. Barty went straight to Mr. Beresford Duff's, and there found a very agreeable party, including the divine Julia, who was singing little songs very prettily, and accompanying herself on a guitar. "You ask me why I look so pale," sang Julia, just Barty entered, and red as a rose was she. Lady Jane didn't seem at all overjoyed to see Barty, but Julia did, and did not disguise the seeming. There were 8 or 10 people there, and they all appeared to know about him, and all that concerned or belonged to him. It was the old London world over again, in little. The same tittle-tattle about well-known people, and nothing else, as if nothing else existed. A genial, easy-going, good-natured world that he had so often found charming for a time, but in which he was never quite happy, and had no proper place of his own, all through that fatal bar sinister, le bar de bâtardise, a world that was his and yet not his, and in whose midst his position was a false one, but where everyone took him for granted at once as one of them, so long as he never trespassed beyond that sufferance. That there must be no love-making to lovely young heiresses by the bastard of Antoinette Jocelyn was taken for granted also. End of section 39. Section 40 of The Martian by George de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 40. Before Barty had been there half an hour, 2 or 3 people had evidently lost their hearts to him in friendship. Among them, to Lady Jane's great discomfiture, the handsome and amiable Graham Reese, the cynosure of all female eyes in Riffrath, and when Barty, after very little pressing by Miss Royce, twanged her guitar and sang little songs, French and English, funny and sentimental, he became, as he had so often become in other scenes, the Rigoletto of the company, and Riffrath was a kingdom in which he might be court jester, inordinary if he chose, whenever he elected to honor it with his gracious and facetious musical presence. So much for his debut in that strange little overgrown busy village. What must it be like now? Dr. Hassan Claver has been gathered to his fathers long ago, and nobody that I know of has taken his place. All those new hotels and lodging houses and smart shops, what can they have been turned into? Barracks, prisons, military hospitals and sanatoriums? How dull! Lady Caroline and Daphne and Barty between them added considerably to the gaiety of Dusseldorf that summer, especially when Royces and Reeses and Duffs and other like people came there from Riffrath to lunch, or tea, or dinner, or for walks or drives, or rides to Grafenberg, or Neanderthal, or steamboatings to Neuss. There were 1 or 2 other English families in Dusseldorf living there for economy's sake, but yet of the world, of the kind that got to be friends with the Rohans, half-pay old soldiers and sailors and their families, who introduced agreeable and handsome Uhlans and hussars, from their Serene Highnesses the Princes Fritz and Hans von Esselbraten, Himmels Blutwurst, Silberschinken, each passing rich on £200 a year, down to poor lieutenants von this or von that, with nothing but their pay and their 32 quarterings. Also a few counts and barons and princes not serene, but with fine German fortunes looming for them in the future, though none amounting to £1,000 a day, like little Lord Orisrooth's. Soon there was hardly a military heart left whole in the town. Julia had eaten them all up, except 1 or 2 that had been unconsciously nibbled by little Daphne. Barty did not join in these aristocratic revels. He had become a pupil of Herr Duffenthaler, and worked hard in his master's studio with 2 brothers of the brush, one English, the other American, delightful men who remained his friends for life. Indeed, he lived among the painters, who all got to love der schön Barty Jocelyn like a brother. Now and then, of an evening, being much pressed by his aunt, he would show himself at a small party in Shadowstrasse, and sing and be funny and attentive to the ladies, and render himself discreetly useful and agreeable all round, and make that party go off. Lady Caroline would have been far happier had he lived with them altogether, but she felt herself responsible for her innocent and wealthy little niece. It was an article of faith with Lady Caroline that no normal and properly constituted young woman could see much of Barti without falling over head and ears in love with him, and this would never do for Daphne. Besides, they were first cousins, so she acquiesced in the independence of his life apart from them. She was not responsible for the divine Julia, who might fall in love with him just as she pleased, and welcome. That was Lady Jane's lookout, and Captain Graham Reese's. But Barti always dined with his aunt and cousin on Thursdays and Sundays, after listening to the music in Geisler's garden opposite, and drinking coffee with them there, and also with Prince Fritz and Prince Hans, who always joined the party and smoked their cheap cigars. And sometimes the divine Julia would make one of the party too, with her mother and uncle and Captain Reese. And the good painter fellows would envy from afar their beloved but too fortunate comrade, and the hussars and uhlans, von this and von that, would find seats and tables as near the princely company as possible. And every time a general officer entered the garden, up stood every officer of inferior rank, till the great man had comfortably seated himself somewhere in the azure sunshine of Julia's forget-me-not warm glance. And before the summer had fulfilled itself and the roses at Geisler's were overblown, it became evident to Lady Caroline, if to none other, that Julia had eyes for no one else in the world but Barti Joceline. I had it from Lady Caroline herself. But Barti Joceline had eyes only, such eyes as they were, for his work at Herr Duffenthaler's, and lived laborious days, except on Thursdays and Sunday afternoons, and shunned delights, except to dine at the Runsberg Spicerie with his two fellow pupils, and Henley and Armstrong and Bancroft and Du Maurier and others, all painters, mostly British and Yankee, and an uncommonly lively and agreeable repast that was. And afterwards long walks by moon or starlight, or music at each other's rooms, and that engrossing technical shop talk that never palls on those who talk it. No guardsman's talk of turf or sport or the ballet had ever been so good as this, in Barti's estimation, no agreeable society gossip at Mr. Beresford Duff's riff-raff tea-parties. Once in every fortnight or so, Barti would report himself to Dr. Hasenclever, and spend the day in riff-raff and lunch with the good old Beresford Duff, who was very fond of him, and who lamented over his loss of caste in devoting himself professionally to art. God bless me, my dear Barti, you don't mean to say you're going to paint for hire? Indeed I am, if anyone will hire me. How else am I to live? Well, you know best, my dear boy, but I should have thought the Rohans might have got you something better than that. It's true, Buckner does it, and Swinton, and Francis Grant. But still, you know, there are other ways of getting on for a fellow like you. Look at Prince Gelbioso, who ran away with the Duchess of Flitwick. He didn't sing a bit better than you do, and as for looks, you beat him hollow, my dear boy. Yet all London went mad about Prince Gelbioso, and so did she. And off she bolted with him, bag and baggage, leaving husband and children and friends and all. And she'd got 10,000 a year of her own. And when the Duke divorced her, they were married, and lived happily ever after in Italy. And some of the best people called upon 'em, by George, just to spite the Duke. Barty felt it would seem priggish or even insincere if he were to disclaim any wish to emulate Prince Gelbioso, so he merely said he thought painting easier on the whole, and not so risky. And the good Beresford Duff talked of other things, of the divine Julia, and what a good thing it would be if she and Graham Reese could make a match of it. Two of the finest fortunes in England, by George! They ought to come together, if only just for the fun of the thing. Not that she is a bit in love with him. I'll eat my hat if she is. What a pity you ain't going to be Lord Ironsides, Barty. Barty frankly confessed he shouldn't much object, for one. But ni l'or ni la grandeur ne nous rend heureux, as we used to be taught at school. Ah, that's all gammon. Wait till you're my age, my young friend, and as poor as I am, said Beresford Duff. And so the two friends talked on, Mentor and Telemachus, and we needn't listen any further. End of section 40. Section 41 of The Martian by George de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 41. Part 7th. Old Winter was gone, in his weakness back to the mountains hoar, and the spring came down from the planet that hovers upon the shore, where the sea of sunlight encroaches on the limits of wintry night. If the land and the air and the sea rejoice not when spring approaches, we did not rejoice in thee, Ginevra. Shelley. Riffrath, besides its natives and its regular English colony of residents, had a floating population that constantly changed, and every day new faces were to be found drinking tea with Mr. Beresford Duff, and all these faces were well known in society at home, you may be sure, and Barty made capital caricatures of them all, which were treasured up and carried back to England. One or two of them turn up now and then at a sale at Christie's, and fetch a great price. I got a little pen and ink outline of Captain Reese there, drawn before he came into the title. I had to give £47.10 for it, not only because it was a speaking likeness of the late Lord Ironsides as a young man, but on account of the little B.J. in the corner. And only the other evening I sat at dinner next to the Dowager Countess. Heavens, what a beautiful creature she still is, with her prematurely white hair and her long thick neck. And after dinner we talked of Barty. She with that delightful frankness that always characterized her through life, I am told. Dear Barty Jocelyn, how desperately in love I was with that man, to be sure! Everybody was. He might have thrown the handkerchief as he pleased in Riffrath, I can tell you, Sir Robert. He was the handsomest man I ever saw, and wore a black pork-pie hat and a little yellow Vandyke beard and mustache, just the color of Turkish tobacco, like his hair. All that sounds odd now, doesn't it? Fashions have changed, but not for the better. And what a figure! And such fun he was, and always in such good spirits, poor boy. And now he's dead, it's one of the greatest names in all the world. Well, if he'd thrown that handkerchief at me just about then, I should have picked it up. And you're welcome to tell all the world so, Sir Robert. And next day I got a kind and pretty little letter. Dear Sir Robert, I was quite serious last night. Barty Jocelyn was mes premiers amours. Whether he ever guessed it or not, I can't say. If not, he was very obtuse. Perhaps he feared to fall, and didn't feel fain to climb in consequence. I all but proposed to him, in fact. Anyhow, I am proud my girlish fancy should have fallen on such a man. I told him so myself only last year, and we had a good laugh over old times. And then I told his wife, and she seemed much pleased. I can understand his preference, and am old enough to forgive it and laugh, although there is even now a tear in the laughter. You know his daughter, Julia Mainwaring, is my godchild. Sometimes she sings her father's old songs to me. Petit chagrin de notre enfance, coûtant soupir. Do you remember? Poor Ironsides knew all about it when he married me, and often declared I had amply made up to him for that and many other things, over and over again. Il avait bien raison, and made of me a very happy wife and a most unhappy widow. Put this in your book if you like. Sincerely yours, Julia Ironsides. Thus time flowed smoothly and pleasantly for Barti all through the summer. In August the Royces left, and also Captain Rees, they for Scotland, he for Algiers, and appointed to meet again in Riffrath next spring. In October Lady Caroline took her niece to Rome, and Barti was left behind to his work, very much to her grief and Daphne's. He wrote to them every Monday, and always got a letter back on the Saturday following. Barti spent the winter hard at work, but with lots of play between, and was happy among his painter fellows, and sketching and caricaturing, and skating and sleighing with the English, who remained in Dusseldorf, and young Von this and young Von that. I have many of his letters describing this genial, easy life, letters full of droll and charming sketches. He does not mention the fair Julia much, but there is no doubt that the remembrance of her much preoccupied him, and kept him from losing his heart to any of the fair damsels, English and German, whom he skated and danced with, and sketched and sang to. As a matter of fact, he had never yet lost his heart in this life, not even to Julia. He never said much about his love-making with Julia to me, but his aunt did, and I listened between the words, as I always do. His 4 or 5 years' career in London as a thoroughgoing young rake had given him a very deep insight into woman's nature, an insight rare at his age, for all his perceptions were astonishingly acute, and his unconscious faculty of sympathetic observation and induction and deduction immense. And, strange to say, if that heart had never been touched, it had never been corrupted either, and probably for that very reason, that he had never been in love with these sirens. It is only when true love fades away at last in the arms of lust that the youthful manly heart is wrecked and ruined and befouled. He made up his mind that art should be his sole mistress henceforward, and that the devotion of a lifetime would not be price enough to pay for her favors, if but she would one day be kind. He had to make up for so much lost time, and had begun his wooing so late. Then he was so happy with his male friends. Whatever void remained in him when his work was done for the day could be so thoroughly filled up by Henley and Bancroft and Armstrong and Du Maurier and the rest that there was no room for any other and warmer passion. Work was a joy by itself, the rest from it as greater joy, and these alternations were enough to fill a life. To how many great artists had they sufficed, and what happy lives had been led, with no other distraction, and how glorious and successful! Only the divine Julia in all the universe was worthy to be weighed in the scales with these, and she was not for the likes of Mr. Nobody of Nowhere. Besides, there was the faithful Martia. Punctually every evening the ever-comforting sense of the North filled him as he jumped into bed, and he whispered his prayers audibly to this helpful spirit, or whatever it might be, that had given him a sign and saved him from a cowardly death, and filled his life and thoughts as even no Julia could. And yet, Although he loved best to foregather with those of his own sex, women meant much for him. There must be a woman somewhere in the world, a needle in a bottle of hay, a nature that could dovetail and fit in with his own. But what a lifelong quest to find her! She must be young and beautiful like Julia, rien que ça, and as kind and clever and simple and well bred and easy to live with as Aunt Caroline. And, heavens, how many things besides, before poor Mr. Nobody of Nowhere could make her happy and be made happy by her. So Mr. Nobody of Nowhere gave it up, and stuck to his work, and made much progress, and was well content with things as they were. He had begun late, and found many difficulties in spite of his great natural facility. His principal stock in trade was his keen perception of human beauty, of shape and feature and expression, male or female, of face or figure or movement, and a great love and appreciation of human limbs, especially hands and feet. With a very few little pen strokes he could give the most marvelously subtle likenesses of people he knew, beautiful or ordinary, or plain or hideous, and the beauty of the beautiful people, just hinted in mere outline, was so keen and true and fascinating that this extraordinary power of expressing it amounted to real genius. It is a difficult thing, even for a master, to fully render with an ordinary steel pen and a drop of common ink, and of a size no bigger than your little fingernail, the full face of a beautiful woman, let us say, or a child in sadness or merriment, or thoughtful contemplation, and make it as easily and unmistakably recognizable as a good photograph. But with all the subtle human charm and individuality of expression, delicately emphasized in a way that no photograph has ever achieved yet. And this he could always do in a minute from sheer memory and unconscious observation. And in another few minutes he would add on the body, in movement or repose, and of a resemblance so wonderful, and a grace so enchanting, or a humor so happily, naively droll, that one forgot to criticize the technique, which was quite that of an amateur. Indeed, with all the success he achieved as an artist, he remained an amateur all his life. Yet his greatest admirers were among the most consummate and finished artists of their day, both here and abroad. It was with his art as with his singing. Both were all wrong, yet both gave extraordinary pleasure. One almost feared that regular training would mar the gift of God, so much of the charm we all so keenly felt lay in the very imperfections themselves, just as one loved him personally as much for his faults as for his virtues. End of section 41. Section 42 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 42. Il a les qualités de ses défauts, le beau Jocelyn, said Monsieur Taine one day. Mon cher, said Monsieur Renan, ses défauts sont ses meilleures qualités. So he spent a tranquil, happy winter, and wrote of his happiness and his tranquillity to Lady Caroline and Daphne, and Ida and me. And before he knew where he was, or we, the almond trees blossomed again, and then the lilacs and limes, and horse chestnuts and syringas, and the fireflies flew in and out of his bedroom at night, and the many nightingales made such music in the Hof gardens that he could scarcely sleep for them, and other nightingales came to make music for him too, most memorable music. Stockhausen, Jenny Ney, Joachim, Madame Schumann. for the Triennale Music Festival was held in Dusseldorf that year, a month later than usual, and musical festivals are things they manage uncommonly well in Germany. Barti, unseen and unheard, as becomes a chorus singer, sang in the choruses of Gluck's Iphigenia, and heard and saw everything for nothing. But before this, Captain Rees came back to Riffrath, and, according to appointment, Admiral Royce and Lady Jane and Julia, lovelier than ever, and all the sweetness she was so full of rose in her heart and gathered in her eyes as they once more looked on Barti Joceline. He steeled and stiffened himself like a man who knew that the divine Julias of this world were for his betters, not for him. Nevertheless, as he went to bed and thought of the melting gaze that had met his, he was deeply stirred, and actually, though the North was in him, he forgot, for the first time in all that 12-month, for the first time since that terrible night in Malines, to say his prayers to Martia. And next morning he found a letter by his bedside in pencil-written blaze of his own handwriting. Barti, my beloved, a crisis has come in your affairs, which are mine, and, great as the cost is to me, I must write again, at the risk of betraying what amounts to a sacred trust, a secret that I have innocently surprised, the secret of a noble woman's heart. One of the richest girls in England, one of the healthiest and most beautiful women in the whole world, a bride fit for an emperor, is yours for the asking. It is my passionate wish, and a matter of life and death to me, that you and Julia Royce should become man and wife. When you are, you shall both know why. Mr. Nobody of Nowhere, as you are so fond of calling yourself, you shall be such some day that the best and highest in the land will be only too proud to be your humble friends and followers. No woman is too good for you, only one good enough, and she loves you, of that I feel sure, and it is impossible you should not love her back again. I have known her from a baby, and her father and mother also. I have inhabited her as I have inhabited you, although I have never been able to give her the slightest intimation of the fact. You are both physically the most perfect human beings I was ever in, and in heart and mind the most simply made, the most richly gifted, and the most admirably balanced. And I have inhabited many thousands, and in all parts of the globe. You, Barti, are the only one I have ever been able to hold communication with, or make to feel my presence. It was a strange chance that, a happy accident. It saved your life. I am the only one, among many thousands of homeless spirits, who has ever been able to influence an earthly human being, or even make him feel the magnetic current that flows through us all, and by which we are able to exist. All the rappings and table turnings are mere hysterical imaginations, or worse, the cheapest form of either trickery or self-deception that can be. Barti, your unborn children are of a moment to me beyond anything you can realize or imagine, and Julia must be their mother, Julia Royce, and no other woman in the world. It is in you to become so great when you are ripe that she will worship the ground you walk upon, but you can only become as great as that through her and through me, who have a message to deliver to mankind here on earth, and none but you to give it a voice, not one. But I must have my reward, and that can only come through your marriage with Julia. When you have read this, Barti, go straight to Riffrath, and see Julia if you can, and be to her as you have so often been to any woman you wish to please, and who were not worth pleasing. Her heart is her own to give, like her fortune. She can do what she likes with them both, and will, her mother notwithstanding, and in the teeth of the whole world. poor as you are, maimed as you are, irregularly born as you are, it is better for her that she should be your wife than the wife of any man living, whoever he be. Look at yourself in the glass and say at once, 'Martia, I'm off to Riffrath as soon as I've swallowed my breakfast, and then I'll go about my business with a light heart and an easy mind.' Martia." Much moved and excited, Barti looked in the glass and did as he was bid, and the north left him, and Johanna brought him his breakfast, and he started for Riffrath. All through this winter that was so happily spent by Barti in Dusseldorf, things did not go very happily in London for the Gibsons. Mr. Gibson was not meant for business. Nature intended him as a rival to Keighley or Buckstone. He was extravagant, and so was his wife. They were both given to frequent and most expensive hospitalities, and he to cards, and she to dressing herself and her daughter more beautifully than quite became their position in life. The handsome and prosperous shop in Cheapside, the Emporium as he loved to call it, was not enough to provide for all these luxuries. So he took another in Conduit Street, and decorated it and stocked it at immense expense, and called it the Universal Fur Company, and himself the head of a West End firm. Then he speculated and was not successful, and his affairs got into tangle. And a day came when he found he could not keep up these two shops and his private house in Tavistock Square as well. The carriage was put down first, a great distress to Mrs. Gibson, and finally, to her intense grief, it became necessary to give up the pretty house itself. It was decided that their home and future must be over the new Emporium in Conduit Street. Mrs. Gibson had a properly constituted English shopkeeper's wife's horror of living over her husband's shop. The idea almost broke her heart. And as a little consolation, while the necessary changes were being wrought for their altered mode of life, Mr. Gibson treated her and Leah and my sister to a trip up the Rhine, and Mrs. Bletchley, the splendid old Jewess, Leah's grandmother, who suffered, or fancied she suffered, in her eyesight, took it into her head that she would like to see the famous Dr. Hasenclever in Riffrath, and elected to journey with them, at all events as far as Dusseldorf. I would have escorted them, but that my father was ill, and I had to replace him in Barge Yard. Besides, I was not yet quite cured of my unhappy passion, though in an advanced stage of convalescence, and I did not wish to put myself under conditions that might retard my complete recovery, or even bring on a relapse. I wished to love Leah as a sister. In time I succeeded in doing so. She has been fortunate in her brother, though I say it who shouldn't, and, oh heavens, haven't I been fortunate in my sister Leah? My own sister Ida wrote to Barti to find rooms and meet them at the station, and fixed the day and hour of their arrival, and commissioned him to take seats for Gluck's Iphigenia. She thought more of Iphigenia than of the Drachenfels or Ehrenbreitstein, and was overjoyed at the prospect of once more being with Barti, whom she loved as well as she loved me, if not even better. He was fortunate in his sister too, and the Rhine in May did very well as a background to all these delights. So Mr. Babbage, the friend of the family, and I saw them safely on board the Baron Ossi, the Ankh-Works package, as Mrs. Gamp called it, which landed them safely in the Place Verte at Antwerp, and then they took train for Dusseldorf, changing at Malines and Verviers, and looked forward eagerly, especially Ida, to the meeting with Barti at the little station by the Rhine. Barti, as we know, started for Riffrath at Martia's written command, his head full of perplexing thoughts. Who was Martia? What was she? A disembodied conscience? Whose? Not his own, which counseled the opposite course. He had once seen a man at a show with a third rudimentary leg sticking out behind, and was told this extra limb belonged to a twin, the remaining portions of whom had not succeeded in getting themselves begotten and born. Could Martia be a frustrated and undeveloped twin sister of his own, that interested herself in his affairs, and could see with his eyes and hear with his ears, and had found the way of communicating with him during his sleep, and was yet apart from him, as phenomenal twins are apart from each other, however closely linked, and had, moreover, not managed to have any part of her body born into this world at all? She wrote like him. Her epistolary style was his very own, every turn of phrase, every little mannerism. The mystery of it overwhelmed him again, though he had grown somewhat accustomed to the idea during the last 12-month. Why was she so anxious he should marry Julia? Had he, situated as he was, the right to win the love of this splendid creature? In the face of the world's opposition, and her family's, he a beggar and a bastard, would it be right and honest and fair to her? And then, again, was he so desperately in love with her, after all, that he should give up the life of art and toil he had planned for himself, and go through existence as the husband of a rich and beautiful woman, belonging, first of all, to the world and society, of which she was so brilliant an ornament that her husband must needs remain in the background forever, even if he were a gartered duke or a belted earl? What success of his own would he ever hope to achieve, handicapped as he would be by all the ease and luxury she would bring him? He had grown to love the poverty which ever lends such strenuousness to endeavor. He thought of an engraving he had once taken a fancy to in Brussels, and purchased and hung up in his bedroom. I have it now. It is after Gallet, and represents a picturesquely poor violinist and his violin in a garret, and underneath is written Art et Liberté. Then he thought of Julia's lovely face and magnificent body, and all his manhood thrilled as he recalled the look in her eyes when they met his the day before. This was the strongest kind of temptation by which his nature could ever be assailed. He knew himself to be weak as water when that came his way, the 10,000th face, and the figure to match. He had often prayed to Martia to deliver him from such a lure, but here was Martia on the side of the too sweet enemy. The train stopped for a few minutes at Neanderthal, and he thought he could think better if he got out and walked in that beautiful valley an hour or two. There was no hurry. He would take another train later, in time to meet Julia at Beresford Duff's, where she was sure to be. So he walked among the rocks, the lonely rocks, and sat and pondered in the famous cave where the skull was found, that simple prehistoric cranium which could never have been so pathetically nonplussed by such a dilemma as this when it was a human head. And the more he pondered, the less he came to a conclusion. It seemed as though there were the tug of war between Martia and all that he felt to be best in himself, his own conscience, his independence as a man, his sense of honor. He took her letter out of his pocket to reread, and with it came another letter. It was from my sister, Ida Maurice. It told him when they would arrive in Dusseldorf. He jumped up in alarm. It was that very day. He had quite forgotten. He ran off to the station and missed a train, and had to wait an hour for another. But he got himself to the Rhine station in Dusseldorf a few minutes before the train from Belgium arrived. Everything was ready for the Gibson party, lodgings and tea and supper to follow. He had seen to all that before, So there he walked up and down, waiting, and still revolving over and over again in his mind the troublous question that so bewildered and oppressed him. Who was Martia? What was she? That he should take her for a guide in the most momentous business of his life? And what were her credentials? And what was love? Was it love he felt for this young goddess with yellow hair and light blue eyes so like his own, who towered in her full-blown, frolicsome splendor among the sons and daughters of men, with her moist, ripe lips so richly framed for happy love and laughter, that royal milk-white fawn that had only lain in the roses and fed on the lilies of life? Oh, Mr. Nobody of Nowhere, be at least a man. Let no one ever call you the basest thing an able-bodied man can become, a fortune-hunting adventurer. Then a bell rang, and the smoke of the coming train was visible, 10 minutes late. The tickets were taken, and it slowed into the station and stopped. Ida's head and face were seen peering through one of the second-class windows, on the lookout. And Barty opened the door, and there was a warm and affectionate greeting between them. The meeting was joy to both. Then he was warmly greeted by Mrs. Gibson, who introduced him to her mother. Then he was conscious of somebody he had not seen yet, because she stood at his blind side. Indeed, he had all but forgotten her existence, namely, the presence of a very tall and most beautiful dark-haired young lady, holding out her slender gloved hand and gazing up into his face with the most piercing and strangest and blackest eyes that ever were, yet so soft and quick and calm and large and kind and wise and gentle that their piercingness was but an added seduction. One felt they could never pierce too deep, for the happiness of the heart they pronged and riddled and perforated through and through. Involuntarily came into Barty's mind, as he shook the slender hand, a little song of Schubert's he had just learnt: Du bist die Ruhe, der Friede mild. And wasn't it odd? All his doubts and perplexities resolved themselves at once, as by some enchantment, into a lovely, unexpected chord of extreme simplicity. And Martia was gently but firmly put aside, and the divine Julia quietly relegated to the gilded throne which was her fit and proper appanage. Barty saw to the luggage and sent it on, and they all went on foot behind it. The bridge of boats across the Rhine was open in the middle to let a wood raft go by downstream. This raft from some distant forest was so long that they had to wait nearly 20 minutes, and the prow of it had all but lost itself in the western purple and gold and dun of sky and river, while it was still passing the bridge. End of section 42. Section 43 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 43. All this was new and delightful to the Londoners, who were also delighted with the rooms Barty had taken for them in the Königs Allee, and the tea that awaited them there. Leah made tea and gave a cup to Barty. That was a good cup of tea, better even than the tea Julia was making that very moment, no doubt, at Beresford Duff's. Then the elder ladies rested, and Barty took Leah and Ida for a walk in the Hof Gardens. They were charmed with everything, especially the fireflies at dusk. Leah said little. She was not a very talkative person outside her immediate family circle. But Ida and Barty had much to say. Then home to supper at the Gibsons' lodgings, and Barty sat opposite Leah and drank in the beauty of her face, which had so wonderfully ripened and accentuated and individualized itself since he had last seen her 3 years before. as he discreetly gazed, whenever she was not looking his way, saying to himself, like Geraint, "Here by God's rood is the one made for me," he suddenly felt the north, and started with a kind of terror as he remembered Martia. He bade the company a hasty good night, and went for a long walk by the Rhine, and had a long talk with his Egeria. "Martia," said he, in a low but audible voice, "it's no good. I can't. C'est plus fort que moi. I can't sell myself to a woman for gold. Besides, I can't fall in love with Julia. I don't know why, but I can't. I will never marry her. I don't deserve that she should care for me. Perhaps she doesn't. Perhaps you're quite mistaken. And if she does, it's only a young girl's fancy. What does a girl of that age really know about her own heart? And how base I should be to take advantage of her innocence and inexperience." And then he went on in a passionate and eager voice to explain all he had thought of during the day, and still further defend his recalcitrancy. "Give me at least your reasons, Martia. Tell me, for God's sake, who you are, and what? Are you me? Are you the spirit of my mother? Why do you love me as you say you do, with a love passing the love of woman? What am I to you? Why are you so bent on worldly things?" This monologue lasted more than an hour, and he threw himself onto his bed quite worn out, and slept at once, in spite of the nightingales, who filled the starlit, breezy, balmy night with their shrill, sweet clamor. Next morning, as he expected, he found a letter. "Bertie, you are ruining me and breaking my life, and wrecking the plans of many years, plans made before you were born or thought of. Who am I indeed? Who is this demure young black-eyed witch that has come between us, this friend of Ida Maurice's? She's the cause of all my misery, I feel sure. With Ida's eyes I saw you look at her. You never yet looked at Julia like that, never at any woman before. Who is she? No mate for a man like you, I feel sure. In the first place, she is not rich. I could tell that by the querulous complaints of her middle-class mother. She's just fit to be some pious Quaker's wife, or a sister of charity, or a governess, or a hospital nurse, or a nun. No companion for a man destined to move the world. Bertie, you don't know what you are. You have never thought, you have never yet looked within. Bertie, with Julia by your side and me at your back, you will be a leader of men, and sway the destinies of your country, and raise it above all other nations, and make it the arbiter of Europe, of the whole world, and your seed will ever be first among the foremost of the earth. Will you give up all this for a pair of bright black eyes and a pretty white skin? Isn't Julia white enough for you? A painter? What a trade for a man built like you! Take the greatest of them. What have they ever really mattered? What do they matter now, except to those who want to imitate them and can't, or to those who live by buying cheap the fruits of their long labors, and selling them dear as so much wall furniture for the vulgar rich? Besides, you will never be a great painter. You've begun too late. Think of yourself 10 years hence, a king among men, with the world at your feet, and at those of the glorious woman who will have smoothed your path to greatness, and fame, and power. Mistress and wife, goddess and queen in one. Think of the poor struggling painter, painting his poor little pictures in his obscure corner to feed half a dozen hungry children, and the anxious, careworn wife, whose beauty has long faded away in the petty, sordid, hopeless domestic struggle, just as her husband's little talent has long been wasted and used up in wretched pot-boilers for mere bread. Think of poverty, debt, and degradation, and all the miserable ugliness of life, the truest, tritest, and oldest story in the world. Love soon flies out of the window when these wolves snarl at the door. Think of all this, Barti, and think of the despair you are bringing on one lost, lonely soul who loves you as a mother loves her firstborn, and has founded such hopes on you. Dismiss this pretty little middle-class Puritan from your thoughts, and go back to Julia. I will not hurry your decision. I will come back in exactly a week from tonight. I am at your mercy. Martia. This letter made Barti very unhappy. It was a strange dilemma. What is it that now and again makes a woman in a single moment take such a powerful grip of a man's fancy that he can never shake himself free again, and never wants to? Tunes can be like that sometimes. Not the pretty little tinkling tunes that please everybody at once. The pleasure of them can fade in a year, a month, even a week, a day. But those from a great mint, and whose charm will last a man his lifetime. Many years ago, a great pianist, to amuse some friends, of whom I was one, played a series of waltzes by Schubert, which I had never heard before, the Soirées de Vienne, I think they were called. They were lovely from beginning to end, but one short measure in particular was full of such extraordinary enchantment for me that it has really haunted me through life. It is as if it were made on purpose for me alone, a little intimate aside à mon intention, the gainliest, happiest thought I had ever heard expressed in music. For nobody else seemed to think those particular bars were more beautiful than all the rest, but oh, the difference to me! And said I to myself, that's Leah, and all the rest is some heavenly garden of roses she's walking in. Tempo di valsa. Rum tiddle iddle tum tum. Tiddle tiddle iddle iddle tum tum. Tum tiddle iddle iddle tum tum. Tiddle iddle iddle hey, etc., etc. That's how the little measure begins, and it goes on just for a couple of pages. I can't write music, unfortunately, and I've nobody by me at just this moment who can. But if the reader is musical and knows the Soirée de Vienne, he will guess the particular waltz I mean. Well, the Dusseldorf railway station is not a garden of roses, but when Leah stepped out of that second-class carriage and looked straight at Barti, dans le blanc des yeux, he fitted her to the tune he loved best just then, not knowing the Soirée de Vienne, and it's one of the tunes that last forever. Du bist die Ruhe, der Friede mild. Barti's senses were not as other men's senses. With his one eye he saw much that most of us can't see with two. I feel sure of this. And he suddenly saw in Leah's face, now she was quite grown up, that which bound him to her for life. Some veiled promise, I suppose. We can't explain these things. Barti escorted the Gibson party to Riffrath, and put down Mrs. Bletchley's name for Dr. Hasenclever, and then took them to the woods of Hammerfest, close by, with which they were charmed. On the way back to the hotel they met Lady Jane and Miss Royce and the good Beresford Duff, who all bowed to Barti, and Julia's blue glance crossed Leah's black one. "Oh, what a lovely girl!" said Leah to Barti. "What a pity she's so tall! Why, I'm sure she's half a head taller than even I, and they make my life a burden to me at home because I'm such a giantess. Who is she? You know her well, I suppose?" "She's a Miss Julia Royce, a great heiress. Her father's dead. He was a wealthy Norfolk squire, and she was his only child." "Then I suppose she's a very aristocratic person. She looks so, I'm sure." "Very much so indeed," said Barti. "Dear me, it seems unfair, doesn't it, having everything like that? No wonder she looks so happy." Then they went back to the hotel to lunch, and in the afternoon Mrs. Bletchley saw the doctor, who gave her a prescription for spectacles and said she had nothing to fear, and was charming to Leah and to Ida, who spoke French so well, and to the pretty and lively Mrs. Gibson, who lost her heart to him, and spoke the most preposterous French he had ever heard. He was fond of pretty English women, the good German doctor, whatever French they spoke. They were quite an hour there. Meanwhile Barty went to Beresford Duff's, and found Julia and Lady Jane drinking tea, as usual at that hour. "Who are your uncommonly well-dressed friends, Barty?" said Mr. Duff. "I never met any of them that I can remember." "Well, they're just from London. The elder lady is a Mrs. Bletchley." "Not one of the Berkshire Bletchleys, eh?" "Oh, no, she's the widow of a London solicitor." "Dear me! And the lovely tall black-eyed damigella, who's she?" "She's a Miss Gibson, and her father's a furrier in Cheapside." "And the pretty girl in blue with the fair hair?" "She's the sister of a very old friend of mine, Robert Maurice. He's a wine merchant." "You don't say so! Why, I took them for people of condition," said Mr. Beresford Duff, who was a trifle old-fashioned in his ways of speech. "Anyhow, they're uncommonly nice to look at." "Oh, yes," said the not too priggishly grammatical Lady Jane. "Nowadays those sort of people dress like duchesses, and think themselves as good as anyone." "They're good enough for me, at all events," said Barty, who was not pleased. "I'm sure Miss Gibson's good enough for anybody in the world," said Julia. "She's the most beautiful girl I ever saw." And she gave Barty a cup of tea. Barty drank it, and felt fond of Julia, and bade them all good-bye, and went and waited in the hall of the Königs Hotel for his friends, and took them back to Dusseldorf. Next day the Gibsons started for their little trip up the Rhine, and Barty was left to his own reflections, and he reflected a great deal, not about what he meant to do himself, but about how he should tell Martia what he meant to do. As for himself, his mind was thoroughly made up. He would break at once and forever with a world he did not properly belong to, and fight his own little battle unaided, and be a painter, a good one if he could. If not, so much the worse for him. Life is short. When he would have settled his affairs and paid his small debts in Dusseldorf, he would have some 10 or 15 pounds to the good. He would go back to London with the Gibsons and Ida Maurice. There were no friends for him in the world like the Maurices. There was no woman for him in the world like Leah, whether she would ever care for him or not. Rich or poor, he didn't mind. She was Leah. She had the hands, the feet, the lips, the hair, the eyes. That was enough for him. He was absolutely sure of his own feelings, absolutely certain that this path was not only the pleasant path he liked, but the right one for a man in his position to follow. A thorny path indeed, but the thorns were thorns of roses. All this time he was busily rehearsing his part in the chorus of Iphigenia. He had applied for the post of second tenor chorister. The conditions were that he should be able to read music at sight. This he could not do, and his utter incapacity was tested at the Malkasten, before a crowd of artists, by the conductor. Barty failed signally, amid much laughter, and he impudently sang quite a little tune of his own, an improvisation. The conductor laughed too, but Barty was admitted all the same. His voice was good, and he must learn his part by heart, that was all. Anybody could teach him. The Gibsons came back to Dusseldorf in time for the performance, which was admirable in spite of Barty. From his coign of vantage amongst the second tenors, he could see Julia's head with its golden fleece, Julia that rose without a thorn. Het roestje uit de doorn. She was sitting between Lady Jane and the captain. He looked in vain for the Gibsons as he sang his loudest, yet couldn't hear himself sing. He was one of a chorus of avenging furies, I believe. But there were 3 vacant seats in the same row as the Royces. Presently 3 ladies, silken hooded and cloaked, one in yellow, one in pink, and one in blue, made their way to the empty places just as the chorus ceased, and sat down. Just then Orestes Stockhausen stood up and lifted his noble baritone. "De rue keret mir zurück," and the yellow-hooded lady unhooded a shapely little black head, and it was Leah's. Prosit omen, thought Barti, and it seemed as if his whole heart melted within him. He could see that Leah and Julia often looked at each other. He could also see, during the intervals, how many double-barreled opera glasses were leveled at both. It was impossible to say which of these 2 lovely women was the loveliest. Probably most votes would have been for Julia, the fair-haired one, the prima donna assoluta, the soprano, the Rowena, who always gets the biggest salary and most of the applause. The brunette, the contralto, the Rebecca, dazzles less, but touches the heart all the more deeply, perhaps. Anyhow, Barti had no doubt as to which of the 2 voices was the voice for him. His passion was as that of Brian de Bois Guilbert, for mere strength, except that he was bound by no vows of celibacy. There were no moonlit platonics about Barti's robust love, but all the chivalry and tenderness and romance of a knight-errant underlay its vigorous complexity. He was a good knight, though not Sir Galahad. Also, he felt very patriotic, as a good knight should ever feel, and proud of a country which could grow such a rose as Julia, and such a lily as Leah Gibson. Next to Julia sat Captain Rhys, romantic and handsome as ever, with manly love and devotion expressed in every line of his face, every movement of his body, and the heaviest mustache, and the most beautiful brown whiskers in the world. He was either a hussar or a lancer, I forget which. "By my halidom," mentally ejaculated Barti, "I sincerely wish thee joy and lifelong happiness, good Sir Wilfrid of Ivanhoe. Thou art a right fit mate for her, peerless as she may be among women. A benison on you both from your poor Wamba, the son of Witless." End of section 43. Section 44 of The Martian by George de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 44. As he went home that night after the concert to his tryst with Martia, the north came back to him, through the open window as it were, with the fireflies and fragrances, and the song of 50 nightingales. It was for him a moment of deep and harassing emotion, and keen anxiety. He leaned over the window-sill and looked out on the starlit heavens, and whispered aloud the little speech he had prepared. "Martia, I have done my best. I would make any sacrifice to obey you, but I cannot give up my freedom to love the woman that attracts me as I have never been attracted before. I would sooner live a poor and unsuccessful straggler in the art I have chosen, with her to help me live, than be the mightiest man in England without her, even with Julia, whom I admire as much, and even more. One can't help these things. They may be fancies, and one may live to repent them, but while they last, they are imperious, not to be resisted. It's an instinct, I suppose, perhaps even a form of insanity. But I love Leah's little fingernail better than Julia's lovely face and splendid body and all her thousands. Besides, I will not drag Julia down from her high position in the world's eye, even for a day. nor owe anything to either man or woman except love and fidelity. It grieves me deeply to disappoint you, though I cannot understand your motives. If you love me as you say you do, you ought to think of my happiness and honor before my worldly success and prosperity, about which I don't care a button, except for Leah's sake. Besides, I know myself better than you know me. I'm not one of those hard, strong, stern, purposeful, Napoleonic men with wills of iron that clever, ambitious women conceive great passions for. I'm only a funny man, a gringalet jocrisse. And now that I'm quite grown up, and all my little funnyments are over, I'm only fit to sit and paint with my one eye in my little corner, with a contented little wife who won't want me to do great things and astonish the world. There's no place like home. Faire la popote ensemble au coin du feu, c'est le ciel. And if I'm half as clever as you say, it'll all come out in my painting, and I shall be rich and famous, and all off my own bat. I'd sooner be Sir Edwin Landseer than Sir Robert Peel, or Pam, or Dizzy. Even to retain your love and protection and interest in me, which I value almost as much as I value life itself, I can't do as you wish. Don't desert me, Martia. I may be able to make it all up to you some day. After all, you can't foresee and command the future, nor can I. It wouldn't be worth living for if we could. It would all be discounted in advance. I may yet succeed in leading a useful, happy life, and that should be enough for you if it's enough for me, since I am your beloved, and as you love me as your son. Anyhow, my mind is made up for good and all, and— Here the sensation of the north suddenly left him, and he went to his bed with the sense of bereavement that had punished him all the preceding week, desperately sad, all but heartbroken, and feeling almost like a culprit, although his conscience, whatever that was worth, was thoroughly at ease, and his intent inflexible. A day or two after this, he must have received a note from Julia, making an appointment to meet him at the Ausstellung in the Allée Strasse, a pretty little picture gallery, since he was seen there sitting in deep conversation with Miss Royce in a corner, and both seeming much moved. Neither the Admiral nor Lady Jane was with them, and there was some gossip about it in the British colony, both in Dusseldorf and Riffrath. Barti, who of late years has talked to me so much, and with such affectionate admiration of Julia Countess, as he called her, never happened to have mentioned this interview. He was very reticent about his love-makings, especially about any love that was made to him. I made so bold as to write to Julia, Lady Ironsides, and ask her if it were true they had met like this, and if I might print her answer, and received, almost by return of post, the following kind and characteristic letter. 96 Grosvenor Square. Dear Sir Robert, you're quite right, I did meet him, and I've no objection whatever to telling you how it all happened, and you may do as you like. It happened just like this. You must remember that I was only just out, and had always had my own way in everything. Mamma and I and Uncle James, the Admiral, and Freddie Reese, Ironsides, you know, went to the music fest in Dusseldorf. Barti was singing in the chorus. I saw him opening and shutting his mouth, and could almost fancy I heard him, poor dear boy. Leah Gibson, as she was then, sat near to me, with her mother and your sister. Leah Gibson looked like— well, you know what she looked like in those days. By the way, I can't make out how it was you weren't over head and heels in love with her yourself. I thought her the loveliest girl I had ever seen, and felt very unhappy. We slept at the hotel that night, and on the way back to Riffrath next morning, Freddie Reese proposed to me. I told him I couldn't marry him, but that I loved him as a sister, and all that. I really was very fond of him indeed, but I didn't want to marry him. I wanted to marry Barty, in fact, and make him rich and famous, as I felt sure he would be some day, whether I married him or not. But there was that lovely Leah Gibson, the furrier's daughter. When we got home to Riffrath, Mamma found she'd got a cold, and had a fancy for a French thing called a loch. I think her cold was suddenly brought on by my refusing poor Freddy's offer. I went with Grisel, the maid, who knew about lochs, to the Riffrath chemist, but he didn't even know what we meant. So I told Mamma I would go and get a loch in Dusseldorf next day if she liked, with Uncle James. Mamma was only too delighted, for next day was Mr. Jocelyn's day for coming to Riffrath. But he didn't, for I wrote to him to meet me at 12 at a little picture gallery I knew of in the Allee-Strasse, as I wanted to have a talk with him. Uncle James had caught a cold too, so I went with Grisel and found a chemist who'd been in France and knew what a loch was, and made one for me. And then I went to the gallery, and there was poor Barty sitting on a crimson velvet couch, under a picture of Milton, dictating Paradise Lost to his daughters. I bought it afterwards, and I've got it now. We said, "How do you do?" and sat on the couch together, and I felt dreadfully nervous and ashamed. Then I said, "You must think me very odd, Mr. Jocelyn, to ask you to meet me like this." "I think it's a very great honor," he said. "I only wish I deserved it." And then he said nothing for quite 5 minutes, and I think he felt as uncomfortable as I did. "Captain Graham Reese has asked me to be his wife, and I refused," I said. "Why did you refuse? He's one of the best fellows I've ever met," said Barty. "He's to be so rich, and so am I said. No answer. It would be right for me to marry a poor man with brains and no money, you know, and help him to make his way. "Reese has plenty of brains too," said Barty. "Oh, Mr. Jocelyn, don't misunderstand me." And then I began to stammer and look foolish. "Miss Royce, I've only got £15 in the world, and with that I mean to go to London and be an artist, and comfort myself during this struggle by the delightful remembrance of Riffrath and Reese and yourself, and the happy hope of meeting you both again some day, when I shall no longer be the poor devil I am now, and am quite content to be. And when you and he are among the great of the earth, if you will give me each a commission to paint your portraits, I will do my very best." And he smiled his irresistible smile. "You will be kind, I am sure, to Mr. Nobody of Nowhere, the famous portrait painter, who doesn't even bear his father's name, as he has no right to it." I could have flung my arms round his neck and kissed him. What did I care about his father's name? "Will you think me dreadfully bold and indiscreet, Mr. Jocelyn, if I stammered fearfully. "If you what, Miss Royce?" If I ask you if you think Miss Gibson the most beautiful girl you ever saw." "Honestly, I think you the most beautiful girl I ever saw." "Oh, that's nonsense, Mr. Jocelyn, although I ought to have known you would say that. I'm not fit to tie her shoes. What I mean is, oh, forgive me. Are you very fond of her, as I'm sure she deserves, you know?" "Oh, yes, Miss Royce, very fond of her indeed. She's poor. She's of no family. She's Miss Nobody of Nowhere, you know. She's all that I am, except that she has a right to her honest father's name." "Does she know you're very fond of her?" "No, but I hope to tell her so some day." Then we were silent, and I felt very red and very much inclined to cry, but I managed to keep in my tears. Then I got up, and so did he, and he made some joke about Grisel and the Loch Bonnel, and we both laughed quite naturally and looked at the pictures, and he told me he was going back to London with the Gibsons that very week, and thanked me warmly for my kind interest in him, and assured me he thoroughly deserved it, and talked so funnily and so nicely that I quite forgave myself. I really don't think he guessed for one moment what I had been driving at all the while. I got back all my self-respect. I felt so grateful to him that I was fonder of him than ever, though no longer so idiotically in love. He was not for me. He had somehow laughed me into love with him, and laughed me out of it. Then I bade him good-bye, and squeezed his hand with all my heart, and told him how much I should like some day to meet Miss Gibson, and be her friend if she would let me. Then I went back to Riffrath and took Mamma her lach, but she no longer wanted it, for I told her I had changed my mind about Freddie, and that cured her like magic, and she kissed me on both cheeks, and called me her dear, darling, divine Julia. Poor sweet Mamma! I had given her many a bad quarter of an hour, but this good moment made up for them all. She was 82 last birthday, and can still read Josselin's works in the cheap edition without spectacles, thanks, no doubt, to the famous Dr. Hasenclever. She reads nothing else. Et voilà comment ça s'est passé. It's I that'll be the proud woman when I read this letter, printed in your Life of Josselin. Yours sincerely, Julia Ironsides. P.S. I've actually just told Mamma, and I'm still her dear, darling, divine Julia. End of section 44. Section 45 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 45. Charming as were Bartie's remembrances of Dusseldorf, the most charming of all were his remembrance of going aboard the little steamboat bound for Rotterdam one night at the end of May, with old Mrs. Bletchley, Mrs. Gibson, and her daughter, and my sister Ida. The little boat was crowded. The ladies found what accommodation they could in what served for a ladies' cabin, and expostulated and bribed their best. Fortunately for them, no doubt, there were no English on board to bribe against them. Bartie spent the night on deck, supine, with a carpet-bag for a pillow. We will take the full moon for granted. From Dusseldorf to Rotterdam there is little to see on either side of a Rhine steamboat, except the Rhine, especially at night. Next day, after breakfast, he made the ladies as comfortable as he could on the after-deck, and read to them from Maud, from the Idylls of the King, from The Mill on the Floss. Then windmills came into sight, Dutch windmills, then Rotterdam, almost too soon. They went to the big hotel on the Bontjes and fed, and then explored Rotterdam and found it a most delightful city. Next day they got on board the steamboat bound for St. Catherine's Wharf. The wind had freshened, and they soon separated, and met at breakfast next morning in the Thames. Bartie declared he smelt Great Britain as distinctly as one can smell a Scotch haggis, or a Welsh rabbit, or an Irish stew, and the old familiar smell made him glad. However little you may be English, if you are English at all, you are more English than anything else, et plus royaliste que le roi. According to Heine, an Englishman loves liberty as a good husband loves his wife. That is also how he loves the land of his birth. At all events, England has a kind of wifely embrace for the home-coming Briton, especially if he comes home by the Thames. It is not unexpected, nor madly exciting perhaps, but it is singularly warm and sweet if the conjugal relations have not been strained in the meanwhile. And as the Thames narrows itself, the closer, the more genial, the more grateful and comforting this long-anticipated and tenderly intimate uxorious dalliance seems to grow. Barty felt very happy as he stood leaning over the bulwarks in the sunshine between Ida and Leah, and looked at Rotherhithe, and promised himself he would paint it some day, and even sell the picture. Then he made himself so pleasant to the custom house officers that they all but forgot to examine the Gibson luggage. Was I delighted to grasp his hand at St. Catherine's Wharf after so many months? Ah! Mr. Gibson was there, funny as ever, and the Gibsons went home with him to Conduit Street in a hired fly. Alas, poor Mrs. Gibson's home-coming was the saddest part for her of the delightful little journey, and Barty and Ida and I went our own way in a four-wheeler to eat the fatted calf in Brunswick Square, washed down with I will not say what vintage. There were so many available from all the wine-growing lands of Europe that I've forgotten which was chosen to celebrate the wanderer's return. Let us say Romanée Conti, which is the cru that Barty loved best. Next morning Barty left us early, with a portfolio of sketches under his arm, and his heart full of sanguine expectation, and spent the day in Fleet Street, or thereabouts, calling on publishers of illustrated books and periodicals, and came back to us at dinner-time very fagged, and with a long and piteous but very droll story of his ignominious non-success, his weary waitings in dull, dingy little business back rooms, the patronizing and snubbing he and his works had met with, the sense that he had everything to learn, he who thought he was going to take the publishing world by storm. Next day it was just the same, and the day after, and the day after that. Every day of the week he spent under our roof. Then he insisted on leaving us, and took for himself a room in Newman Street, a studio by day, a bedroom by night, a pleasant smoking room at all hours, and very soon a place of rendezvous for all sorts and conditions of jolly fellows, old friends and new, from guardsmen to young stars of the art world, mostly idle apprentices. Gradually boxing gloves crept in, and foils and masks, and the faithful Snowdrop, whose condition 3 or 4 attacks of delirium tremens during Barty's exile had not improved, and fellows who sang and told good stories and imitated popular actors, all as it used to be in the good old days of St. James Street. But Barty was changed all the same. These amusements were no longer the serious business of life for him. In the midst of all the racket he would sit at his small easel and work. He declared he couldn't find inspiration in silence and solitude, and, bereft of Martia, he could not bear to be alone. Then he looked up other old friends, and left cards and got invitations to dinners and drums. One of his first visits was to his old tailor in Jermyn Street, to whom he still owed money, and who welcomed him with open arms, almost hugged him, and made him 2 or 3 beautiful suits. I believe he would have dressed Barty for nothing, as a mere advertisement. At all events, he couldn't hear of payment for many years to come. The finest figure in the whole household brigade! The idea! Soon Barty got a few sketches into obscure illustrated papers, and thought his fortune was made. The first was a little sketch in the manner of John Leech, which he took to the British Lion, just started as a rival to Punch. The British Lion died before the sketch appeared, but he got a guinea for it, and bought a beautiful volume of Tennyson, illustrated by Millais, Holman Hunt, Rossetti, and others, and made a sketch on the fly-leaf of a lovely female with black hair and black eyes, and gave it to Leah Gibson. It was his old female face of 10 years ago, yet, strange to say, the very image of Leah herself, as it had once been that of his mother. The great happiness of his life just then was to go to the opera with Mrs. Gibson and Leah, and Mr. Babbage, the family friend, who could get a box whenever he liked, and then to sup with them afterwards in Conduit Street over the emporium of the Universal Fur Company, and to imitate Signor Giuglini, for the delectation of Mr. Gibson, whose fondness for Barti soon grew into absolute worship. And Leah, so reserved and self-contained in general company, would laugh till the tears ran down her cheeks, and the music of her laughter, which was deep and low, rang more agreeably to Barti's ear than even the ravishing strains of Adelina Patti, the last of the great prima donna of our time, I think, whose voice still stirs me to the depths, with vague remembrance of fresh girlish innocence turned into sound. Long life to her and to her voice! Lovely voices should never fade, nor pretty faces either. Sometimes I replaced Mr. Babbage and escorted Mrs. Gibson to the opera, leaving Leah to Barti. For on fine nights we walked there, and the ladies took off their bonnets and shawls in the box, which was generally on the upper tier, and we looked down on Scatcherd and my mother and sister in the stalls. Then back to Conduit Street to supper. It was easy with half an eye to see the way things were going. I can't say I liked it. No man would, I suppose. But I reconciled myself to the inevitable, and bore up like a stoic. L'amitié et l'amour sans zèle. A happy, intimate friendship, a wingless love that has lasted more than 30 years without a break, is no bad substitute for tumultuous passions that have missed their mark. I have been as close a friend to Barti's wife as to Barti himself, and all the happiness I have ever known has come from them and theirs. Walking home, poor Mrs. Gibson would confide to me her woes and anxieties, and wail over the past glories of Tavistock Square, and all the nice people who live there, and in Russell Square and Bedford Street and Gower Street, many of whom had given up calling on her now that she lived over a shop. Not all the liveliness of Bond Street and Regent Street combined, which Conduit Street so broadly and genially connected with each other, could compensate her for the lost gentility, the aristocratic dullness and quiet and repose, almost equal to that of a West End square. Then she believed that business was not going on well, since Mr. Gibson talked of giving up his Cheapside establishment. He said it was too much for him to look after. But he had lost much of his fun, and seemed harassed and thin, and muttered in his sleep, and the poor woman was full of forebodings, some of which were to be justified by the events that followed. About this time Leah, who had forebodings too, took it into her head to attend a class for bookkeeping, and in a short time thoroughly mastered the science in all its details. I'm afraid she was better at this kind of work than at either drawing or music, both of which she had been so perseveringly taught. She could read off any music at sight, quite glibly and easily, it is true, the result of hard plodding, but could never play to give real pleasure, and she gave it up. And with singing it was the same. Her voice was excellent and had been well trained, but when she heard the untaught Barti, she felt she was no singer, and never would be, and left off trying. Yet nobody got more pleasure out of the singing of others, especially Barti's and that of young Mr. Santley, who was her pet and darling, and whom she far preferred to that sweetest and suavest of tenors, Giuglini, about whom we all went mad. I agreed with her. Giuglini's voice was like green chartreuse in a liqueur glass. Santley's like a bumper of the very best Burgundy that ever was. Oh, that high G! Romanée Conti again, and in a quart pot. En veux-tu, en voilà. And as for her drawing, it was as that of all intelligent young ladies who have been well taught, but have no original talent whatever. Nor did she derive any special pleasure from the masterpieces in the National Gallery. The Royal Academy was far more to her taste, and to mine, I frankly admit, and I fear to Bartie's taste also in those days. Enough of the guardsman still remained in him to quite unfit his brain and ear and eye for what was best in literature and art. He was mildly fond of the Bacchus and Ariadne, and Rembrandt's portrait of himself, and a few others, as he was of the works of Shakespeare and Milton. But Mantegna and Botticelli and Signorelli made him sad and almost morose. The only great things he genuinely loved and revered were the Elgin marbles. He was constantly sketching them, and I am told that they have had great influence on his work, and that he owes much to them. I have grown to admire them immensely myself in consequence, though I used to find that part of the British Museum a rather dreary lounge in the days when Bartie used to draw there. I am the proud possessor of a Velasquez, 2 Titians, and a Rembrandt, but, as a rule, I like to encourage the art of my own time and country, and that of modern France. And I suppose there's hardly a great painter living, or recently dead, some of whose work is not represented on my walls, either in London, Paris, or Scotland, or at Marsfield, where so much of my time is spent. Although the house is not mine, it's my real home, and thither I have always been allowed to send my best pictures and my best bric-a-brac, my favorite horses and dogs, and the oldest and choicest liquors that were ever stored in the cellars of Vougeot-Conti and Company. Old bachelor friends have their privileges, and Uncle Bob has known how to make himself at home in Marsfield. Bartie soon got better off, and moved into better lodgings in Berners Street, a sitting-room and bedroom at No. 12B, which has now disappeared. And there he worked all day, without haste and without rest, and at last in solitude, and found he could work twice as well with no companion but his pipe and his lay figure, from which he made most elaborate studies of drapery in pen and ink, first in the manner of Sandys and Albert Dürer, later in the manner of Millet, Walker, and Keane. Also he acquired the art of using the living model for his little illustrations. It had become the fashion. A new school had been founded with Once a Week and the Cornhill Magazine, it seems. Besides those already named, there were Lawless, Du Maurier, Pointer, not to mention Holman Hunt and F. Leighton, and a host of new draftsmen, most industrious apprentices, whose talk and example soon weaned Bartie from a mixed and somewhat rowdy crew. And all became more or less friends of his, a very good thing, for they were admirable in industry and talent, thorough artists and very good fellows all round. Need I say they have all risen to fame and fortune, as becomes poetical justice? He also kept in touch with his older brother officers, and that was a good thing too. But there were others he got to know, rickety, unwholesome geniuses, whose genius, such as it was, had allied itself to madness, and who were just as conceited about the madness as about the genius, and took more pains to cultivate it. It brought them a quicker kudos, and was so much more visible to the naked eye. At first Bartie was fascinated by the madness, and took the genius on trust, I suppose. They made much of him, painted him, wrote music and verses about him, raved about his Greekness, his beauty, his yellow hair, and his voice and what not, as if he had been a woman. He even stood that, he admired them so, or rather this genius of theirs. He introduced me to this little clique, who called themselves a school, and each other master, the Neopriapus, or something of that sort, and they worshipped the tuberose. They disliked me at sight, and I them, and we did not dissemble. Like Barty, I am fond of men's society, but at least I like them to be unmistakably men of my own sex, manly men and clean, not little troglodytes with foul minds and perverted passions, or self-advertising little mountebanks with enlarged and diseased vanities, creatures who would stand in a pillory sooner than not be stared at or talked about at all. Whatever their genius might be, it almost made me sick, it almost made me kick, to see the humorous and masculine Barty prostrate in admiration before these inspired epicines, these gifted epileptoids, these anemic little self-satisfied nincompoops, whose proper place, it seemed to me, was either Earlswood or Colney Hatch or Broadmoor. That is, if their madness was genuine, which I doubt. He and I had many a quarrel about them, till he found them out, and cut them for good and all, a great relief to me, for one got a bad name by being friends with such nondescripts. Dis-moi qui tu hantes, je te dirai ce que tu es. Need I say they all died long ago, without leaving the ghost of a name? And nobody cared. Poetical justice again! How encouraging it is to think there are no such people now, and that the breed has been thoroughly stamped out. Barty never succeeded as an illustrator on wood. He got into a way of doing very slight sketches of pretty people in fancy dress, and coloring them lightly, and sold them at a shop in the Strand. Now no more. Then he made up little stories, which he illustrated himself, something like the picture books of the later Caldecott, and I found him a publisher, and he was soon able to put aside a few pounds and pay his debts. End of section 45. Section 46 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 46. Part 8th. And now I see with eyes serene the very pulse of the machine, a being, breathing thoughtful breath, a traveler betwixt life and death. The reason firm, the temperate will, endurance, foresight, strength, and skill. A perfect woman, nobly planned, to warn and comfort and command, and yet a spirit too, and bright, with something of an angel light. Wordsworth. When Barty had been 6 months in England, poor Mr. Gibson's affairs went suddenly smash. My father saved him from absolute bankruptcy, and there was lamentation and wailing for a month or so in Conduit Street. But things were so managed that Mr. Gibson was able to keep on the West End firm and make with it a new start. He had long been complaining of his cashier, and had to dismiss him and look out for another. But here his daughter came in and insisted on being cashier herself, to her mother's horror. So she took her place at a railed-in desk at the back of the shop, and was not only cashier and bookkeeper, but overseer of all things in general, and was not above seeing any exacting and importunate customer, whom the shopmen couldn't manage. She actually liked her work, and declared she had found her real vocation, and quite ceased to regret Tavistock Square. Her authority in the Emporium was even greater than her father's, who was too fond of being funny. She awed the shopmen into a kind of affectionate servility, and they were prostrate as before a goddess, in spite of her never-failing politeness to them. Customers soon got into a way of asking to see Miss Gibson, especially when they were accompanied by husbands or brothers or male friends. And Miss Gibson soon found she sold better than any shopman, and became one of the notables in the quarter. All Mr. Gibson's fun came back, and he was as proud of his daughter as if she'd been proposed to by an earl. But Mrs. Gibson couldn't help shedding tears over Leah's loss of caste. Leah, on whose beauty and good breeding she had founded such hopes. It is but fair to add that she was most anxious to keep the books herself, so that her daughter might be spared this degradation, for no gentleman, she felt sure, would ever propose to her daughter now. But she was mistaken. One night Barti and I dined at a little cagmag he used to frequent, where he fared well, so he said, for a shilling, which included a glass of stout. It was a disgusting little place, but he liked it, and therefore so did I. Then we called for Mrs. Gibson and Leah, and took them to the princesses to see Fector in Ruy Blas, and escorted them home and had supper with them, a very good supper. Nothing ever interfered with the luxuriously hospitable instincts of the Gibsons, and a very merry one. Barti imitated Fector to the life. "I have the garb of a Laquais, you have the soul of one." This he said to Mr. Gibson, who was in fits of delight. Mr. Gibson had just come home from his club, and the cards had been propitious. Leah was more reserved than usual, and didn't laugh at Barti, for a wonder, but gazed at him with love in her eyes. When we left them, Barti took my arm and walked home with me, down Oxford Street and up Southampton Row, and talked of Ruy Blas and Fector, whom he had often seen in Paris. Just where a little footway leads from the Row to Queen Square and Great Ormond Street, he stopped and said, "Bob, do you remember how we tossed up for Leah Gibson at this very spot?" "I should think I did," said I. "Well, you had a fair field and no favor, old boy, didn't you?" "Oh, yes, I've long resigned any pretensions, as I wrote you more than a year ago. You may go in and win, si le cœur t'en dit." "Well, then, your congratulations, please. I asked her to marry me as we crossed Regent Circus, Oxford Street, on the way home. A hansom came by and scattered and splashed us. Then we came together again, and just opposite Peter Robinson's she asked me if my mind was quite made up, if I was sure I wouldn't ever change. I swore by the eternal gods, and she said she would be my wife. So there we are, an engaged couple." I must ask the reader to believe that I was equal to the occasion, and said what I ought to have said. Mrs. Gibson was happy at last. She was satisfied that Barti was a gentleman, in spite of the kink in his birth. And as for his prospects, money was a thing that never entered Mrs. Gibson's head. And she loved Barti as a son, was a little bit in love with him herself, I believe. She was not yet 40, and as pretty as she could be. Besides, a week after, who should call upon her over the shop? There was a private entrance, of course, but the Right Honorable Lady Caroline Gray and her niece, Miss Daphne Rohan, granddaughter of the late and niece of the present Marquis of Whitby. And Mrs. Gibson felt as much at home with them in 5 minutes as if she'd known them all her life. Leah was summoned from below, and kissed and congratulated by the 2 aristocratic relatives of Barti's, and relieved of her shyness in a very short time indeed. As a matter of fact, Lady Caroline, who knew her nephew well, and thoroughly understood his position, was really well pleased. She had never forgotten her impression of Leah when she met her in the park with Ida and me, a year back, and we all walked by the Serpentine together. A certain kind of beauty seems to break down all barriers of rank, and she knew Leah's character both from Barti and me, and from her own native shrewdness of observation. She had been delighted to hear from Barti of Leah's resolute participation in her father's troubles, and in his attempt, so successful through her, to rehabilitate his business. To her old-fashioned aristocratic way of looking at things, there was little to choose between a respectable West End shopkeeper and a medical practitioner or dentist, or solicitor or architect, or even an artist like Barti himself. Once outside the church, the army and navy, or a government office, what on earth did it matter who or what one was or wasn't? The only thing she couldn't stand was that horrid form of bourgeois gentility, the pretension to seem something better than you really are. Mrs. Gibson was so naively honest in her little laments over her lost grandeur that she could hardly be called vulgar about it. Mr. Gibson didn't appear. He was overawed and distrusted himself. I doubt if Lady Caroline would have liked anything in the shape of jocose familiarity, and I fear her naturalness and simplicity and cordiality of manner, and the extreme plainness of her attire, might have put him at his ease almost a trifle too much. Whether her ladyship would have been so sympathetic about this engagement if Barti had been a legitimate Rohan, say a son of her own, is perhaps to be doubted. But anyhow, she had quite made up her mind that Leah was a quite exceptional person, both in mind and manners. She has often said as much to me, and has always had as high a regard for Barti's wife as for any woman she knows. And has still. The Rohans are a long-lived family. She has often told me she never knew a better, sincerer, nobler, or more sensible woman than Barti's wife. Besides which, as I have been told, the ancient Yorkshire house of Rohan has always been singularly free from aristocratic hauteur. Perhaps their religion may have accounted for this, and also their poverty. This memorable visit, it must be remembered, happened nearly 40 years ago, when social demarcations in England were far more rigidly defined than at present. Then the wife of a costermonger with a donkey did not visit the wife of a costermonger who had to wheel his barrow himself. We are more sensible in these days, as all who like Mr. Chevalier's admirable coster songs are aware. Old Europe itself has become less tolerant of distinctions of rank. Even Austria is becoming so. It is only in southeastern Bulgaria, and even of this I am not absolutely sure, that the navvy who happens to be of noble birth refuses to work in the same gang with the navvy who isn't. And that's what I call real esprit de corps, without which no aristocracy can ever hope to hold its own in these degenerate days. Noblesse oblige. Why, I've got a Lord Arthur in my New York agency, and 2 Honbles in Barge Yard, and another at Cape Town. And devilish good men of business they are, besides being good fellows all round. They hope to become partners some day, and by Jove, they shall. Now I've said it, I'll stick to it. The fact is, I'm rather fond of noble lords. Why shouldn't I be? I might have been one myself any day these last 10 years. I might now, if I chose. But there. Charles Lamb knew a man who wanted to be a tailor once, but hadn't got the spirit. I find I haven't got the spirit to be a noble lord. Even Barti might have been a lord, he, a mere man of letters. But he refused every honor and distinction that was ever offered to him, either here or abroad, even the Prussian Order of Merit. Alfred Tennyson was a lord, so what is there to make such a fuss about? Give me lords who can't help themselves because they were born so, and the stupider the better, and the older, for the older they are, the grander their manners, and the manners of their womankind. Take, for instance, that splendid old dow, Penelope, Duchess of Rumtefuseland. I always give nicknames to my grand acquaintances. Not that she's particularly old herself, but she belongs to an antiquated order of things that is passing away. For she was a Fitzstardon, a daughter of the ducal house of Comtebois, pronounced County Boyce, and she's very handsome still. Have you ever been presented to her grace, O reader? If so, you must have been struck by the grace of her Grace's manner, as with a ducal gesture and a few courtly words she recognizes the value of whatever immense achievements yours must have been to have procured you such an honor as such an introduction, and expresses her surprise and regret that she has not known you before. The formula is always the same on every possible occasion. I ought to know, for I've had the honor of being presented to her Grace 7 times this year. Now, this lofty forgetting of your poor existence, or mine, is not aristocratic hauteur or patrician insolence. It is bêtise pure et simple, as they call it in France. She was a daughter of the house of Combois, and the Fitztardens were not the inventors of gunpowder, nor was she. But for a stately, magnificent grande dame of the ancient regime to meet for the 7th time and be presented to for the 7th time with all due ceremony in the midst of a distinguished conservative crowd, say at a ball at Buckingham Palace, give me Penelope, Dowager Duchess of Rumtefuseland. This seems a somewhat uncalled for digression, but anyhow it shows that when it pleases me to do so, I move in the very best society, just like Barty Josselin. So here was Mr. Nobody of Nowhere taking unto himself a wife from among the daughters of Heth, from the class he had always disliked, the buyers cheap and the sellers dear, whose sole aim in life is the making of money, and who are proud when they succeed and ashamed when they fail, and getting actually fond of his future father and mother-in-law, as I was. When I laughed to him about old Gibson, John Gilpin, as we used to call him, being a tradesman, he said, "Yes, but what an unsuccessful tradesman, my dear fellow," as if that in itself atoned or made amends for everything. Besides, he's Leah's father, and as for Mrs. Gilpin, she's a dear, although she's always on pleasure bent. At all events, she's not of a frugal mind, and she's so pretty and dresses so well, and what a foot! And she's got such easy manners, too. She reminds me of dear Lady Archibald. That's a mother-in-law I shall get on with. I wish she didn't make such a fuss about living over the shop. I call that being above one's business in every way. Je suis au-dessous de mes affaires, as old Bonzig proudly said when he took a garret over the Mont de Piété in the Rue des Averses. End of section 46. Section 47 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 47. Barty's courtship didn't last long, only 5 or 6 months, during which he made lots of money by sketching little full-length portraits of people in outline and filling up with tints in watercolor. He thus immortalized my father and mother, and Ida Scatcherd and her husband, and the old Scatcherds, and lots of other people. It was not high art, I suppose. He was not a high artist, but it paid well, and made him more tolerant of trade than ever. He took the upper part of a house in Southampton Row, and furnished it almost entirely with wedding gifts, among other things, a beautiful semi-grand piano by Erard, the gift of my father. Everything was charming there, and in the best taste. Leah was better at furnishing a house than at drawing and music-making. It was an occupation she reveled in. It is not perhaps for me to say that their cellar might hold its own with that of any beginners in their rank of life. Well, and so they were married at Marylebone Church, and I was Barty's best man. He was to have been mine, and for that very bride. Nobody else was there but the family, and Ida, whose husband was abroad. The sun shone, though it was not yet May, and then we breakfasted, and John Gilpin made a very funny speech, though with tears in his voice, And as for poor Maman Belle-Mère, as Barty called her, she was a very Niobe. They went for a fortnight to Boulogne. I wished them joy from the bottom of my heart, and flung a charming little white satin slipper of Mrs. Gibson's. It alighted on the carriage, our carriage, by the way. We had just started one, and now lived at Lancaster Gate. It was a sharp pang, almost unbearable, but also almost the last. The last was when she came back and I saw how radiant she looked. And as for Barty, he was like the herald Mercury, new lighted on a heaven-kissing hill, and he had shaved off his beard and mustache to please his wife. From Georges de Maurier, Esquire, ARWS, Hampstead Heath, to the Right Honourable Sir Robert Maurice, Bart., M.P. My dear Maurice, in answer to your kind letter, I shall be proud and happy to illustrate your biography of Barty Josselin. But as for editing it, vous plaisantez, mon ami. Un amateur comme moi, who'll edit the editor? Qui custodie? You're mistaken about Malines. I only got back there a week or two before he left it. I remember often seeing him there, arm in arm with his aunt, Lady Caroline Gray, and being told that he was a Monsieur Anglais qui avait mal aux yeux, like me. But in Dusseldorf, during the following winter, I knew him very well indeed. We and the others you tell me you mention had a capital time in Dusseldorf. I remember the beautiful Miss Royce they were all so mad about, and also Miss Gibson, whom I admired much the most of the two, although she wasn't quite so tall. You know my craze for lovely giantesses. Josselin and I came to London at about the same time, and there again I saw much of him, and was immensely attracted by him, of course, as we all were, in the very pleasant little artistic clique you tell me you describe. But somehow I was never very intimate with him. None of us were, except perhaps Charles Keene. He went a great deal into smart society, and a little of the Guardsmen still clung to him. And this was an unpardonable crime in those Bohemian days. He was once seen walking between two well-known earls in the Burlington Arcade, arm in arm. Z, to whom a noble lord was as a red rag to a bull, all but cut him for this, and we none of us approved of his swell friends, Guardsmen and others. How we've all changed, especially Z, who hasn't missed a levee for 20 years, nor his wife a drawing-room. Josselin and I acted in a little French musical farce together at Cornelis. He had a charming voice and sang beautifully, as you know. Then he married, and a year after I did the same. And though we lived near each other for a little while, we didn't meet very often, beyond dining together once or twice at each other's houses. They lived very much in the world. It will be very difficult to draw his wife. I really think Mrs. Josselin was the most beautiful woman I ever saw. But she used to be very reserved in those early days, and I never felt quite at my ease with her. I'm sure she was sweetness and kindness itself. She was certainly charming at her own dinner table, where she was less shy. Millet's portrait of her is very good, and so is Watts', but the best idea of her is to be got from Josselin's little outlines in The Discreet Princess, and these are out of print. If you have any, please lend them to me, and I will faithfully return them. I have more than once tried to draw her in Punch from memory, but never with success. I used to call her La Belle Dame sans Merci. I've often, however, drawn Josselin, as you must remember, and people have recognized him at once. Thanks for all his old sketches of school, etc., which will be very useful. I wish I had known the Josselins better, but when one lives in Hampstead, one has to forego many delightful friendships. And then he grew to be such a tremendous swell. Good heavens, sardonyx, etc. I never could muster courage even to write and congratulate him. It never occurred to any of us, either in Dusseldorf or London, to think him what is called clever. He never said anything very witty or profound, but he was always funny in a good-natured, jovial manner, and made me laugh more than anyone else. As for satire, good heavens, that seemed not in him. He was always well dressed, always in high spirits, and a good temper, and very demonstrative and caressing, putting his arm round one and slapping one on the back, or lifting one up in the air, a kind of jolty, noisy, boisterous boon companion, rather uproarious in fact, and with no disdain for a good bottle of wine or a good bottle of beer. His artistic tastes were very catholic, for he was prostrate in admiration before Millet, Burne-Jones, Fred Walker, and Charles Keene, with the latter of whom he used to sing old English duets. Oddly enough, Charles Keene had for Josselin's little amateur pencilings the most enthusiastic admiration, probably because they were the very antipodes of his own splendid work. I believe he managed to get some little initial letters of Josselin's into Punch and Once a Week, but they weren't signed and made no mark, and I've forgotten them. Josselin didn't really get his foot in the stirrup till a year or two after his marriage, and that was by his illustrations to his own sardonyx, which are almost worthy of the letterpress, I think, though still somewhat lacking in freedom and looseness, and especially in the sense of tone. The feeling for beauty and character in them, especially that of women and children, is so utterly beyond anything else of the kind that has ever been attempted that technical considerations no longer count. I think you will find all of us, in or outside the Academy, agreed upon this point. I saw very little of him after he bought Marsfield, but I sometimes meet his sons and daughters de par le monde. And what a pleasure that is to an artist of my particular bent, you can readily understand. I would go a good way to see or talk to any daughter of Josselin's, and to hear Mrs. Trevor sing, what miles! I'm told the grandchildren are splendid, chips of the old block, too. And now, my dear Maurice, I will do my best. You may count upon that. For old time's sake, and for Josselin's, and for that of La Belle Dame sans Merci, whom I used to admire so enthusiastically. It grieves me deeply to think of them both gone, and all so sudden. Sincerely yours, Georges de Maurier. P.S. Very many thanks for the Chateau Yquem and the Steinberger Cabernet. Je tâcherai de ne pas en abuser trop. I send you a little sketch of Graham Rees, Lord Ironsides, taken by me on a little bridge in Dusselthal, near Dusseldorf. He stood for me there in 1860. It was thought very like at the time. When the Josselins came back from their honeymoon and were settled in Southampton Row, many people of all kinds called on the newly married pair. Invitations came pouring in, and they went very much into the world. They were considered the handsomest couple in London that year, and became quite the fashion, and were asked everywhere, and made much of, and raved about, and had a glorious time till the following season, when somebody else became the fashion, and they had grown tired of being lionized themselves, and discovered they were people of no social importance whatever, as Leah had long perceived, and it did them good. Barty was in his element. The admiration his wife excited filled him with delight. It was a kind of reflected glory that pleased him more than any glory he could possibly achieve for himself. I doubt if Leah was quite so happy. The grand people, the famous people, the clever, worldly people she met made her very shy at first, as may be easily imagined. She was rather embarrassed by the attentions many smart men paid her as to a very pretty woman, and not always pleased or edified. Her deep sense of humor was often tickled by this new position in which she found herself, and which she put down entirely to the fact that she was Barti's wife. She never thought much of her own beauty, which had never been made much of at home, where beauty of a very different order was admired, and where she was thought too tall, too pale, too slim, and especially too quiet and sedate. Dimpled little rosy plumpness for Mr. and Mrs. John Gilpin, and the never-ending lively chatter, and the ever-ready laugh that results from an entire lack of the real sense of humor and a laudable desire to show one's pretty teeth. Leah's only vanity was her fondness for being very well dressed. It had become a second nature, especially her fondness for beautiful French boots and shoes, an instinct inherited from her mother. For these, and for pretty furniture and hangings, she had the truly aesthetic eye, and was in advance of her time by at least a year. She shone most in her own home by her great faculty of making others at home there too, and disinclined to leave it. Her instinct of hospitality was a true inheritance. She was good at the ordering of all such things: food, wines, flowers, waiting, every little detail of the dinner table, and especially who should be asked to meet whom, and which particular guests should be chosen to sit by each other, all things of which Barti had no idea whatever. End of section 47. Section 48 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 48. I remember their first dinner party well, and how pleasant it was. How good the fare, and how simple, and how quick the hired waiting, and the wines. How, but I won't talk of that, and how lively we all were, and how handsome the women. Lady Caroline and Miss Daphne Rohan, Mr. and Mrs. Graham Reese, Scatcherd and my sister, Georges de Maurier, then a bachelor, and myself. That was a party, a very lively one. After dinner, de Maurier and Barti sang capital songs of the Quartier Latin, and told stories of the atelier, and even danced a kind of can-can together, an invention of their own, which they called le dernier des Abencerrages. We were in fits of laughter, especially Lady Caroline and Mrs. Graham Reese. I hope de Maurier has not forgotten that scene, and will do justice to it in this book. There was still more of the Bohemian than the guardsman left in Barti, and his wife's natural tastes were far more in the direction of Bohemia than of fashionable West End society, as it was called by some people who were not in it, whatever it consists of. There was more of her father in her than her mother, and she was not sensitive to the world's opinion of her social status. Sometimes Leah and Barti and I would dine together and go to the gallery of the opera, let us say, or to see Fector and Miss Kate Terry in the Duke's Motto, or Robson in Shylock, or the Porter's Knot, or whatever was good. Then on the way home to Southampton Row, Barti would buy a big lobster, and Leah would make a salad of it, with innovations of her own devising, which were much appreciated. And then we would feast, and afterwards Leah would mull some claret in a silver saucepan, and then we, Barti and I, would drink and smoke and chat of pleasant things till it was very late indeed, and I had to be turned out neck and crop. And the kindness of the two dear people! Once, when my father and mother were away in the Isle of Wight, and the Scatcherds in Paris, I felt so seedy I had to leave Barge Yard and go home to Lancaster Gate. I had felt pretty bad for 2 or 3 days. Like all people who are never ill, I was nervous and thought I was going to die, and sent for Barti. In less than 20 minutes Leah drove up in a hansom. Barti was in Hampton Court for the day, sketching. When she had seen me, and how ill I looked, off she went for the doctor, and brought him back with her in no time. He saw I was sickening for typhoid, and must go to bed at once, and engaged 2 nurses. Leah insisted on taking me straight off to Southampton Row, and the doctor came with us. There I was soon in bed, and the nurses engaged, and everything done for me as if I'd been Barti himself. All this at considerable inconvenience to the Jocelins. And I had my typhoid most pleasantly, and I shall never forget the joys of convalescence, nor what an angel that woman was in a sick room, nor what a companion when the worst was over, nor how she so bore herself through all this forced intimacy that no unruly regrets or jealousies mingled in my deep affection and admiration for her, and my passionate gratitude. She was such a person to tell all one's affairs to, even dry business affairs. Such a listener, and said such sensible things, and sometimes made suggestions that were invaluable, and of a discretion, a very tomb for momentous secrets. How on earth Barti would have ever managed to get through existence without her is not to be conceived. Upon my word, I hardly see how I should have got on myself without these 2 people to fill my life with. And in all matters of real importance to me, she was the nearest of the 2. For Barti was so light about things, and couldn't listen long to anything that was at all intricate. Such matters bored him, and that extraordinary good sense which underlies all his brilliant criticism of life was apt to fail him in practical matters. He was too headstrong and impulsive, and by no means discreet. It was quite amusing to watch the way his wife managed him without ever letting him suspect what she was doing, and how, after his raging and fuming and storming and stamping, for all his old fractiousness had come back, she would gradually make him work his way round, of his own accord, as he thought, to complete concession all along the line, and take great credit to himself in consequence. And she would very gravely and slowly give way to a delicate little wink in my direction, but never a smile at what was all so really funny. I've no doubt she often got me to do what she thought right in just the same way, amont and sous, and shot her little wink at Barti. In due time, namely, late in the evening of December 31st, 1862, Barti hailed a hansom and went first to summon his good friend Dr. Knight in Orchard Street, and then he drove to Brixton, and woke up and brought back with him a very respectable middle-aged and motherly woman, whose name was Jones. And next morning, which was a very sunny, frosty one, my dear little goddaughter was ushered into this sinful world, a fact which was chronicled the very next day in Leah's diary by the simple entry, January 1st, Roberta was born and the coals came in. When Roberta was first shown to her papa by the nurse, he was in despair, and ran and shut himself up in his studio, and I believe almost wept. He feared he had brought a monster into the world. He had always thought that female babies were born with large blue eyes, framed with long lashes, a beautiful complexion of the lily and the rose, and their shining flaxen curls already parted in the middle. And this little bald, wrinkled, dark red, howling lump of humanity all but made him ill. But soon the doctor came and knocked at the door and said, "I congratulate you, old fellow, on having produced the most magnificent little she I ever saw in my life, bar none. She might be shown for money." And it turned out that this was not the coarse, unfeeling chaff, poor Barty took it for at first, but the pure and simple truth. So, my blessed Roberta, pride of your silly old godfather's heart, and apple of his eye, mother of Cupid and Ganymede and Aurora and the infant Hercules, think of your poor young father weeping in solitude at the first sight of you, because you were so hideous in his eyes. You were not so in mine. Next day you had improved, no doubt. I took you in my arms and thought well of you, especially your little hands, that were very prehensile, and your little feet turned in, with rosy toes and little pink nails like shiny gems. And I was complimented by Mrs. Jones on the skill with which I dandled you. I have dandled your sons and daughters, Roberta, and may I live to dandle theirs. So then Barty dried his tears, if he really shed them, and he swears he did, and went and sat by his wife's bedside, and felt unutterably, as I believe all good men do under similar circumstances, and lo, to his wonderment and delight, in the middle of it all, the sense of the North came back like a tide, like an overwhelming avalanche. He declared he all but fainted in the double ineffability of his bliss. That night he arranged by his bedside writing materials chosen with extra care, and before he went to bed he looked out of the window at the stars and filled his lungs with the clean, frozen, virtuous air of Bloomsbury, and whispered a most passionate invocation to Martia, and implored her forgiveness, and went to bed hugging the thought of her to his manly breast, now widowed for quite a month to come. Next morning there was a long letter in bold, vigorous blaze. My more than ever beloved Barty, it is for me to implore pardon, not for you. Your firstborn is proof enough to me how right you were in letting your own instinct guide you in the choice of a wife. Ah, and well now I know her worth, and your good fortune. I have inhabited her for many months, little as she knows it, dear thing. Although she was not the woman I first wanted for you, and had watched so many years, she is all that I could wish, in body and mind, in beauty and sense and goodness of heart and intelligence, in health and strength, and especially in the love with which she has so easily, and I trust so lastingly, filled your heart. For that is the most precious thing of all to me, as you shall know some day, and why, and you will then understand, and forgive me for seeming such a shameless egotist, and caring so desperately for my own ends. Barty, I will never doubt you again, and we will do great things together. They will not be quite what I used to hope, but they will be worth doing, and all the doing will be yours. All I can do is to set your brains in motion, those innocent brains that don't know their own strength any more than a herd of bullocks, which any little butcher boy can drive to the slaughter-house. As soon as Leah is well enough, you must tell her all about me, all you know, that is. She won't believe you at first, and she'll think you've gone mad, but she'll have to believe you in time, and she's to be trusted with any secret. And so will you be, when once you've shared it with her. By the way, I wish you weren't so slipshod and colloquial in your English, Barty. Guardsman's English, I suppose, which I have to use as it's yours. Your French is much more educated and correct. You remember dear Monsieur Dorossier at the Pension Brossard? He taught you well. You must read, and cultivate a decent English style, for the bulk of our joint work must be in English, I think, and I can only use your own words to make you immortal, and your own way of using them. We will be simple, Barty, as simple as Lemuel Gulliver and the good Robinson Crusoe, and cultivate a fondness for words of one syllable, and if that doesn't do, we'll try French. Now listen, or rather read. First of all, I will write out for you a list of books which you must study whenever you feel I'm inside you, and this more for me than for yourself. Those marked with a cross you must read constantly and carefully at home. The others you must read at the British Museum. Get a reading ticket at once, and read the books in the order I put down. Never forget to leave paper and pencil by your bedside. Leah will soon get accustomed to your quiet somnambulism. I will never trouble your rest for more than an hour or so each night, but you can make up for it by staying in bed an hour or two longer. You will have to work during the day, from the pencil notes in Blaze you will have written during the night, and in the evening, or at any time you are conscious of my presence, read what you have written during the day and leave it by your bedside when you go to bed, that I may make you correct and alter and suggest during your sleep. Only write on one side of a page, leaving a margin and plenty of space between the lines, and let it be in copybooks, so that the page on the left-hand side be left for additions and corrections from my Blaze notes, and so forth. You'll soon get into the way of it. Then, when each copybook is complete, I will let you know. Get Leah to copy it out. She writes a very good, legible business hand. All will arrange itself. And now get the books and begin reading them. I shall not be ready to write, nor will you, for more than a month. Keep this from everybody but Leah. Don't even mention it to Maurice until I give you leave. Not but what he's to be thoroughly trusted. You are fortunate in your wife and your friend. I hope the day will come when you will find you have been fortunate in your Martia. Here follows a list of books, but it has been more or less carefully erased, and though some of the names are still to be made out, I conclude that Barty did not wish them to be made public. Before Roberta was born, Leah had reserved herself an hour every morning and every afternoon for what she called the cultivation of her mind, the careful reading of good standard books, French and English, that she might qualify herself in time, as she said, for the intellectual society in which she hoped to mix some day. She built castles in the air, being somewhat of a hero worshipper in secret, and dreamt of meeting her heroes in the flesh, now that she was Barty's wife. But when she became a mother, there was not only Roberta who required much attention, but Barty himself made great calls upon her time besides. To his friend's astonishment, he had taken it into his head to write a book. Good heavens! Barty writing a book! What on earth could the dear boy have to write about? He wrote much of the book at night in bed, and corrected and put it into shape during the daytime. And finally Leah had to copy it all out neatly in her best handwriting, and this copying out of Barty's books became to her an all but daily task for many years, a happy labor of love, and one she would depute to no one else. No hired hand should interfere with these precious productions of her husband's genius, so that much of the standard works, English and French, that she grew to thoroughly master were of her husband's writing. Not a bad education, I venture to think. Besides, it was more in her nature and in the circumstances of her life that she should become a woman of business and a woman of the world rather than a reader of books, one who grew to thoroughly understand life as it presented itself to her, and men and women, and especially children, and the management of a large and much frequented house, for they soon moved away from Southampton Row. She quickly arrived at a complete mastery of all such science as this, and it is a science, such a mastery as I have never seen surpassed by any other woman, of whatever world. She would have made a splendid Marchioness of Whitby, this daughter of a low comedy John Gilpin. She would have beaten the Whitby record. End of section 48. Section 49 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 49. She developed into a woman of the world in the best sense, full of sympathy, full of observation and quick understanding of others' needs and thoughts and feelings, absolutely sincere, of a constant and even temper, and a cheerfulness that never failed, the result of her splendid health, without caprice, without a spark of vanity, without selfishness of any kind. Generous, open-handed, charitable to a fault, always taking the large and generous view of everything and everybody. A little impulsive, perhaps, but not often having to regret her impulses, of unwearied devotion to her husband, and capable of any heroism or self-sacrifice for his sake. Of that I feel sure. No one is perfect, of course. Unfortunately, she was apt to be somewhat jealous at first of his singularly catholic and very frankly expressed admiration of every opposite type of female beauty. But she soon grew to see that there was safety in numbers, and she was made to feel in time that her own type was the archetype of all in his eyes, and herself the arch-representative of that type in his heart. She was also jealous in her friendships, and was not happy unless constantly assured of her friends' warm love, Ida's, mine, even that of her own father and mother. Good heavens! Had ever a woman less cause for doubt or complaint on that score? Then, like all extremely conscientious people, who always know their own mind and do their very best, she did not like to be found fault with. She secretly found such fault with herself that she thought that was fault-finding enough. Also, she was somewhat rigid in sticking to the ways she thought were right, and in the selection of these ways she was not always quite infallible. On a les défauts de ses qualités. And a little obstinacy is often the fault of a very noble quality indeed. Though somewhat shy and standoffish during the first year or two of her married life, she soon became joliment dégourdie, as Barty called it, and I can scarcely conceive any position in which she would have been awkward or embarrassed for a moment. So ready was she always with just the right thing to say, or to withhold, if silence were better than speech. And her fit and proper place in the world as a great man's wife, and a good and beautiful woman, was always conceded to her with due honor, even by the most impertinent among the highly placed of her own sex, without any necessity for self-assertion on her part whatever, without assumption of any kind. It was a strange and peculiar personal ascendancy she managed to exert with so little effort, an ascendancy partly physical, no doubt, and the practice of it had begun in the West End emporium of the Universal Fur Company, Limited. How admirably she filled the high and arduous position of wife to such a man as Barty Josselin is well known to the world at large. It was no sinecure, but she gloried in it, and to her thorough apprehension and management of their joint lives and all that came of them, as well as to her beauty and sense and genial warmth, was due her great popularity for many years in an immense and ever-widening circle, where the memory of her is still preserved and cherished as one of the most remarkable women of her time. With all this power of passionate self-surrender to her husband in all things, little and big, she was not of the type that cannot see the faults of the beloved one, and Barty was very often frankly pulled up for his shortcomings, and by no means had it all his own way when his own way wasn't good for him. She was a person to reckon with, and incapable of the slightest flattery even to Barti, who was so fond of it from her, and in spite of her unbounded admiration for him. Such was your mother, my dear Roberta, in the bloom of her early 20s and ever after, till her death, in fact, on the day following his. Somewhere about the spring of 1863 she said to me, "Bob, Barti has written a book. Either I'm an idiot, or blinded by conjugal conceit, or else Barti's book, which I've copied out myself in my very best handwriting, is one of the most beautiful and important books ever written. Come and dine with me tonight. Barti's dining in the city with the fishmongers. You shall have what you like best: pickled pork and peas pudding, a dressed crab and a Welsh rabbit to follow, and draught stout. And after dinner I will read you the beginning of Sardonyx, that's what he calls it, and I should like to have your opinion." I dined with her as she wished. We were alone, and she told me how he wrote every night in bed, in a kind of ecstasy, between 2 and 4 in Blaze, and then elaborated his work during the day, and made sketches for it. And after dinner she read me the first part of Sardonyx. It took 3 hours. Then Barti came home, having dined well, and in very high spirits. "Well, old fellow, how do you like Sardonyx?" I was so moved and excited I could say nothing. I couldn't even smoke. I was allowed to take the precious manuscript away with me, and finished it during the night. Next morning I wrote to him out of the fullness of my heart. I read it aloud to my father and mother, and then lent it to Scatcherd, who read it to Ida. In 24 hours our gay and genial Barti, our Robin Goodfellow and Merry Andrew, our funny man, had become for us a demigod, for all but my father, who looked upon him as a splendid but irretrievably lost soul, and mourned over him as over a son of his own. And in 2 months Sardonyx was before the reading world, and the middle-aged reader will remember the wild enthusiasm and the storm it raised. All that is ancient history, and I will do no more than allude to the unparalleled bitterness of the attacks made by the Church on a book which is now quoted again and again from every pulpit in England, in the world, and has been translated into almost every language under the sun. Thus he leaped into fame and fortune at a bound, and at first they delighted him. He would take little Roberta on to the top of his head, and dance La Paladine on his hearthrug, singing, "Rataplan, I'm a celebrated man," in imitation of Sergeant Bouncer in Cox and Box. But in less than a year celebrity had quite palled, and all his money bored him, as mine does me. He had a very small appetite for either the praise or the pudding, which were served out to him in such excess all through his life. It was only his fondness for the work itself that kept his nose so constantly to the grindstone. Within 6 months of the Sardonyx, Barti wrote La Quatrième Dimension in French, which was published by Dolfoumois Frères in Paris, with, if possible, a greater success, for the clerical opposition was even more virulent. The English translation, which is admirable, is by Scatcherd. Then came Motes in a Moonbeam, Interstellar Harmonics, and Bertha au Grand Pied within 18 months, so that before he was quite 30, in the space of 2 years, Barti had produced 5 works, 3 in English and 2 in French, which, though merely novels and novelettes, have had as wide and far-reaching an influence on modern thought as The Origin of Species, that appeared about the same time, and which are such, for simplicity of expression, exposition, and idea, that an intelligent ploughboy can get all the good and all the pleasure from them almost as easily as any philosopher or sage. Such was Bartie's debut as a man of letters. This is not the place to criticize his literary work, nor am I the proper person to do so. Enough has been written already about Bartie Josselin during his lifetime to fill a large library, in nearly every language there is. I tremble to think of what has yet to follow. Sardonyx came of age nearly 12 years ago. What a coming of age that was, the reader will remember well. I shall not forget its celebration at Marsfield. It happened to coincide with the birth of Bartie's first grandchild at that very house. I will now go back to Bartie's private life, which is the sole object of this humble attempt at bookmaking on my part. During the next 10 years, Bartie's literary activity was immense. Beautiful books followed each other in rapid succession, and so did beautiful little Bartie's, and Leah's hands were full. And as each book, English or French, was more beautiful than the last, so was each little Bartie, male or female. All over Kensington and Campden Hill, for they took Gretna Lodge, next door to Cornelis the sculptor's. The splendor of these little Barties, their size, their beauty, their health and high spirits, became almost a joke, and their mother became almost a comic character in consequence, like the old lady who lived in a shoe. Money poured in with a profusion few writers of good books have ever known before, and every penny not wanted for immediate household expenses was pounced upon by Scatcherd or by me to be invested in the manner we thought best. Nous avons eu la main heureuse. The Josselins kept open house, and money was not to be despised, little as Bartie ever thought of money. Then, every autumn, the entire Smala migrated to the coast of Normandy or Picardy or Brittany, or to the highlands of Inverness, and with them the Scatcherds and the chronicler of these happy times, not to mention cats, dogs, and squirrels, and guinea pigs and white mice, and birds of all kinds, from which the children would not be parted, and the real care of which, both at home and abroad, ultimately devolved on poor Mrs. Josselin, who was not so fond of animals as all that, so that her life was full to overflowing of household cares. Another duty had devolved upon her also, that of answering the passionate letters that her husband received by every post from all parts of the world, especially America, and which he could never be induced to answer himself. Every morning regularly he would begin his day's work by writing "Yours truly, B. Josselin" on quite a score of square bits of paper, to be sent through the post to fair English and American autograph collectors, who forwarded stamped envelopes, and sometimes photographs of themselves, that he might study the features of those who loved him at a respectful distance, and who so frankly told their love, all of which bored Bartie to extinction, and was a source of endless amusement to his wife. But even she was annoyed when a large unstamped or insufficiently stamped parcel arrived by post from America, enclosing a photograph of her husband to which his signature was desired, and containing no stamps to frank it on its return journey. And the photographers he had to sit to, and the interviewers, male and female, to whom he had to deny himself. Life was too short. How often has a sturdy laborer or artisan come up to him, as he and I walked together, with, "I should very much like to shake you by the hand, Mr. Josselin, if I might make so bold, sir." And such an appeal as this would please him far more than the most fervently written outpourings of the female hearts he had touched. They, of course, received endless invitations to stay at country houses all over the United Kingdom, where they might have been lionized to their heart's content, if such had been their wish, but these they never accepted, They never spent a single night away from their own house till most of their children were grown up, or ever wanted to, and every year they got less and less into the way of dining out, or spending the evening from home, and I don't wonder. No gayer or jollier home ever was than that they made for themselves, and each other and their intimate friends. Not even at Cornelisse, next door, was better music to be heard, for Barty was friends with all the music makers, English and foreign, who cater for us in and out of the season. Even they read his books and understood them, and they sang and played better for Barty and for Cornelisse next door than even for the music-loving multitude who filled their pockets with British gold. End of section 49. Section 50 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 50. And the difference between Barty's house and that of Cornelisse was that at the former the gatherings were smaller and more intimate, as became the smaller house, and one was happier there in consequence. Barty gave himself up entirely to his writing, and left everything else to his wife, or to me, or to Scatcherd. She was really a mother to him, as well as a passionately loving and devoted helpmeet. To make up for this, whenever she was ill, which didn't often happen, except of course when she had a baby, he forgot all his writing in his anxiety about her, and in his care of her and his solicitude for her ease and comfort, he became quite a motherly old woman, a better nurse than Mrs. Jones or Mrs. Gibson, as practical and sensible and full of authority as Dr. Knight himself. And when it was all over, all his amiable carelessness came back, and with it his genius, his schoolboy high spirits, his tomfooling, his romps with his children, and his utter irresponsibility, and absolute disdain for all the ordinary business of life, and the happy genial temper that never seemed to know a moment's depression, or nourish an unkind thought. Poor Barty, what would he have done without us all, and what should we have done without Barty? As Scatcherd said of him, he's having his portion in this life, but it was not really so. Then, in 1870, he bought that charming house Mansfield by the Thames, which he rechristened Marsfield, and which he, with the help of the Scatcherds and myself, for it became our hobby, made into one of the most delightful abodes in England. It was the real home for all of us. I really think it is one of the loveliest spots on earth. It was a bargain, but it cost a lot of money. Altogether, never was money better spent, even as a mere investment. When I think of what it is worth now, je suis homme d'affaires. What a housewarming that was on the very day that France and Germany went to war! We little guessed what was to come for the country we all loved so dearly, or we should not have been so glad. I am conscious that all this is rather dull reading, alas! Merry England is a devilish dull place compared to foreign parts, and success, respectability, and domestic bliss are the dullest things to write or read about that I know, and with middle age to follow too. It was during that first summer at Marsfield that Barty told me the extraordinary story of Martia, and I really thought he had gone mad, for I knew him to be the most truthful person alive. Even now I hardly know what to think, nor did Leah, nor did Barty himself up to the day of his death. He showed me all her letters, which I may deem it advisable to publish some day, not only the Blaze suggestions for his books, and all her corrections, things to occupy him for life, all of course in his own handwriting, but many letters about herself, also written in sleep and by his own hand, and the style is Barty's, not the style in which he wrote his books, and which is not to be matched, but that in which he wrote his blaze letters to me. If her story is true, and I never read a piece of documentary evidence more convincing, these letters constitute the most astonishing revelation ever yet vouchsafed to this earth. But her story cannot be true. That Bartie's version of his relations with the Martian is absolutely sincere, it is impossible to doubt. He was quite unconscious of the genesis of every book he ever wrote. His first hint of every one of them was the elaborately worked out suggestion he found by his bedside in the morning, written by himself in his sleep during the preceding night, with his eyes wide open, while more often than not his wife anxiously watched him at his unconscious work, careful not to wake or disturb him in any way. Roughly epitomized, Martia's story was this. For an immense time she had gone through countless incarnations, from the lowest form to the highest, in the cold and dreary planet we call Mars, the outermost of the 4 inhabited worlds of our system, where the sun seems no bigger than an orange, and which, but for its moist, thin, rich atmosphere and peculiar magnetic conditions that differ from ours, would be too cold above ground for human or animal or vegetable life. As it is only inhabited now in the neighborhood of its equator, and even there, during its long winter, it is colder and more desolate than Cape Horn or Spitzbergen, except that the shallow freshwater sea does not freeze except for a few months at either pole. All these incarnations were forgotten by her but the last. Nothing remained of them all but a vague consciousness that they had once been, until their culmination in what would be in Mars the equivalent of a woman on our earth. Man in Mars is, it appears, a very different being from what he is here. He is amphibious and descends from no monkey, but from a small animal that seems to be something between our seal and our sea lion. According to Martia, his beauty is to that of the seal as that of the Theseus or Antinous to that of an orangutan. His 5 senses are extraordinarily acute, even the sense of touch in his webbed fingers and toes, and in addition to these he possesses a 6th that comes from his keen and unintermittent sense of the magnetic current, which is far stronger in Mars than on the earth, and far more complicated and more thoroughly understood. When any object is too delicate and minute to be examined by the sense of touch and sight, the Martian shuts his eyes and puts it against the pit of his stomach and knows all about it, even its inside. In the absolute dark, or with his eyes shut, and when he stops his ears, he is more intensely conscious of what immediately surrounds him than at any other time, except that all color perception ceases, conscious not only of material objects, but of what is passing in his fellow Martian's mind, and this for an area of many hundreds of cubic yards. In the course of its evolutions, this extraordinary faculty, which exists on earth in a rudimentary state, but only among some birds and fish and insects, and in the lower forms of animal life, has developed the Martian mind in a direction very different from ours, since no inner life apart from the rest, no privacy, no concealment is possible except at a distance involving absolute isolation. Not even thought is free, yet in some incomprehensible way there is, as a matter of fact, a really greater freedom of thought than is conceivable among ourselves. Absolute liberty in absolute obedience to law, a paradox beyond our comprehension. Their habits are as simple as those we attribute to the cave dwellers during the prehistoric periods of the earth's existence, but their moral sense is so far in advance of ours that we haven't even a terminology by which to express it. In comparison, the highest and best of us are monsters of iniquity and egoism, cruelty and corruption. And our planet, a very heaven for warmth and brilliancy and beauty, in spite of earthquakes and cyclones and tornadoes, is a very hell through the creatures that people it, a shambles, a place of torture, a grotesque and impure pandemonium. These exemplary Martians wear no clothes but the exquisite fur with which nature has endowed them, and which constitutes a part of their immense beauty, according to Martian. They feed exclusively on edible moss and roots, and submarine seaweed, which they know how to grow and prepare and preserve. Except for heavy-winged bat-like birds and big fish, which they have domesticated and use for their own purposes in an incredible manner, incarnating a portion of themselves and their consciousness at will in their bodies, they have cleared Mars of all useless and harmful and mutually destructive forms of animal life. A sorry fauna, the Martian, even at its best, and a flora beneath contempt compared to ours. They are great engineers and excavators, great irrigators, great workers in delicate metal, stone, marble, and precious gems. There is no wood to speak of. Great sculptors and decorators of the beautiful caves, so fancifully and so intricately connected, in which they live, and which have taken thousands of years to design and excavate and ventilate and adorn, and which they warm and light up at will in a beautiful manner by means of the tremendous magnetic current. This richly parti-colored light is part of their mental and moral life in a way it is not in us to apprehend, and has its exact equivalent in sound and vice versa. They have no language of words, and do not need it, since they can only be isolated in thought from each other by a distance greater than that which any vocal sound can traverse. But their organs of voice and hearing are far more complex and perfect than ours, and their atmosphere infinitely more conductive of phonal vibrations. It seems that everything which can be apprehended by the eye or hand is capable of absolute sonorous translation. Light, color, texture, shape in its three dimensions, weight and density. The phonal expression and comprehension of all these are acquired by the Martian baby almost as soon as it knows how to swim or dive, or move upright and erect on dry land or beneath it. And the mechanical translation of such expression by means of wind and wire, and sounding texture, and curved surface of extraordinary elaboration, is the principal business of the Martian life, an art by which all the combined past experience and future aspirations of the race receive the fullest utterance. Here again personal magnetism plays an enormous part. And it is by means of this long and patiently evolved and highly trained faculty that the race is still developing towards perfection, with constant strain and effort, although the planet is far advanced in its decadence and within measurable distance of its unfitness for life of any kind. All is so evenly and harmoniously balanced, whether above ground or beneath, that existence is full of joy, in spite of the tremendous strain of life, in spite also of a dreariness of outlook on barren nature, which is not to be matched by the most inhospitable regions of the earth, and death is looked upon as the crowning joy of all, although life is prolonged by all the means in their power. For when the life of the body ceases, and the body itself is burned, and its ashes scattered to the winds and waves, the infinitesimal, imponderable, and indestructible something we call the soul is known to lose itself in a sunbeam and make for the sun, with all its memories about it, that it may then receive further development, fitting it for other systems altogether beyond conception. And the longer it has lived in Mars, the better for its eternal life in the future. But it often, on its journey sunwards, gets entangled in other beams, and finds its way to some intermediate planet, Mercury, Venus, or the Earth, and putting on flesh and blood and bone once more, and losing for a space all its knowledge of its own past, it has to undergo another mortal incarnation, a new personal experience, beginning with its new birth, a dream and a forgetting, till it awakens again after the pangs of dissolution, and finds itself a step further on the way to freedom. Martia, it seems, came to our earth in a shower of shooting stars 100 years ago. She had not lived her full measure of years in Mars. She had elected to be suppressed through some unfitness, physical or mental or moral, which rendered it inexpedient that she should become a mother of Martians, for they are very particular about that sort of thing in Mars. We shall have to be so here some day, or else we shall degenerate and become extinct, or even worse. Many Martian souls come to our planet in this way, it seems, and hasten to incarnate themselves in as promising unborn, though just begotten men and women as they find, that they may the sooner be free to hie them sunwards with all their collected memories. According to Martia, most of the best and finest of our race have souls that have lived forgotten lives in Mars. But Martia was in no hurry. She was full of intelligent curiosity, and for 10 years she went up and down the earth, reveling in the open air, lodging herself in the brains and bodies of birds, beasts and fishes, insects, and animals of all kinds, like a hermit crab in a shell that belongs to another, but without the slightest inconvenience to the legitimate owners, who were always quite unconscious of her presence, although she made what use she could of what wits they had. Thus she had a heavenly time on this sunlit earth of ours, now a worm, now a porpoise, now a seagull or a dragonfly, now some fleet-footed, keen-eyed quadruped that did not live by slaying, for she had a horror of bloodshed. She could only go where these creatures chose to take her, since she had no power to control their actions in the slightest degree. But she saw, heard, smelled, and touched and tasted with their organs of sense, and was as conscious of their animal life as they were themselves. Her description of this phase of her earthly career is full of extraordinary interest, and sometimes extremely funny, though quite unconsciously so, no doubt. For instance, she tells how happy she once was when she inhabited a small brown Pomeranian dog called Schnapfel in Cologne, and belonging to a Jewish family who dealt in old clothes near the cathedral, and how she loved them and looked up to them, how she reveled in fried fish and the smell of it, and in all the stinks in every street of the famous city, all except one, that arose from Herr Johann Maria Farina's renowned emporium in the Julichsplatz, which so offended the canine nostrils that she had to give up inhabiting that small Pomeranian dog forever, etc. Then she took to man, and inhabited man and woman, and especially child, in all parts of the globe for many years, and finally, for the last 50 or 60 years or so, she settled herself exclusively among the best and healthiest English she could find. She took a great fancy to the Rohans, who are singularly well endowed in health of mind and body, and physical beauty and happiness of temper. She became especially fond of the ill-fated but amiable Lord Runswick, Barty's father. Then through him she knew Antoinette, and loved her so well that she determined to incarnate herself at last as their child. but she had become very cautious and worldly during her wandering life on earth, and felt that she would not be quite happy either as a man or a woman in Western Europe unless she were reborn in holy wedlock, a concession she made to our British prejudices in favor of respectability. She describes herself as the only Martian Philistine and snob. Evil communications corrupt good manners, and poor Martia, to her infinite sorrow and self-reproach, was conscious of a sad lowering of her moral tone after this long frequentation of the best earthly human beings, even the best English. She grew to admire worldly success, rank, social distinction, the perishable beauty of outward form, the lust of the flesh, and the pride of the eye, the pomps and vanities of this wicked world, and to basely long for these in her own person. Then, when Barti was born, she loved to inhabit his singularly well-constituted little body better than any other, and to identify herself with his happy child life, and enjoy his singularly perfect senses, and sleep his beautiful sleep, and revel in the dreams he so completely forgot when he woke, reminiscent dreams that she was actually able to weave out of the unconscious brain that was his, absolutely using his dormant organs of memory for purposes of her own, to remember and relive her own past pleasures and pains, so sensitively and highly organized was he. And to her immense surprise, she found she could make him feel her presence even when awake, by means of the magnetic sense that pervaded her strongly, as it pervades all Martian souls, till they reincarnate themselves among us and forget. And thus he was conscious of the North whenever she enjoyed the hospitality of his young body. She stuck to him for many years, till he offended her taste by his looseness of life as a guardsman, for she was extremely straight-laced, and she inhabited him no more for some time, though she often watched him through the eyes of others, and always loved him, and lamented sorely over his faults and follies. Then one memorable night, in the energy of her despair at his resolve to slip that splendid body of his, she was able to influence him in his sleep, and saved his life, and all her love came back tenfold. She had never been able to impose a fraction of her will on any being, animal or human, that she had ever inhabited on earth, until that memorable night in Malines, where she made him write at her dictation. Then she conceived an immense desire that he should marry the splendid Julia, whom she had often inhabited also, that she might one day be a child of his by such a mother, and go through her earthly incarnation in the happiest conceivable circumstances. But herein she was balked by Barti's instinctive preference for Leah, and again gave him up in a huff. But she soon took to inhabiting Leah a great deal, and found her just as much to her taste for her own future earthly mother as the divine Julia herself, and made up her mind she would make Barti great and famous by a clever management of his very extraordinary brains, of which she had discovered the hidden capacity, and influence the earth for its good, for she had grown to love the beautiful earth in spite of its iniquities, and finally be a child of Barti and Leah, every new child of whom seemed an improvement on the last, as though practice made perfect. Such is roughly the story of Martia. There is no doubt, both Barti and Leah agreed with me in this, that it is an easy story to invent, though it is curiously convincing to read in the original shape, with all its minute details and their verisimilitude, and even then there is nothing in it that the author of Sardonyx could not have easily imagined and made more convincing still. He declared that all through life, on awaking from his night's sleep, he always felt conscious of having had extraordinary dreams, even as a child, but that he forgot them in the very act of waking, in spite of strenuous efforts to recall them. But now and again, on sinking into sleep, the vague memory of those forgotten dreams would come back, and they were all of a strange life under new conditions, just such a life as Martia had described, where arabesques of artificial light and interwoven curves of subtle sound had a significance undreamt of by mortal eyes or ears, and served as conductors to a heavenly bliss unknown to earth, revelations denied to us here, or we should be very different beings from what we most unhappily are. He thought it quite possible that his brain in sleep had at last become so active through the exhausting and depleting medical regime that he went through in Malines, that it actually was able to dictate its will to his body, and that everything might have happened to him as it did then and afterwards, without any supernatural or ultra-natural agency whatever, without a Martia. He might, in short, have led a kind of dual life, and Martia might be a simple fancy or invention of his brain in an abnormal state of activity during slumber, and both Leah and I inclined to this belief, but for a strange thing which happened later, and which I will tell in due time. Indeed, it all seems so silly and far-fetched, so out of the question, that one feels almost ashamed at bringing this Martia into a serious biography of a great man. On compte à dormir debout. But you must wait for the end. Anyhow, the singular fact remains that in some way inexplicable to himself, Barti has influenced the world in a direction which it never entered his thoughts even to conceive, so far as he remembered. Think of all he has done. He has robbed death of nearly all its terrors. Even for the young, it is no longer the grisly phantom it once was for ourselves, but rather of an aspect mellow and benign. For to the most skeptical, he, and only he, has restored that absolute conviction of an indestructible germ of immortality within us, born of remembrance made perfect and complete after dissolution. He alone has built the golden bridge, in the middle of which science and faith can shake hands over at least one common possibility, nay, one common certainty for those who have read him aright. There is no longer despair in bereavement. All bereavement is but a half parting. There is no real parting except for those who survive, and the longest earthly life is but a span. Whatever the future may be, the past will be ours forever, and that means our punishment and our reward and reunion with those we loved. It is a happy phrase, that which closes the career of sardonyx. It has become as universal as the Lord's Prayer. To think that so simple and obvious a solution should have lain hidden all these eons, to turn up at last as though by chance in a little illustrated storybook, what a nugget! Où avions-nous donc la tête et les yeux? Physical pain and the origin of evil seem the only questions with which he has not been able to grapple. And yet, if those difficulties are ever dealt with and mastered and overcome for us, it can only be by some follower of Barti's methods. It is true, no doubt, that through him suicide has become the normal way out of our troubles when these are beyond remedy. I will not express any opinion as to the ethical significance of this admitted result of his teaching, which many of us still find it so hard to reconcile with their conscience. Then, by a dexterous manipulation of our sympathies that amounts to absolute conjuring, he has given the death blow to all cruelty that serves for our amusement, and killed the pride and pomp and circumstance of glorious sport, and made them ridiculous with his lusty laugh. Even the bullfights in Spain are coming to an end, and all through a Spanish translation of Lifeblood. All the cruelties of the world are bound to follow in time, and this not so much because they are cruel, as because they are ridiculous and mean and ugly, and would make us laugh if they didn't make us cry. And to whom but Barty Josselin do we owe it that our race is on an average already from 4 to 6 inches taller than it was 30 years ago, men and women alike? That strength and beauty are rapidly becoming the rule among us, and weakness and ugliness the exception. He has been hard on these, he has been cruel to be kind, and they have received notice to quit, and been generously compensated in advance, I think. Who in these days would dare to enter the holy state of wedlock unless they were pronounced physically, morally, and mentally fit to procreate their kind, not only by their own conscience, but by the common consent of all who know them? And that beauty, health, and strength are a part of that fitness, and old age a bar to it, who would dare deny? I'm no Adonis myself. I've got a long upper lip and an Irish kink in my nose, inherited perhaps from some maternally ancestral Blake of Derrydown, who may have been a proper blackguard. And that kink should be now, no doubt, the lawful property of some ruffianly cattle-huffing moonlighter, whose nose, which should have been mine, is probably as straight as Barty's. For in Ireland are to be found the handsomest and ugliest people in all Great Britain, and in Great Britain the handsomest and ugliest people in the whole world. Anyhow, I have known my place. I have not perpetrated that kink, and with it possibly the base and cowardly instincts of which it was meant to be the outward and visible sign, though it isn't in my case, that my fellow men might give me a wide berth. Leah's girlish instinct was a right one when she said me nay that afternoon by the Chelsea pier, for how could she see inside me, poor child? How could beauty guess the beast was a prince in disguise? It was no fairy tale. Things have got mixed up, but they're all coming right, and all through Barty Josselin. And what vulgar pride and narrownesses and meannesses and vanities and uglinesses of life, in mass and class and individual, are now impossible, and all through Barty Josselin and his quaint ironies of pen and pencil, forever trembling between tears and laughter, with never a cynical spark or a hint of bitterness. How he has held his own against the world! How he has scourged its wickedness and folly, this gigantic optimist, who never wrote a single line in his own defense! How quickly their laugh recoiled on those early laughers, and how Barty alone laughed well, because he laughed the last, and taught the laughers to laugh on his side. People thought he was always laughing. It was not so. End of section 50. Section 51 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 51, Part 9th. Cara Deum Soboles Magnum Jovis Incrementum. Virgil. The immense fame and success that Barty Josselin achieved were to him a source of constant disquiet. He could take neither pride nor pleasure in what seemed to him not his. He thought himself a fraud. Yet only the mere skeleton of his work was built up for him by his demon. All the beauty of form and color, all the grace of movement and outer garb are absolutely his own. It has been noticed how few eminent men of letters were intimate with the Josselins, though the best among them, except of course Thomas Carlyle, have been so enthusiastic and outspoken in their love and admiration of his work. He was never at his ease in their society, and felt himself a kind of charlatan. The fact is, the general talk of such men was often apt to be over his head, as it would have been over mine, and often made him painfully diffident and shy. He needn't have been. He little knew the kind of feeling he inspired among the highest and best. Why, one day at the Marathoneum, the first and foremost of them all, the champion smiter of the Philistines, the apostle of culture and sweetness and light, told me that, putting Bartie's books out of the question, he always got more profit and pleasure out of Bartie's society than that of any man he knew. It does me good to be in the same room with him. The freshness of the man, his voice, his aspect, his splendid vitality and mother wit, his boyish spirit, and the towering genius behind it all. I only wish to goodness I was an intimate friend of his as you are. It would be a liberal education to me. But Bartie's reverence and admiration for true scholarship and great literary culture in others amounted to absolute awe, and filled him with self-distrust. There is no doubt that until he was universally accepted, the crudeness of his literary method was duly criticized with great severity by those professional literary critics who sometimes carp with such a big mouth at their betters, and occasionally kill the Keatses of this world. In writing, as in everything else, he was an amateur, and more or less remained one for life. But the greatest of his time accepted him at once, and laughed and wept, and loved him for his obvious faults as well as for his qualities. Tous les gens sont bons, hormis le genre ennuyeux. And Bartie was so delightfully the reverse of a bore. Dear me, what matters it how faultlessly we paint or write or sing, if no one will care to look or read or listen? He is all fault that hath no fault at all, and we poor outsiders all but yawn in his face for his pains. They should only paint and write and sing for each other, these impeccables, who so despise success and revile the successful. How do they live, I wonder? Do they take in each other's washing, or review each other's books? It edifies one to see what a lot of trouble these deriders of other people's popularity will often take to advertise themselves, and how they yearn for that popular acclaim they so scornfully denounce. Bartie was not a well-read man by any means. His scholarship was that of an idle French boy who leaves school at 17, after having been plucked for a cheap French degree, and goes straightway into Her Majesty's Household Brigade. At the beginning of his literary career it would cut him to the quick to find himself alluded to as that inspired Anglo-Gallic buffoon, the ex-guardsman, whose real vocation, when he wasn't twaddling about the music of the spheres or writing moral French books, was to be Mr. Toole's understudy. He was even impressed by the smartness of those second-rate decadents, French and English, who so gloried in their own degeneracy, as though one were to glory in scrofula or rickets. Those unpleasant little anthropoids, with the sexless little muse and the dirty little Eros, who would ride their angry, jealous little tilt at him in the vain hope of provoking some retort, which would have lifted them up to glory. Where are they now? He has improved them all away. Whoever hears of decadence nowadays? Then there were the grubs of Grub Street, who sometimes managed to squirt a drop from their slime bags on to the swiftly passing boot that scorns to squash them. He had no notion of what manner of creatures they really were, these gentles. He did not meet them at any club he belonged to. It was not likely. Clubs have a way of blackballing grubs, especially grubs that are out of the common grubby, nor did he sit down to dinner with them at any dinner table, or come across them at any house he was by way of frequenting. But he imagined they were quite important persons because they did not sign their articles, and he quite mistook their place in the economy of creation. C'était un naïf, le beau Jocelyn. Big fleas have little fleas, and they've got to put up with them. There is no poudre insecticide for literary vermin, and more's the pity. Good heavens, what would the generous and delicate-minded Barti say if he were alive at my delivering myself in this unworthy fashion about these long-forgotten assailants of his, and at my age too, he who never penned a line in retaliation? He would say I was the most unseemly grub of them all, and he would be quite right. So I am just now, and ought to know better. But it amuses me. Then there were the melodious bardlets, who imitate those who imitate those who imitate the forgotten minor poets of the olden time, and log-roll each other in quaint old English. They did not log-roll Barti, whom they thought coarse and vulgar, and wrote to that effect in very plain English that was not old, but quite up to date. How splendidly they write verse, he would say, and actually once or twice he would pick up one or two of their cheap little archaic mannerisms, and proudly use them as his own, and be quite angry to find that Leah had carefully expunged them in her copy. "A fair and gracious garden indeed," says Leah. "I won't have you use such ridiculous words, Barti. You mean a pretty garden, and you shall say so, or even a beautiful garden, if you like, and no more manifolds, and thereanents, and in various sooths, and waters wan, and wan waters, and all that. I won't stand it. They don't suit your style at all." She and Scatcherd and I between us soon laughed him out of these innocent little literary vagaries, and he remained content with the homely words he had inherited from his barbarian ancestors in England. They speak good English, our barbarians, and the simple phrasing he had learnt from Monsieur de Rossier's classe de littérature at the Institution Brossard. One language helps another. Even the smattering of a dead language is better than no extra language at all. And that's why, at such cost of time and labor and paternal cash, we learn to smatter Greek and Latin, I suppose. Arma verumque cano, titire tu patulae, mecenas atavis, Greek, menin eid. And there you are. It sticks in the memory, and it's as simple as how do you do. Anyhow, it is pretty generally admitted, both here and in France, that for grace and ease and elegance and absolute clearness combined, Barti Jocelyn's literary style has never been surpassed and very seldom equaled. And whatever his other faults, when he was at his ease, he had the same graceful gift in his talk, both French and English. It might be worth while my translating here the record of an impression made by Barti and his surroundings on a very accomplished Frenchman, Monsieur Paroli, of the Débat, who paid him a visit in the summer of 1869 at Camden Hill. I may mention that Barti hated to be interviewed and questioned about his literary work. He declared he was afraid of being found out. But if once the interviewer managed to evade the lynx-eyed Leah, who had a horror of him, and get inside the studio and make good his footing there, and were a decently pleasant fellow to boot, Barti would soon get over his aversion, utterly forget he was being interviewed, and talk as to an old friend, especially if the reviewer were a Frenchman or an American. The interviewer is an insidious and wily person, and often presents himself to the soft-hearted celebrity in such humble and pathetic guise that one really hasn't the courage to snub him. He has come such a long way for such a little thing. It is such a lowly function he plies at the foot of that tall tree whose top you reached at a single bound. And he is supposed to be a gentleman, and has no other means of keeping body and soul together. Then he is so prostrate in admiration before your immensity. So you give way, and out comes the little notebook, and out comes the little cross-examination. As a rule, you are none the worse, and the world is none the better. We know all about you already, all at least that we want to know. We have heard it all before, over and over again. But a poor fellow creature has earned his crust, and goes home the happier for having talked to you about yourself, and been treated like a man and a brother. But sometimes the reviewer is very terrible indeed in his jaunty vulgarization of your distinguished personality, and you have to wince and redden, and rue the day you let him inside your house, and live down those light familiar paragraphs in which he describes you, and the way you dress, and how you look, and what jolly things you say, and on what free and easy terms he is with you, of all people in the world. But the most terrible of all is the pleasant gentleman from America, who has yearned to know you for so many years, and comes perhaps with a letter of introduction, or even without. Not to interview you or write about you, good heavens! He hates and scorns that modern pest, the interviewer. But to sit at your feet and worship at your shrine, and tell you of all the good you have done him and his, all the happiness you have given them all, the debt of a lifetime. And you let yourself go before him, and so do your family, and so do your old friends. Is he not also a friend, though not an old one? You part with him almost in sorrow, he's so nice. And in 3 weeks some kind person sends you from the other side such a printed account of you and yours, so abominably true, so abominably false, that the remembrance of it makes you wake up in the dead of night, and most unjustly loathe an entire continent for breeding and harboring such a shameless type of press reptile. I feel hard-hearted towards the interviewer, I own. I wish him and those who employ him a better trade, and a better taste to whoever reads what he writes. But Barti could be hard-hearted to nobody, and always regretted having granted the interview when he saw the published outcome of it. Fortunately, Monsieur Parolles was decently discreet. "I've got a Frenchman coming this afternoon, a tremendous swell," said Barti at lunch. Leah: "Who is he?" "Monsieur Parolles of the Débat." "What is he when he's at home?" "A famous journalist, as you'd know if you'd read the French newspapers sometimes, which you never do." "Haven't got the time. He's coming to interview you, I suppose, and make French newspaper copy out of you." "Why shouldn't he come, just for the pleasure of making my acquaintance?" "And mine. I'll be there and talk to him too." "My dear, he probably doesn't speak a word of English, and your French, you know, you never would learn French properly, although you've had me to practice on for so many years, not to mention Bob and Ida." "How unkind of you, Barti! When have I had time to trouble about French? Besides, you always laugh at my French accent and mimic it, and that's not encouraging." "My dear, I adore your French accent. It's so unaffected. I only wish I heard it a little oftener." "You shall hear it this afternoon. At what o'clock is he coming, your Monsieur Parolles?" "At 4:30. "Oh, Barti, don't give yourself away. Don't talk to him about your writings, or about yourself, or about your family. He'll vulgarize you all over France. Surely you've not forgotten that nice gentleman from America who came to see you, and who told you that he was no interviewer, not he, but came merely as a friend and admirer, a distant but constant worshipper for many years, and how you talked to him like a long-lost brother in consequence. There's nobody in the world like the best Americans, you said. You adored them all, and wanted to be an American yourself, till a month after, when he published every word you said and more, and what sort of cravat you had on, and how silent and cold and uncommunicative your good motherly English wife was, you, the brilliant and talkative Barti Jocelyn, who should have mated with a countrywoman of his own, and how your bosom friend was a huge, overgrown, everyday Briton with a broken nose. I saw what he was at from the low cunning in his face as he listened, and felt that every single unguarded word you dropped was $1 in his pocket. How we've all had to live down that dreadfully facetious and grotesque and familiar article he printed about us all in those 20 American newspapers that have got the largest circulation in the world, and how you stamped and raved, Barti, and swore that never another American gentleman should enter your house. What names you called him: cad, sweep, low-bred, little Yankee penny-a-liner. Don't you remember? Why, he described you as a quite nice-looking man, somewhat over the middle height. Oh, yes, damn him, I remember, said Barti, who was 3 or 4 inches over 6 feet, and quite openly vain of his good looks. Well, then, pray be cautious with this Monsieur Paroli you think so much of because he's French. Let him talk. Interview him. Ask him all about his family, if he's got one, his children, and all that. Play a game of billiards with him. Talk French politics. Dance La Paladine. Make him laugh. Make him smoke one of those strong Trichinopoly cigars Bob gave you for the tops of omnibuses. Make him feel your biceps. Teach him how to play cup and ball. Give him a sketch. Then bring him in to tea. Madame Cornelise will be there, and Julia Ironsides and Ida, who'll talk French by the yard. Then we'll show him the St. Bernards and Minerva, and I'll give him an armful of Gloire de Dijon roses, and shake him warmly by the hand, so that he won't feel ill-natured towards us, and we'll get him out of the house as quick as possible. End of section 51. Section 52 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 52. Thus prepared, Barti awaited Monsieur Paroli, and this is a free rendering of what Monsieur Paroli afterwards wrote about him. With a mixture of feelings difficult to analyze and define, I bade adieu to the sage and philosopher of Cheyne Row, and had myself transported in my hansom to the abode of the other great sommité littéraire in London, the light one, Monsieur Jocelyn, to whom we in France also are so deeply in debt. After a longish drive through sordid streets, we reached a bright historic vicinity and a charming hill, and my invisible Jehu guided me at the great trot by verdant country lanes. We turned through lodge gates into a narrow drive in a well-kept garden, where there was a lawn of English greenness, on which were children and nurses and many dogs, and young people who played at the lawn tennis. The door of the house was opened by a charming young woman in black, with a white apron and cap, like a waitress at the Bouillon Duval, who guided me through a bright corridor full of pictures and panoplies, and then through a handsome studio, to a billiard room, where Monsieur Jocelyn was playing at the billiard to himself all alone. Monsieur Jocelyn receives me with jovial cordiality. He is enormously tall, enormously handsome, like a drum major of the Imperial Guard, except that his lip and chin are shaved, and he has slight whiskers. Very well dressed, with thick curly hair and regular features, and a singularly sympathetic voice. He is about 35. I have to decline a game of billiards and refuse a cigar, a very formidable cigar, very black and very thick and very long. I don't smoke, and am no hand at a cue. Besides, I want to talk about Étoile Morte, about Les Trépassés de François Villon, about Déjanier et Delilah. Monsieur Jocelyn speaks French as he writes it, in absolute perfection. His mother, he tells me, was from Normandy, the daughter of fisherfolk in Dieppe. He was at school in Paris, and has lived there as an art student. He does not care to talk about Les Trépassés, or Les Étoiles, or any of his immortal works. He asks me if I'm a good swimmer, and can do la queue properly, and leaning over his billiard table, he shows me how it ought to be done, and dilates on the merits of that mode of getting through the water. He confides to me that he suffers from a terrible nostalgia, a consuming desire to do la queue in the swimming baths of Passy against the current, to take a header à la Hussard with his eyes open, and explore the bed of the Seine between Grenelle and the Ile des Cygnes, as he used to do when he was a schoolboy, and pick up mussels with his teeth. Then he explains to me the peculiar virtues of his stove, which is almost entirely an invention of his own, and shows me how he can regulate the heat of the room to the fraction of a degree centigrade, which he prefers to Fahrenheit, just as he prefers meters and centimeters to inches and feet, and 10 to 12. After this he performs some very clever tricks with billiard balls, juggles 3 of them in each hand simultaneously, and explains to me that this is an exceptional achievement, as he only sees out of one eye, and that no acrobat living could do the same with one eye shut. I quite believe him, and wonder and admire, and his face beams with honest satisfaction. And this is the man who wrote La Quatrième Dimension. Then he tells me some very funny French schoolboy stories. He delights in my hearty laughter. They are capital stories, but I had heard them all before when I was at school. And now, Monsieur Jocelyn, I say, apropos of that last story you've just told me, in the Trépassés de François Villon, you have omitted la très sage Héloïse altogether. Oh, have I? How stupid of me! Abelard and all that. Ah, well, there's plenty of time. Nous allons arranger tout ça. All that sort of thing comes to me in the night, you know, when I'm half asleep in bed. I mean after lunch in the afternoon, when I take my siesta. Then he leads me into his studio and shows me pencil studies from the life, things of ineffable beauty of form and expression, things that haunt the memory. Show me a study for Déjanier, I say. Oh, I'll draw Déjanier for you. And he takes a soft pencil and a piece of smooth cardboard, and in 5 minutes draws me an outline of a naked woman on a centaur's back, a creature of touching beauty no other hand in the world could produce, so aristocratically delicately English and of to-day, so severely, so nobly and classically Greek. C'est la chasteté même, mais ce n'est pas Déjanier. He gives me this sketch, which I rechristen Godiva, and value as I value few things I possess. Then he shows me pencil studies of children's heads from nature, and I exclaim, "Oh, heaven, what a dream of childhood! Childhood is never so beautiful as that." "Oh, yes, it is, in England, I assure you," says he. "I'll show you my children presently, and have you any children?" "Alas, no," I reply, "I am a bachelor." I remark that from time to time, just as the moon veils itself behind a passing cloud, the radiance of his brilliant and jovial physiognomy is eclipsed by the expression of a sadness immense, mysterious, infinite. This is followed by a look of angelic candor and sweetness, and gentle heroism, that moves you strangely even to the heart, and makes appeal to all your warmest and deepest sympathies, the look of a very masculine Joan of Arc. You don't know why, but you feel you would make any sacrifice for a man who looks at you like that. Follow him to the death, lead a forlorn hope at his bidding. He does not exact from me anything so arduous as this, but passing round my neck his powerful arm, he says, "Come and drink some tea. I should like to present you to my wife." And he leads me through another corridor to a charming drawing room that gives on to the green lawn of the garden. There are several people there taking the tea. He presents me first to Madame Josselin. If the husband is enormously handsome, the wife is a beauty absolutely divine. She also is very tall, très élégante. She has soft wavy black hair, and eyes and eyebrows d'un noir de jet, and a complexion d'une blancheur de lit, with just a point of carmine in the cheeks. She does not say much, she speaks French with difficulty, but she expresses with her smiling eyes so cordial and sincere a welcome that one feels glad to be in the same room with her. One feels it is a happy privilege, it does one good. One ceases to feel one may possibly be an intruder. One almost feels one is wanted there. I am then presented to 3 or 4 other ladies, and it would seem that the greatest beauties of London have given each other rendezvous in Madame Josselin's salon. This London, where are to be found the most beautiful women in the world, and the ugliest. First, I salute the Countess of Ironsides. Ah, mon Dieu! La Diane Chasseresse, la Sappho de Pradier. Then Madame Cornelise, the wife of the great sculptor who lives next door, a daughter of the ancient gods of Greece. Then a magnificent blonde, an old friend of theirs, who speaks French absolutely like a Frenchwoman, and says thee and thou to Monsieur Josselin, and introduces me to her brother, un vrai type de colosse bon enfant, d'une tenue irréprochable. Thank you, Monsieur Paroli, who also speaks the French of France, for he was at school there, a school fellow of our host. There are 2 or 3 children, girls, more beautiful than anything or anybody else in the house, in the world, I think. They give me tea and cakes, and bread and butter, most delicious tartines, as thin as wafers, and speak French well, and relate to me the biographies of their animals, une vraie menagerie, which I afterwards have to visit. Immense dogs, rabbits, hedgehogs, squirrels, white mice, and a gigantic owl, who answers to the name of Minerva. I find myself, ma foi, very happy among these wonderful people, and preserve an impression of beauty, of bonhomie, of naturalness and domestic felicity, quite unlike anything I have ever been privileged to see, an impression never to be forgotten. But as for Étoile Morte and Les Trépassés de François Villon, I really have to give them up. The beautiful big dogs are more important than all the books in the world, even the master's, even the master himself. However, I want no explanation to see and understand how Monsieur Josselin has written most of his chefs-d'œuvre from the depths of a happy consciousness, habituated to all that is most graceful and charming and seductive in real life, and a deeply sympathetic, poignant, and compassionate sense of the contrast to all this. Happy mortal, happy family, happy country, where grow poussant such people, and where such children flourish. The souvenir of that so brief hour spent at Gretna Lodge is one of the most beautiful souvenirs of my life, and above all the souvenir of the belle Châtelaine, who filled my hansom with beautiful roses culled by her own fair hand, which gave me at parting that cordial English pressure so much more suggestive of au revoir than adieu. It is with sincere regret one leaves people who part with one so regretfully. Alphonse Paroli. End of section 52. Section 53 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 53. Except that good and happy women have no history, I should almost like to write the history of Bartie's wife, and call it the history of the busiest and most hard-working woman in Great Britain. Bartie left everything to her, to the very signing of checks. He would have nothing to do with any business of any kind. He wouldn't even carve at lunch or dinner. Leah did, unless I was there. It is but fair to say he worked as hard as any man I know. When he was not writing or drawing, he was thinking about drawing or writing. When they got to Marsfield, he hardly ever stirred outside the grounds. There he would garden with gardeners, or cut down trees, or do carpenter's work at his short intervals of rest, or groom a horse. How often have I seen him suddenly drop a spade or axe, or saw or currycomb, and go straight off to a thatched gazebo he had built himself, where writing materials were left, and write down the happy thought that had occurred, and then, pipe in mouth, back to his gardening or the rest. I also had a gazebo close to his, where I read blue books and wrote my endless correspondence with the help of a secretary, only too glad, both of us, to be disturbed by festive and frolicsome young Barties of either sex, by their dogs, by their mother. Leah's province it was to attend to all the machinery by which life was carried on in this big house, and social intercourse, and the education of the young, and endless hospitalities. She would even try to coach her boys in Latin and Euclid during their preparation times for the school where they spent the day 2 miles off. Such Latin, such geometry! She could never master the ablative absolute, nor what used to be called at Brossades le coeur retranché, nor see the necessity of demonstrating by A plus B what was sufficiently obvious to her without. "Who helps you in your Latin, my boy?" says the master with a grin. "My father," says Geoffrey, too loyal to admit it was his mother who had coached him wrong. "Ah, I suppose he helps you with your Euclid also?" says the master with a broader grin still. "Yes, sir," says Geoffrey. "Your father's French, I suppose?" "I dare say, sir," says Geoffrey. "Ah, I thought so." All of which was very unfair to Bartie, whose Latin, like that of most boys who have been brought up at a French school, was probably quite as good as the English schoolmaster's own, except for its innocence of quantities, and Blanchet and Legendre are easier to learn than Euclid, and stick longer in the memory, and Bartie remembered well. Then, besides the many friends who came to the pleasant house to stay, or else for lunch or tea or dinner, there were pious pilgrims from all parts of the world, as to a shrine, from Paris, from Germany, Italy, Norway, and Sweden, from America especially. Leah had to play the hostess almost every day of her life, and show off her lion, and make him roar and wag his tail, and stand on his hind legs, a lion that was not always in the mood to tumble and be shown off, unless the pilgrims were pretty and of the female sex. Bartie was a man's man par excellence, and loved to foregather with men. The only men he couldn't stand were those we have agreed to call in modern English the Philistines and the prigs, or both combined, as they can sometimes be. And this objection of his would have considerably narrowed his circle of male acquaintances, but that the Philistines and the prigs, who so detest each other, were so dotingly fond of Bartie, and ran him to earth in Marsfield. The Philistines loved him for his world-wide popularity, the prigs in spite of it. They loved him for himself alone, because they couldn't help it, I suppose, and lamented over him as over a fallen angel. He was happiest of all with the good denizens of Bohemia, who have known want and temptation and come unscathed out of the fire, but with their affectations and insincerities and conventionalities all burnt away. Good old Bohemia, alma mater dolorosa, stern old gray she-wolf with the dry teats, marâtre au cœur de pierre. It is not a bad school in which to graduate, if you can do so without loss of principle or sacrifice of the delicate bloom of honor and self-respect. Next to these, I think he loved the barbarians he belonged to on his father's side, who, whatever their faults, are seldom prigs or Philistines. And then he loved the proletarians, who had good straightforward manners and no pretension, the laborer, the skilled artisan, especially the toilers of the sea. In spite of his love of his own sex, he was of the kind that can go to the devil for a pretty woman. He did not do this. He married one instead, fortunately for himself and for his children and for her, and stuck to her and preferred her society to any society in the world. Her mere presence seemed to have an extraordinarily soothing influence on him. It was as though life were short, and he could never see enough of her in the allotted time and space. The chronic necessity of her nearness to him became a habit and a second nature, like his pipe, as he would say. Still, he was such a slave to his own aesthetic eye and ever youthful heart that the sight of lovely woman pleased him more than the sight of anything else on earth. He delighted in her proximity, in the rustle of her garments, in the sound of her voice, and lovely woman's instinct told her this, so that she was very fond of Barti in return. He was especially popular with sweet, pretty young girls, to whom his genial, happy paternal manner always endeared him. They felt as safe with Barti as with any father or uncle, for all his facetious love-making. He made them laugh, and they loved him for it, and they forgot his Apolloship and his lionhood and his general immensity, which he never remembered himself. It is to be feared that women who lacked the heavenly gift of good looks did not interest him quite so much, whatever other gifts they might possess, unless it were the gift of making lovely music. The little brown nightingale outshone the brilliant bird of paradise if she were a true nightingale. If she were very brown indeed, he would shut his eyes and listen with all his ears, rapt as in a heavenly dream. And the closed lids would moisten, especially the lid that hid the eye that couldn't see, the emotional one, although he was the least lachrymose of men, since it was with such a dry eye he wrote what I could scarcely read for my tears. But his natural kindliness and geniality made him always try and please those who tried to please him, beautiful or the reverse, whether they succeeded or not. And he was just as popular with the ducks and geese as with the swans and peacocks and nightingales and birds of paradise. The dull, commonplace dames who prosed and buzzed and bored, the elderly, intellectual virgins who knew nothing of life but what they had read or written in Tendes's novels, yet sadly rebuked him, more in sorrow than in anger, for this passage or that in his books about things out of their ken altogether, etc. His playful amenity disarmed the most aggressive blue-stocking, Orthodox or Unitarian, Catholic or Hebrew, radicals, agnostics, vegetarians, teetotalers, anti-vaccinationists, anti-vivisectionists, even anti-things that don't concern decent women at all, whether married or single. It was only when his privacy was invaded by some patronizing, loud-voiced nouvelle riche with a low-bred physiognomy that no millions on earth could gild or refine, and manners to match. some foolish, fashionable would-be worldling, who combined the arch little coquetries and impertinent affectations of a spoilt beauty with the ugliness of an Aztec or an Esquimaux, some silly, titled old frump, who frankly ignored his tea-making wife and daughters, and talked to him only, and only about her grotesque and ugly self, and told him of all the famous painters who had wanted to paint her for the last 100 years. It was only then he grew glum and reserved and depressed, and made an unfavorable impression on the other sex. What it must have cost him not to express his disgust more frankly, for reticence on any matter was almost a torture to him. Most of us have a mental sanctum to which we retire at times, locking the door behind us, and there we think of high and beautiful things, and hold commune with our Maker, or count our money, or improvise that repartee the gods withheld last night, and shake hands with ourselves for our wit, or caress the thought of some darling secret wickedness or vice, or revel in dreams of some hidden hate, or some love we mustn't own, and curse those we have to be civil to, whether we like them or not, and nurse our little envies till we almost get to like them. There we remember all the stupid and unkind things we've ever said or thought or done, and all the slights that have ever been put on us, and secretly plan the revenge that never comes off, because time has softened our hearts, let us hope, when opportunity serves at last. That Barti had no such holy of holies to creep into, I feel pretty sure, unless it was the wifely heart of Leah. Whatever came into his head came straight out of his mouth. He had nothing to conceal, and thought aloud for all the world to hear. And it does credit, I think, to the singular goodness and guilelessness of his nature, that he could afford to be so outspoken through life, and yet give so little offense to others as he did. His indiscretion did very little harm, and his naive self-revelation only made him the more lovable to those who knew him well. They were poor creatures, the daws who pecked at that manly heart, so staunch and warm and constant. As for Leah, it was easy to see that she looked upon her husband as a fixed star, and was well pleased to tend and minister and revolve, and shine with no other light than his. It was in reality an absolute adoration on her part, but she very cleverly managed to hide it from him. She was not the kind of woman that makes a doormat of herself for the man she loves. She kept him in very good order indeed. It was her theory that female adoration is not good for masculine vanity, and that he got quite enough of it outside his own home. And she would make such fun of him and his female adorers all over the world that he grew to laugh at them himself, and to value a pat on the back and a hearty, "Well done, Barti," from his wife more than the blandishments of all the womankind in Europe and America combined. Gentle and kind and polite as she was, however, she could do battle in defense of her great man, who was so backward at defending himself, and very effective battle too. As an instance among many, illustrating her method of warfare, once at an important house a very immense personage, who had an eye for a pretty woman, had asked to be introduced to her, and had taken her down to supper. A very immense personage indeed, whose fame had penetrated to the uttermost ends of the earth, and deservedly made his name a beloved household word wherever our tongue is spoken, so that it was in every Englishman's mouth all over the world, as Barti's is now. Leah was immensely impressed, and treated his elderly immensity to a very full measure of the deference that was his due. And such open homage is not always good for even the immensest immensities. It sometimes makes them give themselves immense airs, so that this particular immensity began mildly but firmly to patronize Leah, This she didn't mind on her own account, but when he said quite casually, "By the way, I forget if I know your good husband. Do I?" she was not pleased, and immediately answered, "I really can't say. I don't think I ever heard him mention your name." This was not absolutely veracious on Leah's part, for to Barti in those days this particular great man was a god, and he was always full of him. But it brought the immense one back to his bearings at once, and he left off patronizing and was almost humble. Anyhow, it was a lie so white that the recording angel will probably delete what there is of it with a genial smile, and leave a little blank in its place. In an old diary of Leah's I find the following entry: March 6th, 1874. Mamma and Ida Scatcherd came to stay. In the evening our 6th daughter and 8th child was born. Julia, Mrs. Mainwaring, was this favored person, and is still. Julia and her predecessors have all lived and flourished up to now. The Jocelins had been exceptionally fortunate in their children. Each new specimen seemed an even finer specimen than the last. The health of this remarkable family had been exemplary, measles and mumps and whooping cough their only ailments. During the month of Leah's confinement, Barti's nocturnal literary activity was unusually great. Night after night he wrote in his sleep, and accumulated enough raw material to last him a lifetime. For the older he grew, and the more practiced his hand, the longer it took him to give his work the shape he wished. He became more fastidious year by year, as he became less of an amateur. End of section 53. Section 54 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 54. One morning, a day or two before his wife's complete recovery, he found a long personal letter from Martia by his bedside. A letter that moved him very deeply, and gave him food for thought during many weeks and months and years. My beloved Barti, the time has come at last when I must bid you farewell. I have outstayed my proper welcome on earth as a disembodied conscience by just 100 years, and my desire for reincarnation has become an imperious passion not to be resisted. It is more than a desire, it is a duty as well, a duty far too long deferred. Barti, I am going to be your next child. I can conceive no greater earthly felicity than to be a child of yours and Leah's. I should have been one long before, but that you and I have had so much to do together for this beautiful earth, a great debt to pay, you for being as you are, I for having known you. Barti, you have no conception what you are to me, and always have been. I am to you but a name, a vague idea, a mysterious inspiration, sometimes a questionable guide, I fear. You don't even believe all I have told you about myself. You think it all a somnambulistic invention of your own, and so does your wife, and so does your friend. Oh, that I could connect myself in your mind with the shape I wore when I was last a living thing. No shape on earth, not even yours or Leah's, or that of any child yet born to you both, is more beautiful to the eye that has learned how to see than the fashion of that lost face and body of mine. You wore the shape once, and so did your father and mother, for you were Martians. Leah was a Martian, and wore it too. There are many of them here. They are the best on earth, the very salt thereof. I mean to be the best of them all, and one of the happiest. Oh, help me to that. Barti, when I am a splendid son of yours, or a sweet and lovely daughter, All remembrance of what I was before will have been wiped out of me until I die. But you will remember, and so will Leah, and both will love me with such a love as no earthly parents have ever felt for any child of theirs yet. Think of the poor loving soul, lone, wandering, but not lost, that will so trustfully look up at you out of those gleeful, innocent eyes. How that soul has suffered both here and elsewhere you don't know, and never will, till the secrets of all hearts shall be disclosed. And I am going to forget it myself for a few decades, 60, 70, 80 years perhaps. Such happy years, I hope, with you for my father and Leah for my mother, during some of them at least. And sweet grandchildren of yours, I hope, for my sons and daughters. Why, life to me now will be almost a holiday. Oh, train me up the way I should go. Bring me up to be healthy and chaste and strong and brave, never to know a mean ambition or think an ungenerous thought, never to yield to a base or unworthy temptation. If I'm a boy, and I want to be a boy very much, although perhaps a girl would be dearer to your heart, don't let me be either a soldier or a sailor, however much I may wish it, as a Jocelyn or a Rohan. Don't bring me up to buy or sell like a Gibson, or deal in law like a Bletchley. Bring me up to invent, or make something useful, if it's only pickles or soap, but not to buy and sell them. Bring me up to build or heal, or paint or write or make music, to help or teach or please. If I'm a girl, bring me up to be as much like Leah as you can, and marry me to just such another as yourself, if you can find him. Whether I'm a girl or a boy, call me Marti, that my name may rhyme with yours. When my conscience re-embodies itself, I want it never to know another pang of self-reproach. And when I'm grown up, if you think it right to do so, tell me who and what I once was, that I may love you both the more. Tell me how fondly I loved you when I was a bland and fleeting little animalcule, without a body, but making my home in yours, so that when you die I may know how irrevocably bound up together we must forever be, we three, and rejoice the more in your death and Leah's and my own. Teach me over again all I've ever taught you, Barti, over and over again. Alas, perhaps you don't believe all this. How can I give you a sign? There are many ways, but a law of necessity inexorable forbids it. Such little entity as I possess would cease to be. It was all but lost when I saved your life, and again when I told you that you were the beloved of Julia Royce. It would not do for us Martians to meddle with earthly things. The fat would soon be in the fire, I can tell you. Try and trust me, Barti, and give me the benefit of any doubt. You have work planned out for many years to come, and are now yourself so trained that you can do without me. You know what you have still to say to mankind. Never write a line about which you are not sure. For another night or two you will be my host, and this splendid frame of yours my hostelry. On y est très bien. Be hospitable still for a little while. Make the most of me. Hug me tight. Squeeze me warm. As soon as Leah is up and about and herself again, you will know me no more, and no more feel the north. Ah, you will never realize what it is for me to bid you good-bye, my Barti, my Barti. All that is in your big heart and powerful brain to feel of grief belongs to me, now that you are fast asleep. And your genius for sorrow, which you have never really tested yet, is as great as any gift you possess. Happy Barti, you have got to 40 years without sounding the great depths, and all through me. What will you do without your poor, devoted, unknown Martia, to keep watch over you and ward, to fight for you like a wildcat if necessary. Leah must be your wildcat now. She has it in her to be a tigress when you are concerned, or any of her children. Next to you, Leah is the darling of my heart, for it's your heart I make use of to love her with. I want you to tell the world all about your Martia some day. They may disbelieve, as you do, but good fruit will come of it in the future. Martians will have a freer hand with you all, and that will be a good thing for the earth. They were trained in a good hard school. They are the Spartans of our universe. Such things will come to pass before many years are over, as are little dreamt of now, and all through your wanting to swallow that dose of cyanide at number 36 Rue des Ursulines Blanches, and my having the gumption to prevent you. It's a good seed that we have sown, you and I. It was not right that this beautiful planet should go much longer drifting through space without a single hope that is not an illusion, without a single hint of what life should really be, without a goal. Why such darkness under so bright a sun? Such blindness to what is so patent? Such a deaf ear to the roaring of that thunderous harmony which you call the eternal silence? You of the earth, earthy, who can hear the little trumpet of the mosquito so well that it makes you fidget and fret and fume all night, and robs you of your rest. Then the sun rises and frightens the mosquitoes away, and you think that's what the sun is for, and are thankful. But why the deuce a mosquito should sting you can't make out. Mystery of mysteries. At the back of your brain is a little speck of perishable matter, Barty. It is no bigger than a needle's point, but it is bigger in you than in anybody else I know, except in Leah. And in your children it is bigger still, almost as big as the point of a pin. If they pair well, and it is in them to do so if they follow their inherited instinct, their children and their children's children will have that speck still bigger. When that speck becomes as big as a millet seed in your remote posterity, then it will be as big as in a Martian, and the earth will be a very different place, and man of earth greater and even better than the Martian, by all the greatness of his ampler, subtler, and more complex brain. His sense of the deity will be as an eagle's sense of the sun at noon in a cloudless tropical sky, and he will know how to bear that effulgence without a blink, as he stands on his lonely summit ringed by the azure world. Indeed, there will be no more Martians in Mars by that time. They are near the end of their lease. All good Martians will have gone to Venus, let us hope, if not to the sun itself. Man has many thousands of years before him yet, ere his little ball of earth gets too cold for him. The little speck in his brain may grow to the size of a pea, a cherry, a walnut, an egg, an orange. He will have in him the magnetic consciousness of the entire solar system, and hold the keys of time and space as long and as far as the sun shines for us all. And then there will be the beginning of everything. And all through that little episode in the street of those white Ursulines, and the seed of Barty and Leah will overflow to the uttermost ends of the earth, and finally blossom and bear fruit forever and ever beyond the stars. What a beginning for a new order of things! What a getting upstairs! What an awakening! What an annunciation! Do you remember that knock at the door? Il est 10 heures, savez-vous? Voulez-vous votre café dans votre chambre? She little knew, poor little Frau, humble little Finchtorf, lowly Flemish virgin, who loved you as the moth loves the star. Vilain mangeur du corps que vous êtes! Barti, I wish your wife to hear nothing of this till the child who once was your Martia shall have seen the light of day with eyes of its own. Tell her that I have left you at last, but don't tell her why or how. Tell her some day, years hence, if you think she will love me the better for it, not otherwise. When you wake, Barti, I shall still be inside you. Say to me in your mezza voce all the kind things you can think of, such things as you would have said to your mother had she lived till now, and you were speeding her on a long and uncertain journey. How you would have loved your mother! She was most beautiful, and of the type so dear to you. Her skin was almost as white as Leah's, her eyes almost as black, her hair even blacker. Like Leah, she was tall and slim, and lithe and graceful. She might have been Leah's mother too, for the likeness between them. How often you remind me of her when you laugh or sing, and when you're funny in French. Those droll, quick gestures and quaint intonations, that ease and freedom and deftness as you move. And then you become English in a moment, and your big, burly, fair-haired father has come back with his high voice, and his high spirits, and his frank blue eyes, like yours, so kind and brave and genial. And you, dear, what a baby you were, a very prince among babies. Ah, if I can only be like that when I begin again. The people in the Tuileries garden used to turn round and stare and smile at you when Rosalie with the long blue streamers bore you along as proudly as if Louis Philippe were your grandfather and she the royal wet nurse. And later, after that hideous quarrel about nothing, and the fatal fight by the Mer aux Biches, how the good fisher people of Le Paulet adored you, Henri Petit Saint Jean. Il nous portera bonheur, bien sûr. You have been thoroughly well loved all your life, my Barti, but most of all by me. Never forget that. I have been your father and your mother when they sat and watched your baby sleep. I have been Rosalie when she gave you the breast. I have been your French grandfather and grandmother, quarreling as to which of the two should nurse you, as they sat and sunned themselves on their humble doorstep in the Rue d'Aiguine. I have been your doting wife when you sang to her, your children when you made them laugh till they cried. I've been Lady Archibald when you danced the Depoise after tea in Dover with your little bare legs, and Aunt Caroline too, as she nursed you in Malines after that silly duel where you behaved so well. And I've been by turns Merveille Brossard, Bonzig, old Laferté, Mademoiselle Marcelin, Finch Toff, poor little Marianina, Julia Royce, Father Louis, the old Abbé, Bob Maurice, all the people you've ever charmed or amused or been kind to, a legion, good heavens. I have been them all. What a snowball made up of all these loves I've been rolling after you all these years! And now it has all got to melt away in a single night, and with it the remembrance of all I've ever been during ages untold. And I've no voice to bid you good-bye, my beloved, no arms to hug you with, no eyes to weep. I, a daughter of the most affectionate and clinging and caressing race of little people in existence. Such eyes as I once had too, such warm, soft, furry arms, and such a voice. It would have wanted no words to express all that I feel now. That voice, nous savons notre orthographie en musique là-bas. How it will please, perhaps, to remember even this farewell some day, when we're all together again, with nothing to come between. And now, my beloved, there is no such thing as goodbye. It is a word that has no real meaning, but it is so English and pretty and sweet and childlike and nonsensical that I could write it over and over again, just for fun. So goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. till I wake up once more after a long living sleep of many years, I hope, a sleep filled with happy dreams of you, dear, delightful people, whom I've got to live with and love and learn to lose once more, and then no more goodbyes. Martia. End of section 54. Section 55 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 55. So much for Martia, whoever or whatever it was that went by that name in Bartie's consciousness. After such close companionship for so many years, the loss of her, or it, was like the loss of a sixth and most valuable sense, worse almost than the loss of his sight would have been. And with this he was constantly threatened, for he most unmercifully taxed his remaining eye, and the field of his vision had narrowed year by year. But this impending calamity did not frighten him as in the old days. His wife was with him now, and as long as she was by his side he could have borne anything: blindness, poverty, dishonor, anything in the world. If he lost her, he would survive her loss just long enough to put his affairs in order, and no more. But most distressfully, he missed the physical feeling of the North, even in his sleep. This strange bereavement drew him and Leah even more closely together, if that were possible, and she was well content to reign alone in the heart of her fractious, unreasonable, but most affectionate, humorous, and irresistible great man. Although her rival had been but a name and an idea, a mere abstraction in which she had never really believed, she did not find it altogether displeasing to herself that the lively Martia was no more. She has almost told me as much. And thus began for them both the happiest and most beautiful period of their joint lives, in spite of sorrows yet to come. She took such care of him that he might have been as blind as Belisarius himself, and he seemed almost to depend upon her as much. So wrapped up was he in the work of his life, so indifferent to all mundane and practical affairs. What eyesight was not wanted for his pen and pencil, he reserved to look at her with, at his beloved children, and the things of beauty in and outside Marsfield: pictures, old china, skies, hills, trees, and river. And what wits remained, he kept to amuse his family and his friends. There was enough and to spare. The older he grew, the more he teemed and seethed and bubbled and shone, and set others shining round him, even myself. It is no wonder Marsfield became such a singularly agreeable abode for all who dwelt there, even for the men servants and the maid servants, and the birds and the beasts, and the stranger within its gates, and for me a kind of earthly paradise. And now, gentle reader, I want very badly to talk about myself a little, if you don't mind, just for half a dozen pages or so, which you can skip if you like. Whether you do so or not, it will not hurt you, and it will do me a great deal of good. I feel uncommonly sad, and very lonely indeed, now that Bartie is gone, and with him my beloved comrade, Leah. The only people left to me that I'm really fond of, except my dear widowed sister, Ida Scatcherd, are all so young. They're Josselins, of course, one and all, and they're all that's kind and droll and charming, and I adore them. But they can't quite realize what this sort of bereavement means to a man of just my age, who has still got some years of life before him probably, and is yet an old man. The Right Honorable Sir Robert Maurice, Bart., M.P., etc., etc., etc. That's me. I take up a whole line of manuscript. I might be a noble lord if I chose, and take up two. I'm a liberal conservative, an opportunist, a pessy optimist, an in medio tutissimist, and attend divine service at the Temple Church. I'm a Philistine, and not ashamed. So was Moliere, so was Cervantes. So, if you like, was the late Martin Farquhar Tupper, and those who read him. We're of all sorts in Philistia, the great and the small, the good and the bad. I'm in the 60s, sound of wind and limb, only two false teeth, one at each side, bicuspids, merely for show. I'm rather bald, but it suits my style. A little fat, perhaps, a pound and a half over 16 stone. But I'm an inch and a half over 6 feet, and very big boned. Altogether, diablement bien conservé. I sleep well, the sleep of the just. I have a good appetite and a good digestion, and a good conceit of myself still, thank heaven, though nothing like what it used to be. One can survive the loss of one's self-respect, but of one's vanity, never. What a prosperous and happy life mine has been, to be sure, up to a few short months ago. Hardly ever an ache or a pain. My only real griefs, my dear mother's death 10 years back, and my father's in 1870. Yes, I have warmed both hands at the fire of life, and even burnt my fingers now and then, but not severely. One love disappointment. The sting of it lasted a couple of years, the compensation more than 30. I loved her all the better, perhaps, that I did not marry her. I'm afraid it is not in me to love a very good wife of my own as much as I really ought. And I love her children as well as if they'd been mine, and her grandchildren even better. They are irresistible, these grandchildren of Barthes and Leah's. Mine wouldn't have been a patch on them. Besides, I get all the fun and none of the bother and anxiety. Evidently it was my true vocation to remain single and be a tame cat in a large warm house where there are lots of nice children. Oh, happy Bob Maurice! Oh, happy sexagenarian! Oh, me fortunatum, mea si bona honorem! What would Pere Brossard say at this? He would give me a twisted pinch on the arm and serve me right. I'm very glad I've been successful, though it's not a very high achievement to make a very large fortune by buying and selling that which, put into a man's mouth, is said to steal away his brains. But it does better things than this. It reconciles and solves and resolves mental discords like music. It makes music for people who have no ear, and there are so many of these in the world that I'm a millionaire, and Franz Schubert died a pauper. So I prefer to drink beer, as he did, and I never miss a Monday pop if I can help it. I have done better things, too. I have helped to govern my country and make its laws. But it all came out of wine to begin with, all from learning how to buy and sell. We're a nation of shopkeepers, although the French keep better shops than ours, and more of them. I'm glad I'm successful because of Barty, although success, which brings the world to our feet, does not always endear us to the friend of our bosom. If I had been a failure, Barty would have stuck to me like a brick, I feel sure, instead of my sticking to him like a leech. And the sight of his success might have soured me. That eternal chorus of praise, that perpetual feast of pudding, in which I should have had no part but to take my share as a mere guest, and listen and look on and applaud, and wish I'd never been born. As it is, I listened and looked on, and clapped my hands with as much pride and pleasure as if Barty had been my son, and my share of the pudding never stuck in my throat. I should have been always on the watch to take him down a peg when he was pleased with himself, to hold him cheap and overpraise some duffer in his hearing, so that I might save my own self-esteem, to pay him bad little left-handed compliments, him and his, whenever I was out of humor, and I should have been always out of humor, having failed in life, and then I should have gone home wretched. For I have a conscience, and woke up in the middle of the night and thought of Barti, and what a kind, genial, jolly, large-minded, and generous-hearted old chap he was, and always had been, and buried my face in my pillow and muttered, "Ah, what a poor, mean, jealous beast I am! Un fruit sec, un malheureuse raté!" With all my success, this lifelong exclusive cultivation of Barti's society and that of his artistic friends, which has somehow unfitted me for the society of my brother merchants of wine, and most merchants of everything else, has not, I regret to say, quite fitted me to hold my own among the leaders of intellectual modern thought, whose company I would fain seek, and keep in preference to any other. My very wealth seems to depress and disgust them as it does me, and I'm no genius, I admit, and a poor conversationalist. To amass wealth is an engrossing pursuit, and now that I have amassed a good deal more than I quite know what to do with, it seems to me a very ignoble one. It chokes up everything that makes life worth living. It leaves so little time for the constant and regular practice of these ingenious arts, which faithfully to have learned is said to soften the manners, and make one an agreeable person all round. It is even more abrutissant than the mere pursuit of sport or pleasure. How many a noble lord I know, who's almost as beastly rich as myself, and twice as big a fool by nature, and perhaps not a better fellow at bottom, yet who can command the society of all there is of the best in science, literature, and art. Not but what they will come and dine with me fast enough, these shining lights of culture and intellect. My food is very good, although I say it, and I get noble lords to meet them. But they talk their real talk to each other, not to me, and to the noble lords who sit by them at my table, and who try to understand what they say. With me they fall back on politics and bimetallism, for all the pains I've taken to get up the subjects that interest them, and keep myself posted in all they've written and done. Precious little they know about bimetallism or politics. Is it only on account of their pretty manners that my titled friends are such favorites with these highly intellectual guests of mine, and with me? If so, then pretty manners should come before everything else in the world, and be taught instead of Latin and Greek. But if it's only because they're noble lords, then I'm beginning to think with Mr. Labouchere that it's high time the upper house were abolished, and its denizens wafted into space, since they make such snobs of us all, including your humble servant, of course, who at least is not quite so snobbish as to know himself for a damned snob, and pretend he isn't one. Anyhow, I'm glad my life has been such a success. But would I live it all over again, even the best of it, the 40-year? Taking one consideration with another, most decidedly not. I have only met 2 men of my own age who would live their lives over again. They both cared more for their meals than for anything else in the world, and they have always had 4 of these every day, sometimes even 5. Plenty of variety, and never a meal to disagree with them. Affaire d'estomac. They simply want to eat all those meals once more. They lived to feed, and to re-feed would relive. My meals have never disagreed with me either, but I have always found them monotonous. They have always been so simple and so regular when I've had the ordering of them. Fried soles, chops or steaks, and that sort of thing, and a pint of lager beer. No wine for me, thank you. I sell it, and all this just to serve as a mere foundation for a smoke, and a chat with Barti if possible. Hardly ever an ache or a pain, and I wouldn't live it all over again. Yet I hope to live another 20 years, if only to take Leah's unborn great-grandchildren to the dentist's, and tip them at school, and treat them to the pantomime and Madame Tussaud's, as I did their mothers and grandmothers before them, or their fathers and grandfathers. This seems rather inconsistent, for would I care 20 years hence to relive these coming 20 years? Evidently not. It's out of the question. So why don't I give up at once? I know how to do it, without pain, without scandal, without even invalidating my life insurance, about which I don't care a rap. Why don't I? Why don't you, O middle-aged reader, with all the infirmities of age before you, and all the pleasures of youth behind? Anyhow, we don't, either you or I, and so there's an end on it. Oh, Pandora, I have promised myself that I would take a great-grandchild of Barti's on a flying machine from Marsfield to London and back in half an hour. And that great-grandchild can't well be born for several years, perhaps not for another 20. And now, gentle reader, I've had my little say, and I'm a good deal better, thanks, and I'll try not to talk about myself any more. Except just to mention that in the summer of 1876 I contested East Rosherville in the Conservative interest and was successful, and owed my success to the canvassing of Barti and Leah, who had no politics of their own whatever, and would have canvassed for me just as conscientiously if I'd been a radical, probably more so. For if Barti had permitted himself any politics at all, he would have been a red-hot radical, I fear, and his wife would have followed suit. And so, perhaps, would I. End of section 55. Section 56 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 56. Part 10th. Je suis allé de bon matin cueillir la violette et l'aubépin et le jasmin pour célébrer ta fête. J'ai lié de ma propre main boutons de rose et romarin pour couronner ta blonde tête. Mais de ta royale beauté, sois humble, je te prie. Ici tout meurt, la fleur, l'été, la jeunesse et la vie. Bientôt, bientôt ce jour sera, ma belle, où l'on te portera dans un linceul pâle et flétri. A favorite song of Mary Trevor's. That was a pleasant summer. First of all, we went to Sainte Adresse, a suburb of Havre, where there is very good bathing, with rafts, peressoirs, pique-têtes to dive from, all those aquatic delights the French are so clever at inventing, and which make a station balnéaire so much more amusing than a mere British watering place. We made a large party, and bathed together every morning, and Barti and I taught the young ones to dive and do la coup in the true orthodox form, with that free horizontal sweep of each alternate arm that gives it such distinction. It was very good fun to see those rosy boys and girls taking their hussard neatly, without a splash, from the little platform at the top of the pole, and solemnly performing la coup in the wake of their papa, one on his back. Right out to sea they went, I bringing up the rear, and the faithful Jean-Baptiste in attendance with his boat, and Leah inside it, her anxious eyes on the stretch to count those curly heads again and again. She was a good mathematician, and the tale always came right in the end. And home was reached at last, and no one a bit the worse for a good long swim in those well-aired sunlit waves. Once we went on the top of the diligence to Etretat for the day, and there we talked of poor Bonzik and his first and last dip in the sea, and did la coup in the waters that had been so fatal to him, poor fellow. Then we went by the steamer Jean Bart to Trouville and Deauville, and up the Seine in a steam launch to Rouen. In the afternoons and evenings we took long country walks and caught moths, or went to Havre by tramway, and cleared out all the pastry cooks in the Rue de Paris, and watched the transatlantic steamers out or home from that gay pier which so happily combines business with pleasure, utile dulci, as Père Brossard would have said, and walked home by the charming Côte d'Angouville, sacred to the memory of Modeste Mignon. And then, a little later on, I was a good Uncle Bob, and took the whole party to Auteuil, near Paris, and hired 2 lordly mansions next door to each other in the Via Montmorency, and turned their gardens into one. Altogether, with the Scatchards and ourselves, 8 children, governesses, nurses, and other servants, and dogs and the smaller animals, we were a very large party, and a very lively one. I like this sort of thing better than anything else in the world. I hired carriages and horses galore, and for 6 weeks we made ourselves thoroughly comfortable and at home in Paris and around. That was the happiest holiday I ever had since the vacation Barty and I spent at the La Ferté in the Gué des Onnes when we were schoolboys. And such was our love for the sport he called la chasse aux souvenirs, that one day we actually went there, traveling by train to La Tremblay, where we spent the night. It was a sad disenchantment. The old La Fertés were dead. The young ones had left that part of the country, and the house and what remained of the gardens now belonged to another family, and had become formal and mean and businesslike in aspect, and much reduced in size. Much of the outskirts of the forest had been cleared, and was being cleared still, and cheap little houses run up for workmen. An immense and evil-smelling factory with a tall chimney had replaced the old home farm, and was connected by a single line of rails with the station of La Tremblay. The clear pellucid stream, where we used to catch crayfish, had been canalized, c'est encanaillé, as Barty called it, its waters fouled by barge traffic and all kinds of horrors. We soon found the haunted pond that Barty was so fond of, but quite in the open, close to an enormous brickfield, and only half full, and with all its trees cut down, including the tree on which they had hanged the gay young viscount, who had behaved so badly to Séraphine Doucet, and on which Séraphine Doucet afterwards hanged herself in remorse. No more friendly charcoal burners, no more wolves or boars or serfs, dicor, and as for werewolves, the very memory of them had died out. There seems no greater desecration to me than cutting down an old and well-remembered French forest I have loved, and solving all its mystery, and laying bare the nakedness of the land in a way so brutal and expeditious and unexpected. It reminds one of the manner in which French market women will pluck a goose before it's quite dead. You bristle with indignation to see it, but you mustn't interfere. La Tremblay itself had become a flourishing manufacturing town, and to our jaundiced and disillusioned eyes everybody and everything was as ugly as could be, and I can't say we made much of a bag in the way of souvenirs. We were told that young La Ferté was a barrister at Angers, prosperous and married. We deliberated whether we would hunt him up and talk of old times. Then we reflected how curiously cold and inhospitable Frenchmen can sometimes be to old English friends in circumstances like these, and how little they care to talk of old times and all that, unless it's the Englishman who plays the host. Ask a quite ordinary Frenchman to come and dine with you in London, and see what a genial and charming person he can be, what a quick bosom friend, and with what a glib and silver tongue to praise the warmth of your British welcome. Then go and call on him when you find yourself in Paris, and you will soon learn to leave quite ordinary Frenchmen alone on their own side of the Channel. Happily, there are exceptions to this rule. Thus the sweet La Ferté remembrance, which had so often come back to me in my dreams, was forever spoiled by this unlucky trip. It had turned that leaf from the tablets of my memory into a kind of palimpsest, so that I could no longer quite make out the old handwriting for the new, which would not be obliterated, and these were confused lines it was hard to read between, with all my skill. Altogether we were uncommonly glad to get back to the Via Montmorency, from the distorted shadows of a nightmare to happy reality. There all was fresh and delightful. As boys we had often seen the outside walls of that fine property which had come to the speculative builder at last, but never a glimpse within, so that there was no desecration for us in the modern laying out of that beautiful double garden of ours, whatever there might have been for such ghosts of Montmorencys as chose to revisit the glimpses of the moon. We haunted Auteuil, Passy, Pointe du Jour, Soresse, Courbevoie, Neuilly, Moudon, all the familiar places. Especially we often haunted the neighborhood of the rond-point de l'Avenue du Bois de Boulogne. One afternoon, as he and I and Leah and Ida were driving round what once was our old school, we stopped in the lane not far from the porte cochère, and Barty stood up on the box and tried to look over the wall. Presently, from the grand stone lodge which had replaced Jolien's den, a nice old concierge came out and asked if we desired anything. We told him how once we had been at school on that very spot, and were trying to make out the old trees that had served as bases in La Balle au Camp, and that if we really desired anything just then, it was that we might become schoolboys once more. Ah, ma foi, je comprends ça, monsieur. Moi aussi, j'ai été écolier, et j'aimais bien la balle au camp, said the good old man who had been a soldier. He informed us the family were away, but that if we liked to come inside and see the garden, he was sure his master would have no objection. We jumped at this kind offer, and spent quite an hour there. And if I were Barty, I could so describe the emotions of that hour that the reader would feel quite as tearfully grateful to me as to Barty Jasselin for chapters 3 and 4 in Le Fils de la Vierge, which are really founded, mutatis mutandis, on this selfsame little adventure of ours. Nothing remained of our old school, not even the outer walls. Nothing but the big trees and the absolute ground they grew out of. Beautiful lawns, flower beds, conservatories, summer houses, ferns, and evergreen shrubs made the place seem even larger than it had once been, the very reverse of what usually happens, and softened for us the disenchantment of the change. Here at last was no desecration of a hallowed spot. When the past has been dead and buried a long while ago, there is no sweeter decking for its grave than a rich autumn tangle, all yellow and brown and pale and hectic red, with glossy evergreens and soft damp moss, to keep up the illusion of spring and summer all the year round. Much to the amusement of the old concierge and his wife, Barty insisted on climbing into a huge horse-chestnut tree, in which was a natural seat very high up, where, well hidden by the dense foliage, he and I used to color pipes for boys who couldn't smoke without feeling sick. Nothing would suit him now but that he must smoke a pipe there while we talked to the good old couple below. Moi aussi, je fumais quand c'était défendu. Que voulez-vous? Il faut bien que jeunesse se passe, n'est-ce pas? Said the old soldier. Ah, dame, said his old wife, and sighed. Every tree in this enchanted place had its history, every corner, every square yard of soil. I will not inflict these histories on the reader. I will restrain myself with all my might, and merely state that just as the old school had been replaced by this noble dwelling, the noble dwelling itself has now been replaced, trees and garden and all, by a stately palace many stories high, which rears itself among so many other stately palaces that I can't even identify the spot where once stood the Institution F. Brossard. Later, Barty made me solemnly pledge my word that if he and Leah should predecease me, I would see to their due cremating and the final mingling of their ashes, that a portion of these, say half, should be set apart to be scattered on French soil in places he would indicate in his will, and that the lion's share of that half should be sprinkled over the ground that once was our playground, with or without the legitimate owner's permission. Alas, and ah me! These instructions would have been carried out to the letter, but that the place itself is no more, and, with a conviction that I should be merely acting just as they would have wished, I took it on myself to mingle with their ashes those of a very sweet and darling child of theirs, dearer to them and to me and to us all than any creature ever born into this cruel universe, and I scattered a portion of these precious remains to the four winds, close by the old spot we so loved. Yes, that was a memorable holiday. The charming Fête de Saint Cloud was in full swing. It was delightful to haunt it once more with those dear young people so little dreamt of when Barty and I first got into scrapes there, and were duly punished by Latin verbs to conjugate in our best handwriting for Bonzig or Dumoulard. Then he and I would explore the so changed Bois de Boulogne for the little Mère aux Biches, where his father had fallen under the sword of Lieutenant Rondelis. But we never managed to find it. Perhaps it had evaporated, perhaps the does had drunk it all up, before they too had been made to vanish, before the German invader, or inside him, for he was fond of French venison, as well as of French clocks. He was a most omnivorous person. Then Paris had endless charms for us both, and we relieved ourselves at last of that long homesickness of years, and could almost believe we were boys again, as we dived into such old and well-remembered streets as yet remained. There were still some slums we had loved. One or two of them exist even now. Only the other day I saw the Rue de Cléry, the Rue de la Lune, the Rue de la Montagne, all three on the south side of the Boulevard Bonne Nouvelle. They are still terrible to look at from the genial boulevard, even by broad daylight, the houses so tall, so irregular, the streets so narrow and winding and black. They seem to us boys terrible indeed. Between 8 and 9 on a winter's evening, with just a lamp here and there to make their darkness visible. Whither they led I can't say. We never dared explore their obscure and mysterious recesses. They may have ended in the Cour des Miracles for all we knew. It was nearly 50 years ago, and they may be quite virtuous abodes of poverty today. But they seemed to us then strange, labyrinthine abysses of crime and secret dens of infamy, where dreadful deeds were done in the dead of long winter nights. Evidently, to us in those days, whoever should lose himself there would never see daylight again. So we loved to visit them after dark, with our hearts in our mouths, before going back to school. End of section 56. Section 57 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 57. We would sit on posts within call of the cheerful boulevard, and watch mysterious women hurry up and down in the cold, out of darkness into light and back again, poor creatures, dingy moths, silent but ominous night-jars, forlorn women of the town, ill-favored and ill-dressed, some of them all but middle-aged, in common caps and aprons, with cotton umbrellas, like cooks looking for a situation. They never spoke to us, and seemed to be often brutally repulsed by whatever men they did speak to, mostly men in blouses. Oh, dis donc, Hortense, qu'il fait froid! Quand donc il sera 11 heures, que nous allions nous coucher? So said one of them to another, one cold, drizzly night, in a raucous voice, with low intonations of the gutter. The dimly felt horror and despair and pathos of it sent us away shivering to our passy omnibus as fast as our legs could carry us. That phrase has stuck in my memory ever since. Thank heaven! The 11th hour must have struck long ago, and Hortense and her friend must be fast asleep and well out of the cold by now. They need walk those evil streets no more. When we had exhausted it all, and we felt homesick for England again, it was good to get back to Marsfield, high up over the Thames, so beautiful in its rich October colors, which the river reflected, with its old trees that grew down to the water's edge and brooded by the boathouse there in the mellow sunshine. And then again, when it became cold and dreary, at Christmas time, there was my big house at Lancaster Gate, where Jocelyn's were fond of spending some of the winter months, and where I managed to find room for them all, with a little squeezing during the Christmas holidays when the boys came home from school. What good times they were! On May 24th at Marsfield, Berks, the wife of Bartholomew Jocelyn, of a daughter, or as Leah put it in her diary, our 7th daughter and 9th child, to be called Martia, or Marty for short. It seems that Marty, prepared by her first ablution for this life, and as she lay being powdered on Mrs. Jones's motherly lap, was of a different type to her predecessors, much whiter and lighter and slighter, and she made no exhibition of that lusty lung power which had so characterized the other little Bartys on their introduction to this vale of tears. Her face was more regularly formed and more highly finished, and in a few weeks grew of a beauty so solemn and pathetic that it would sometimes make Mrs. Jones, who had lost babies of her own, shed motherly tears merely to look at her. Even I felt sentimental about the child, and as for Barty, he could talk of nothing else, and made those rough and hasty silver-point studies of her head and face, mere sketches, which, being full of obvious faults, became so quickly famous among aesthetic and exclusive people who had long given up Barty as a writer on account of his scandalous popularity. Alas, even those silver points have become popular now, and their photogravures are in the shop windows of seaside resorts and in the back parlors of the lower middle class, so that the aesthetic exclusives who are up to date have had to give up Barty altogether. No one is sacred in those days, not even Shakespeare and Michelangelo. We shall be hearing Schumann and Wagner on the piano organ, and nous autres of the cultured classes will have to fall back on Balfe and Byron and Landseer. In a few months little Marty became famous for this extra beauty all over Henley and Maidenhead. She soon grew to be the idol of her father's heart, and her mother's and Ida's. But I really think that if there was one person who idolized her more than all the rest, it was I, Bob Maurice. She was extremely delicate, and gave us much anxiety and many alarms, and Dr. Knight was a very constant visitor at Marsfield Lodge. It was fortunate for her sake that the Jocelins had left Campden Hill and made their home in Marsfield. 9 of these children, including one not yet born then, developed there into the finest and completest human beings, take them for all in all, that I have ever known. 9, a good number. Numero Deus impare gaudet. Or, as poor Rappeau translated this, and was pinched black and blue by Père Brossard in consequence, le numéro 2 se réjouit d'être impair. Number 2 takes a pleasure in being odd. The 3 sons, one of them now in the army, as becomes a Rohan, and one a sailor, as becomes a Jocelyn, and one a famous actor, the true Jocelyn of all, are the very types of what I should like for the fathers of my grandchildren, if I had marriageable daughters of my own. And as for Barty's daughters, they are all but one so well known in society and the world, so famous, I may say, that I need hardly mention them here. All but Marty, my sweet little maid of Dove. When Barty took Marsfield, he and I had entered what I have ever since considered the happiest decade of a successful and healthy man's life, the 40s. Wait till you get to 40 year. So sang Thackeray, but with a very different experience to mine. He seemed to look upon the 5th decade as the grave of all tender illusions and emotions, and exult. My tender illusions and emotions became realties, things to live by and for. As Barty and I dipped our noses in the Gascon wine, Vougeot-Conti and Company, I blessed my stars for being free of Marsfield, which was and is still my real home, and for the warm friendship of its inhabitants, who have been my real family, and for several years of unclouded happiness all round. Even in winter, what a joy it was, after a long solitary walk or ride or drive or railway journey, to suddenly find myself at dusk in the midst of all that warmth and light and gaiety. What a contrast to the House of Commons! What a relief after Barge Yard or Downing Street! What tea that was! What crumpets and buttered toast! What a cigarette! What romps and jokes, and really jolly good fun! And all that delightful untaught music that afterwards became so cultivated. Music was a special inherited gift of the entire family, and no trouble or expense was ever spared to make the best and the most of it. Roberta became the most finished and charming amateur pianist I ever heard. And as for Mary, La Rossignol, Mrs. Trevor, she's almost as famous as if she had made singing her profession, as she once so wished to do. She married happily instead, a better profession still, and though her songs are as highly paid for as any, except perhaps Madame Patti's, every penny goes to the poor. She can make a nigger melody sound worthy of Schubert, and a song of Schumann go down with the common herd as if it were a nigger melody, and obtain a genuine encore for it from quite simple people. Why, only the other night she and her husband dined with me at the Bristol, and we went to Baron Schwartzkin's in Piccadilly to meet Royal Highnesses. Up comes the Baron with, "Ah, Mrs. Dreffer, will you not sing something? The princess would be so charmed." "I'll sing as much as you like, Baron, if you promise me you'll send a check for £50 to the Foundling Hospital tomorrow morning," says Mary. "I'll send another 50, Baron," says Bob Maurice. And the Baron had to comply, and Mary sang again and again, and the princess was more than charmed. She declared herself enchanted, and yet it was Brahms and Schumann that Mary sang, no pretty little English ballad, no French, no Italian. Aus meinen Tränen sprießen wie blühend Blumen hervor, und meins auf sie worden ein Nachtigallenchor. So sang Mary, and I declare some of the royal eyes were moist. They all sang and played, these Josselins, and tumbled and acted, and were droll and original and fetching, as their father had been and was still, and like him amiable and full of exuberant life, and like their mother kind and appreciative and sympathetic, and ever thoughtful of others, without a grain of selfishness or conceit. They were also great athletes, boys and girls alike, good swimmers and riders, and first-rate oars, and though not as good at books and lessons as they might have been, they did not absolutely disgrace themselves, being so quick and intelligent. Amid all this geniality and liveliness at home, and this beauty of surrounding nature abroad, little Marty seemed to outgrow in a measure her constitutional delicacy. It was her ambition to become as athletic as a boy, and she was persevering in all physical exercises, and throw stones very straight and far, with a quite easy masculine sweep of the arm. I taught her myself. It was also her ambition to draw, and she would sit for an hour or more on a high stool by her father, or on the arm of his chair, and watch him at his work in silence. Then she would get herself paper and pencil, and try and do likewise. But discouragement would overtake her, and she would have to give it up in despair, with a heavy sigh and a clouded look on her lovely little pale face. And yet they were surprisingly clever, these attempts of hers. Then she took to dictating a novel to her sisters and to me. It was all about an immense dog and 3 naughty boys, who were awful dunces at school, and ran away to sea, dog and all, and performed heroic deeds in Central Africa, and grew up there, booted and bearded, and burnt to a brick, and never married or fell in love, or stooped to any nonsense of that kind. This novel, begun in the handwriting of all of us, and continued in her own, remained unfinished, and the precious manuscript is now in my possession. I have read it oftener than any other novel, French or English, except perhaps Vanity Fair. I may say that I had something to do with the development of her literary faculty, as I read many good books to her before she could read quite comfortably for herself. Evenings at Home, The Swiss Family Robinson, Gulliver, Robinson Crusoe, books by Ballantyne, Marryat, Mayne Reid, Jules Verne, etc., and Treasure Island, Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry Finn, The Wreck of the Grosvenor, and then her father's books, or some of them. But even better than her famous novel were the stories she improvised to me in a small boat which I often rowed upstream while she steered. One story in particular that had no end. She would take it up at any time. She had imagined a world where all trees and flowers and vegetation, and some birds, were the size they are now, but men and beasts no bigger than Lilliputians, with houses and churches and buildings to match, and a family called Josselin living in a beautiful house called Marsfield, as big as a piano organ. Endless were the adventures by flood and field of these little people. In the huge forest and on the gigantic river, which it took them nearly an hour to cross in a steam launch when the wind was high, or riding trained carrier pigeons to distant counties, and the coasts of Normandy, Brittany, and Picardy, where everything was on a similar scale. It would astonish me to find how vivid and real she could make these imaginations of hers. And to me, how fascinating! Oddly enough, she reserved them for me only, and told no one else. There was always an immensely big, strong man, one Bobby Maurice, a good-natured giant, nearly 3 inches high and over 2 ounces in weight, who, among other feats, would eat a whole pea at a sitting, and hold out an acorn at arm's length, and throw a peppercorn over 2 yards, which has remained the record. Then, coming back downstream, she would take the sculls and I the tiller, and I would tell her, in French, all about our school adventures at Brossard's and Bonzique, and the La Fertés, and the Revolution of February, and in that way she picked up a lot of useful and idiomatic Parisian, which considerably astonished Fräulein Werner, the German governess, who yet knew French almost as well as her own language, almost as well as Mr. Ollendorff himself. She also changed one of the heroes in her famous novel, Tommy Holt, into a French boy, and called him Rapaud. She was even more devoted to animals than the rest of the family. The beautiful Angora Kitty died when Marty was 5, from an abscess in her cheek, where she'd been bitten by a strange bull terrier, and Marty tearfully wrote her epitaph in a beautiful round hand. Here lies Kitty, full of grace, died of an abbess in her face. This was her first attempt at verse making, and here's her last, from the French of Sully Prudhomme. If you but knew what tears, alas, one weeps for kinship unbestowed, in pity you would sometimes pass my poor abode. If you but knew what balm for all despond lies in an angel's glance, your looks would on my window fall, as though by chance. If you but knew the heart's delight to feel its fellow heart is by, you'd linger, as a sister might, these gates anigh. If you but knew how oft I yearn for one sweet voice, one presence dear, perhaps you'd even simply turn and enter here. She was only just 17 when she wrote them, and upon my word I think they're almost as good as the original. End of section 57. Section 58 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 58. Her intimate friendship with Chucker Out, the huge St. Bernard, lasted for nearly both their lives, alas. It began when they both weighed exactly the same, and I could carry both in one arm. When he died, he turned the scale at 16 stone, like me. It has lately become the fashion to paint big dogs and little girls, and engravings of these pictures are to be seen in all the print sellers' shops. It always touches me very much to look at these works of art, although, and I hope it is not libelous to say so, the big dog is always hopelessly inferior in beauty and dignity and charm to Chucker Out, who was champion of his day. And as for the little girls, ah, mon Dieu! Such pictures are not high art, of course, and that is why I don't possess one, as I've got an aesthetic character to keep up. But why they shouldn't be, I can't guess. Is it because no high artist, except Briton Riviere, will stoop to so easily understood a subject? A great master would not be above painting a small child or a big dog separately. Why should he be above putting them both in the same picture? It would be too obvious, I suppose, like a melody by Mozart, or Handel's Harmonious Blacksmith, or Schubert's Serenade, and other catch-penny tunes of the same description. I was also very intimate with Chucker Out, who made more of me than he even did of his master. One night I got very late to Marsfield by the last train, and letting myself in with my key, I found Chuckerout waiting for me in the hall, and apparently in a very anxious frame of mind, and extremely demonstrative, wanting to say something more than usual, to confide a trouble, to confess. We went up into the big music room, which was still lighted, and lay on a couch together, he with his head on my knees, whimpering softly as I smoked and read a paper. Presently Leah came in and said, "Such an unfortunate thing happened. Marti and Chuckerout were playing on the slope, and he knocked her down and sprained her knee." As soon as Chuckerout heard Marti's name, he sat up and whined piteously, and pawed me down with great violence, pawed 3 buttons off my waistcoat, and broke my watch chain. Couldn't be comforted. The misadventure had been preying on his mind for hours. I give this subject to Mr. Britton Riviere, who can paint both dogs and children, and everything else he likes. I will sit for him myself if he wishes, and as a Catholic priest. He might call it a confession and an absolution, or the secrets of the confessional. The good dog became more careful in future, and restrained his exuberance, even going downstairs with Marti on the way to a ramble in the woods, which excited him more than anything. If he came downstairs with anybody else, the violence of his joy was such that one had to hold on by the banisters. He was a dear, good beast, and a splendid bodyguard for Marti in her solitary woodland rambles, never left her side for a second. I have often watched him from a distance unbeknownst to both. He was proud of his responsibility, almost fussy about it. I have been fond of many dogs, but never yet loved a dog as I loved big Chuckerout, or Choucroute, as Coralie, the French maid, called him. To Fräulein Werner's annoyance, Choucroute is French for sauerkraut, and I like to remember him in his splendid prime, guarding his sweet little mistress, whom I loved better than anything else on earth. She was to me a kind of pet Marjorie, and said such droll and touching things that I could almost fill a book with them. I kept a diary on purpose, and called it Martiana. She was tall, but lamentably thin and slight, poor dear, with her mother's piercing black eyes, and the very fair curly locks of her papa, a curious and most effective contrast, and features and a complexion of such extraordinary delicacy and loveliness that it almost gave one pain in the midst of the keen pleasure one had in the mere looking at her. Heavens, how that face would light up suddenly at catching the unexpected sight of someone she was fond of! How often it has lighted up at the unexpected sight of Uncle Bob! The mere remembrance of that sweet illumination brightens my old age for me now, and I could almost wish her back again in my senile selfishness and inconsistency. Pazienza! Sometimes she was quite embarrassing in her simplicity, and reminded me of her father. Once in Dieppe, when she was about 8, she and I had gone through the établissement to bathe, and people had stared at her even more than usual, and whispered to each other, "I bet you don't know why they all stare so, Uncle Bob." "I give it up," said I. "It's because I'm so handsome. We're all handsome, you know, and I'm the handsomest of the lot, it seems. You're not handsome, Uncle Bob, but oh, aren't you strong! Why, you could tuck a pew-pew under one arm and a postman under the other, and walk up to the castle with them and pitch them into the sea, couldn't you? And that's better than being handsome, isn't it? I wish I was like that." And here she cuddled and kissed my hand. When Mary began to sing under Signor R., it was her custom of an afternoon to lock herself up alone with a tuning fork in a large garret and practice, as she was shy of singing exercises before anyone else. Her voice, even practicing scales, would give Marti extraordinary pleasure, and me too. Marti and I have often sat outside and listened to Mary's rich and fluent vocalizings, and I hoped that Marti would develop a great voice also, as she was so like Mary in face and disposition, except that Mary's eyes were blue and her hair very black, and her health unexceptionable. Marti did not develop a real voice, although she sang very prettily and confidentially to me, and worked hard at the piano with Roberta. She learned harmony and composed little songs and wrote words to them, and Mary or her father would sing them to her and make her happy beyond description. Happy! She was always happy during the first few years of her life, from 5 or 6 to 12. I like to think her happiness was so great for this brief period that she had her full share of human felicity, just as if she had lived to the age of the psalmist. It seemed everybody's business at Marsfield to see that Marti had a good time. This was an easy task, as she was so easy to amuse, and when amused, herself so amusing to others. As for me, it is hardly too much to say that every hour I could spare from business and the cares of state was spent in organizing the amusement of little Marti Josselin, and I was foolish enough to be almost jealous of her own father and mother's devotion to the same object. Unlike her brothers and sisters, she was a studious little person and fond of books, too much so indeed, for all she was such a tomboy. And all this amusement was designed by us with the purpose of winning her away from the too sedulous pursuit of knowledge. I may add that in temper and sweetness of disposition the child was simply angelic, and could not be spoiled by any spoiling. It was during these happy years at Marsfield that Barti, although bereft of his Martia ever since that farewell letter, managed nevertheless to do his best work on lines previously laid down for him by her. For the first year or two he missed the feeling of the North most painfully. It was like the loss of a sense. But he grew in time accustomed to the privation, and quite resigned. And Marti, whom he worshipped, as did her mother, compensated him for the loss of his demon. Inaccessible heights, Floréal et Fructes d'Or, the infinitely little, the northern Pactolus, Pandore et sa boîte, Cancer and Capricorn, Phoebus et Selene, followed each other in leisurely succession, and he also found time for those controversies that so moved and amused the world, among others his famous and triumphant confutation of Canon on one hand and Professor , the famous scientist, on the other, which has been compared to the classic litigation about the oyster, since the oyster itself fell to Barti's share, and a shell to each of the two disputants. Orthodox and agnostic are as the poles asunder, yet they could not but both agree with Barti Josselin, who so cleverly extended a hand to each, and acted as a conductor between them. That irresistible optimism which so forces itself upon all Josselin's readers, who number by now half the world, and will probably one day include the whole of it, when the whole of it is civilized, belonged to him by nature, by virtue of his health, and his magnificent physique, and his happy circumstances, and an admirably balanced mind, which was better fitted for his particular work and for the world's good than any special gift of genius in one direction. His literary and artistic work never cost him the slightest effort. It amused him to draw and write more than did anything else in the world, and he always took great pains and delighted in taking them. But himself he never took seriously for one moment, never realized what happiness he gave, and was quite unconscious of the true value of all he thought and wrought and taught. He laughed good-humoredly at the passionate praise that for 30 years was poured upon him from all quarters of the globe, and shrugged his shoulders at the coarse invective of those whose religious susceptibilities he had so innocently wounded, left all published insults unanswered, never noticed any lie printed about himself, never wrote a paragraph in explanation or self-defense, but smoked many pipes and mildly wondered. Indeed, he was mildly wondering all his life, at his luck, at all the ease and success and warm domestic bliss that had so compensated him for the loss of his left eye, and would almost have compensated him for the loss of both. "It's all because I'm so deuced good-looking," says Barti, "and so's Leah." And all his life he sorrowed for those who were less fortunate than himself. His charities and those of his wife were immense. He gave all the money, and she took all the trouble. "C'est papa qui paie et maman qui régale," as Marti would say, and never were funds distributed more wisely. But often, at odd moments, the Weltschmerz, the sorrow of the world, would pierce this man, who no longer felt sorrows of his own, stab him through and through, bring the sweat to his temples, fill his eyes with that strange pity and trouble that moved you so deeply when you caught the look. And soon the complicated anguish of that dim regard would resolve itself into gleams of a quite celestial sweetness, and a heavenly message would go forth to mankind in such simple words that all might read who ran. All these endowments of the heart and brain, which in him were masculine and active, were possessed in a passive form by his wife. Instead of the buoyant energy and boisterous high spirits, she had patience and persistency that one felt to be indomitable, and a silent sympathy that never failed, and a fund of cheerfulness and good sense on which any call might be made by life without fear of bankruptcy. She was of those who could play a losing game and help others to play it, and she never had a losing game to play. These gifts were inherited by their children, who, moreover, were so fed on their father's books, so imbued with them, that one felt sure of their courage, endurance, and virtue, whatever misfortunes or temptations might assail them in this life. One felt this especially with the youngest but one, Marti, who, with even more than her due share of those gifts of the head and heart they had all inherited from their two parents, had not inherited their splendid frames and invincible health. Roderick, alias Mark Tapley, alias Chips, who was now the sailor, was, oddly enough, the strongest and the hardiest of the whole family. And yet he was born 2 years after Marti. She always declared she brought him up and made a man of him, and taught him how to throw stones, and how to row and ride and swim, and that it was entirely to her he owed it that he was worthy to be a sailor, her ideal profession for a man. He was devoted to her, and a splendid little chap, and in the holidays he and she and I were inseparable. And of course Chucker-out, who went with us wherever it was, Havre, Dieppe, Dinard, the Highlands, Whitby, etc. Once we were privileged to settle ourselves for 2 months in Castle Rohan through the kindness of Lord Whitby, and that was the best holiday of all, for the young people especially, and more especially for Barti himself, who had such delightful boyish recollections of that delightful place, and found many old friends among the sailors and fisher people, who remembered him as a boy. Chips and Marti and I and the faithful Chucker-out were never happier than on those staiths where there is always such an ancient and fish-like smell. We never tired of watching the miraculous draughts of silver herring being disentangled from the nets and counted into baskets, which were carried on the heads of the stalwart, scaly fishwomen, and packed with salt and ice in innumerable barrels for Billingsgate and other great markets. or else the sales by auction of huge cod and dark gray dogfish as they lay helpless all of a row on the wet flags amid a crowd of sturdy mariners looking on, with their hands in their pockets and their pipes in their mouths. Then over that restless little bridge to the picturesque old town, and through its long, narrow street, and up the many stone steps to the ruined abbey, and the old church on the east cliff, and the old churchyard where there are so many stones in memory of those who were lost at sea. End of Section 58.